wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players. like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, I mean, the adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward, and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server, and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good, and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too, so that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination, we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
I don't think I have a favorite, but I am a fan of many cereals, I won't lie. Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles are like okay, but like Captain Crunch, very good. I love Captain Crunch. Then there's a lot of like, you know, low-key ones too that I gotta keep like hidden, but I do like cereal.
My comfort food is probably some pho, some like banh mi. Like my mom's like a really good cook, so she makes like a lot of good Vietnamese food.
My comfort food would probably be poutine. I miss Quebec. I miss the food there, so I said poutine will make me feel at home and good straight up.
For me, my favorite comfort food would be like a nice warm soup.
I gotta focus. I'm shifting into soup mode.
It's just real nice and warm and hearty inside. There's nothing like it when it's like nice and cold. Especially where like I'm from, it's like mostly cold like year round, except for maybe like 3-4 months. I'd say it's generally cold. So soup is definitely like my comfort food.
Probably like, ooh, like a nice cheeseburger or like some good pizza. It's like pretty chill. Can't really go wrong with that. Maybe pancakes. Ooh, pancakes. Oh.
I think my mom's mac and cheese. I had that like a lot growing up, and it's like definitely like a favorite of mine to have when I go back home from college. So yeah, I'd say my mom's mac and cheese is really good.
That's kind of hard. I feel like a comfort food is something that like comes from my culture, just something like my mom would make or like my grandma would make. So I'll say some biryani. You know, it's like a Pakistani dish that they would make a lot. It's just like, you know, some rice, some lamb or chicken, and it's just really good. So I'd say that.
My comfort food has to be like Chick-fil-A. You can't go wrong with their chicken sandwiches. So always spicy. Yeah, spicy is always better.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't even know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy. I'm a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills, just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a litof bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
NBG's bad. NBG's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner, lineup. I mean, take what like now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this point. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers. We're in week 4 here for stage 2, and things are definitely getting intense. As of course, we've already have a qualified team and an eliminated team, but now we're really getting down to the nitty-gritty of it all. Sierra Dawn, Van Silly, and Ash here. Vans, this stage of Challengers, you never know what's gonna happen. I've loved every moment of it, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I just had a little break and came back, and I was prepping for today, and I was like, wait, what is going on today? There's some elimination games, but not the teams that are expecting going into elimination. So there's probably been some hectic things happening in the past couple of weeks, and I'm here for it today. I want to see maybe not some upsets. I know Sean Garris is probably watch partying today, so I want to try to support him if I can.
That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, yeah, you're not wrong when you kind of look at the matches and you kind of have to double take, triple take on what's going on here. And pulling up the bracket, let's dive into that a little bit more. As I kind of touched on, we do have one qualified team, Envy, yet again going to go for undefeated to get the first playoff spot. Prosperity, Ash, unfortunately, we said goodbye to. But there is a couple of teams that as well are going to get that farewell today.
Qualify. No surprise that it was, between TSM and Envy, but now today's where we have lives on the line for the rest of the Swiss stage, right? And going down to these 1 and 3 matchups, these teams are looking for their last lifeline to continue to look for this push within the Challengers League. And for SRB, this is a shock to see them in this kind of position. We really can't believe that the team that managed to take it all during the first stage is now on their last legs.
It's crazy through to think of that as well. It's not just elimination. So that is a huge one in itself. It's elimination to not get any points when you're looking at valuable ascension, but as well for the 14th, 15th, 16th placing team, you have to then face the promotion relegation. So for those teams that lose today, they're not even guaranteed to get back into Challengers. I think that's absolutely nuts. So this, I think, is going to be just a huge testament to the strength of a team, especially when you're looking at one like SRB that now have to not only win out today, but win out for the rest of the stage to try and get qualified into anything. Like, fans, this is just, I still cannot believe it. Like, are we really here?
That's the sentiment that Ash was mentioning before for a team that won everything in split 1, for also like the opening matches, looking at SRB when Paint was dropping like 27 kills in 7 rounds or whatever that number was on Haven. And it's like, wait, these guys are unstoppable and they're just going to continue the run from split 1 and just have a very strong split 2. And somehow things turned around. But if I want to think about it though, for SRB, the strength of schedule that they had, they still had to play some very difficult teams to get these type of results, right? And I don't want to take away anything from their opponents, but they had to play against the Winthrop University, who have been red hot ever since they started this split. And even at the beginning of the year in 2025, they're always on the up and up trajectory ever since the changes in rosters. And you had, unfortunately, Screwface being put to the side, although he has qualified back under a different team. But overall, Winthrop University is definitely like a team to look out for, and to see these type of victories, versus SRB in the first place was maybe questionable at first if it was a luck of the draw, but now it definitely shows that the caliber of teams going into split 2 is actually very, very, very high this time around.
100%. And I know we've been talking so much about SRB, and for good reason. SRB going up against SAD Esports is going to be the first match that we're focusing on today, especially with elimination on the line. There's a lot to unpack, but let's go back to talking about the players then on this SRB roster, Ash, because SRB, again, stage 1 champs, and they're not short of any talent for this league, but still things haven't quite come together, whether it's unfortunate schedule, whether they're just missing out on games. It's kind of a shame because this roster is stacked.
Yeah, it definitely is stacked, right? Your eyes get drawn to members like BCJ, Pancakes, Paint, who has been electric, I think, since the beginning of this year. Monsi, a well-known IGL, Shopify Rebellion Black, they looked great after picking up Monsi with those adjustments that were made to, I think, some of the calling and just how the general team dynamic was. They talked about how easy it was to kind of slot him into the protocols that they had on this team, right? And I feel like one thing we have to keep in mind too is that when you are making that deep playoffs run during the first stage, you make it all the way to grand finals. This is also a team that's going to be showing like the most cards possible, right? One of the few teams showing the most cards possible. So it's been teams that they've lost against, like Winthrop, like Core, and even previously known as Trust and Plug in Landor, these teams that Vans were talking about that have been on the up and up, and they've had that time during, you know, the time off between splits and just falling earlier during the playoffs run to also take a look to see how SRB have been tackling these matches and whatnot, and being able to do that prep up against them as well.
Yeah. When you're looking at the story of SRB as well, when just before, you know, they lost 2 players, or Brock also going into tier 1, and you're having the addition of these 2 players, there was a lot of readjustments, a huge readjustment period actually for SRB, where a lot of them, I think if I'm not mistaken, are also playing together on LAN now as well. So you had that period of readjustment, and then it was looking pretty good because they won that whole split. They won the whole split 1. Now it's just what is going on behind the scenes here, that it seems that there's a little bit of a, I don't know, miscommunication or lack of synergy that they've had throughout this whole split going into this second one into the Swiss stage. Hopefully they'll be able to fix it around, because this is probably going to put them into relegation now if they lose this one against SAD today. And that would be a crazy upset, by the way, if SAD's able to get it.
Yeah, there is so much at stake here for an org and a team that has so much pressure on them. But I want to go back and talk about a couple of the players that, even when the team hasn't necessarily been pulling out the wins, a couple of these players that have been really consistent and just kind of leading these leaderboards. And first up is Pancakes. There is obviously talk when Pancakes came onto this roster, and he was praised as, yeah, just as such a solid player. And that's something, Ash, that throughout everything we've really gotten to see. But even in a couple of these losses, like, Pancakes always good for the 2, always clutching up. Like, what can't he do?
And that's exactly what you want out of your Sentinel player here as well, right? Within your anchor on the team, the person that you're going to be looking for. We know that Pancakes has a tendency to be a vocal player as well, and that's really important when he's looking for those lurk timings, relaying information over to the rest of Shopify Rebellion Black. And he's definitely been a beacon of light in a lot of these matches where SRB ended up falling short, going toe-to-toe up against the enemy team, and really being able to be that consistent player that this squad has been able to rely on.
Yeah, exactly. The last 2 weeks has been phenomenal for the roster of SRB. It was only like that upset loss that they had against, what was it, Core in round number 2 of the Swiss stage, where it was a little bit tough for Pancakes. But I think that's just what Ash has mentioned before. When you have a team that's gone the whole way, winning the whole thing in split 1, there is a little bit more tape on you, and you could maybe start exploiting some weaknesses. And when you think that your map pool is going to be strong and it's going to be wide, and you're winning on every single one because you have such a strong roster, that's where it's like, oh crap, there's like a new period of readjustment of like, okay, or old strats, or we're kind of like figured out and we have to try to do something different. And what I mean by that is that upset against Core, I mean, he didn't have a good time on the attack side on Pearl. And I think it's also like a nature of maybe the composition that they're running as well. KJ used here and there still, but still easy to like counter, and he didn't have the best time on attack. I think he went like 1-15 into that game. So it'll just have to be the coaching staff and the team in itself and Monsi that's going to have to help out into making sure that they position Pancakes in the right positions so that they could actually get some better value out of the games today.
I mean, talking about setting players up for success too, that's such a great point about Pancakes. But someone else that I really want to see set up and to thrive is Paint. And Paint has been thriving so far when you're looking at Challengers as a whole. Paint was somebody that throughout the playoffs, Ash, was crazy dominant. And even in the very first game that they had, this stage was popping off. And he hasn't necessarily slowed down since. And there's a lot of times where it's just not quite enough for the team, but you cannot deny the talent that this young player has and what he's been able to do for the team.
Oh, absolutely not. And I think that he has a very like calm nature to him as well. Like I think we've seen in interviews just like how grounded he is, which I think is really important in some moments. Like as a duelist player, Paint is not the type of player to overheat. He definitely is great when it comes down to like that spacing and playing off of the rest of his team's utility when he's not on that Yoru and is a little bit more self-sufficient. But I think that one thing that we have to keep in mind is he's doing his role really well for SRB. Right now, my eyes are more on the rest of the team to kind of just follow up and continue to support Paint as much as possible in a lot of those engagements, whether it's getting those trades with the space that he's taking or even just better setup coming out from them. Because I think that's where we're seeing SRB fall a little bit flat, is the rest of the team kind of needing to step up.
Yeah, and I think you're also seeing maybe on that same map that I was mentioned before, where there was a little bit of trouble coming in for Pancakes on Acacia on Pearl, was also when they pulled out a Waylay in the composition as well for SRB. So you are trying different things at the same time. Like you're looking at a meta right now with a Teoman Breach that heavily favors a lot of Raze play or Euro play, depending on the maps. And you're even seeing some great Neon coming out from Paint on Haven. And being excellent in those two agents from Euro and Neon in the first place for Paint allows SRB to be fairly comfortable across the road here, across the whole roster. It's just in the end when you're trying to add a little bit more of a Waylay, but the utility is not there or flushed out to support him as much. That's where they kind of like falter as a team here for SRB so far. But yeah, definitely he is going to be the type of person that could solo backpack carry a team for SRB moving forward in this series. And maybe, to be honest, if Paint's going to be popping off like he always does, maybe he's the only person that's needed in this game today.
I would like to see all of the team, as much as it is nice to see just a Paint highlight reel. But looking on the other side, shutting Paint down and this SRB squad is going to be top priority. SAD Esports, also a team facing, of course, both at 1-3. Also a team facing elimination. And Ash, this stage has been a little rough for them. You start week 1 and you go up against NB, which is one of the top teams. And they haven't been able to find their footing quite since. And especially then coming into the stage with a couple of changes and stuff on the team. So I'm curious then if today is when everything is going to gel and we can see a SAD Esports that's truly is able to step up.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of questions for this roster when it does come down to that. I think that you look at their results from stage 1, they were able to keep most matches pretty close other than that 0-2 loss up against Cuber and take it to the 3 maps nearly every single time. And then you get shut down right off the gate, stage 2 by NB. This is a team that is tough to go up against, and they haven't quite been able to find that bounce back like you were talking about. Even netting an 0-13 loss up against a team like NBG is going to be pretty hurtful, I feel like, to the overall mental for this team, and it is hard to bounce back from that. And like you said, it's been hard for them to find their footing. I do think we have like glimmers of hope with members like Jerwin, like Joa. Zerona as well has had insane moments of being able to step up, but we're still waiting for this team to click, and hopefully that win up against Prosperity Esports with some of that upwards momentum that they're looking for.
Looking at a couple of these players to step up, Joa is the first one that I want to start talking about here. Initiator for the team, especially in this current meta. You need someone like this to really be able to provide for the team. But Vance, I feel like we have gotten to see that from Joa. Obviously, when we're looking back at stats, maybe not like, oh my gosh, insane, but Joa has been someone in the background that despite these losses has been putting in a lot of work.
I definitely think that he's on the come up for this roster for sure with SAD Esports, because when you're looking at the roster, you're just probably thinking of Jerwin most of the time because he's been playing excellent, I think, in last season rather with Trust and Plug or with Blinn overall. So yeah, to see that Joa is able to add up to support an opener like Jerwin and working in tandem with Jerwin to be able to get instant trades and helping out on the side of SAD Esports, it's actually quite nice. But again, we're going back into the strength of the schedule here for this roster. They've been winless until they got their first victory last week against Prosperity Esports, who just for the first time joined this split in terms of the Swiss stage qualifying here through Premier. So it's like, I mean, you're Ash, you mentioned that they needed a little bit of confidence going to that one. That's at least a silver lining that you have for this side here for SAD Esports. But I don't know if it's going to be that victory that's going to help them push SRB to the side here in this matchup today.
We'll have to see. They definitely have a tall task ahead of them, but time to talk about that one person you said, yeah, everyone talks about this player and talk about Jerwin. And that's going to be the interesting thing to see Joa and Jerwin playing together. And Ash, Jerwin is someone that we've talked about a lot when we see the SAD Esports team, because Jerwin is someone that in the server definitely needs to be popping off to bring the rest of this team forward.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to, because it's not like you want to place like some sort of like win condition on him. He is a big reason why we see SAD Esports netting a lot of those rounds, and his ability to go for a lot of those initial engagements. But this is a player that can be extremely aggressive, I think, on the duelist. I feel like it does suit the way that SAD Esports plays when you're looking at that dynamic between Jerwin and Joa, and how Jerwin's not afraid to, you know, go in, take that space, and with the help of Joa helping him make that space, sorry. Guys, I promise the caffeine's gonna kick in soon. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there, I swear. But
crossing the finish line, we're doing it.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Slow and steady wins the race.
I think what is huge about this squad is just like Jerwin's ability to be that tip of the spear, and how well Joa kind of like syncs up with him when it does come to those initial engagements. I feel like that's the dynamic duo that we have to be keeping our eyes on here today if we want to see SAD manifest some sort of success.
Truly inspired after that, taking a sip of my coffee. But we got to be awake for this matchup and everything else. And highlighting the duelists, they're definitely two that can wake anyone up in the server. We highlighted how Paint has just been so strong, so dominant throughout Vans. But looking at this head-to-head, like, okay, it's telling his tale that Jerwin can step up when needed.
Yeah. The fun stat that I see at the bottom is the most played is Jet, though. But Jerwin, when I remember this guy playing, he was owning as a Neon. And we haven't had a chance to see that too much going into the split for SAD Esports. So unfortunately, I think with the new roster he's joined up into this, I don't feel like they've unlocked Jerwin to his full potential as of yet. Although, like, I mean, he is definitely going to own no matter what as a Jet, and maybe bringing that Waylay like they kind of did on Lotus, because it's a similar kit to the Jet. But I'd love to see Jerwin being activated on like a head-to-head Haven if it has to come down to that map against Paint. Because man, he was a huge highlight reel for me when I was watching this guy play last season.
All right, well, if we're going to talk about how we want to see head-to-heads on certain maps, I have some good news for you, Vansily. We have our map picks and bans in, so we can head on over to that so we can start figuring out how this series is going to be looking for both these teams. Of course, a lot of tape on these teams, especially for SRB. But Vans, you called out that you wanted to see that head-to-head on Haven, and the players listened. SAD Esports going to pick it up first.
Yeah, and SAD Esports, though, we're 1-0, or currently 1-0 in the split on Haven, and I'm still afraid that there's, even though I want to see like a Neon versus Neon, I'd still be afraid to play against SRB on this map, because although SRB doesn't have the best of records either, they are super comfortable to play around this map too. And you remember, again, the highlight reel coming out from Paint as he had earlier on this split as a Neon on this map. I think if you're looking at this veto overall, it's almost like SRB's winning this because you played into their map picks. Ascent hasn't really been played yet by Shopfire Rebellion Black. They've already tested out a little bit of Waylay in the past, and Waylay has been picked up a little bit towards the VCTs. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try to utilize something like that to play against the compositions. Actually quite decent coming out from SAD Esports as well. Also using the KO and Teo around the Jet, but that's tape that SRB has on Ascent against a SAD that they can overpower here.
And then refocusing, I think, back to Haven, I feel like my expectation from SAD with this pick is that there has to be some sort of compositional change coming in. They ended up going out that 0-13 loss against Nightblood Gaming. Actually, SAD Esports has not won a single Haven game throughout the entirety of Challengers so far this season. So the expectation for them to be coming in with a fresh look, I think, on this map, if they're going for it as their map pick, they must be feeling confident with something that they've been cooking up in scrims.
Now that I hear you say all this and 0-13 loss, heading into predictions, I feel a little worse about my own, which I already felt a little bit suspicious of on the day. I don't want to cast a curse, guys. I just don't want to cast a curse.
With your, let me go with the other direction, huh?
It's got to make it interesting, or else what are we going to sit here? Just sit here and all nod in silent agreement until the match is ready?
Hold on. I'm yapping with Uber, by the way, in a green room at the same time as I'm live about this loss though that they had here on the side of SAD Esports, and it was an 0-13 against NBG. Okay, I didn't look at that score line, but at the same time, there's a reason why they picked into that one, right? Because they're most likely aren't going to play a Yoru and ISO in that comp, right? Which is why we're gonna have to head-to-head on Haven, right?
Right. Right? Copium, right? I like how you just keep adding right at the end of that.
I'm just saying.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
I think that, you know, it's no surprise to everyone in the audience that not just the desk, excluding Sierra, and the casters are leaning SRB on this. It's okay, guys. I slipped her a 5. Normally, I'm the one fretting like SAD Esports. She said that she was going to take this one for me. I mad appreciate it. But it was really hard, I think, to pick against SAD Esports, where I saw a lot of hope in them, I think, during the first stage. I'm kind of struggling to see the developments that you would want to see from a team from stage 1 to stage 2. So I think there's a lot of pressure for them in this matchup, being one of the next most difficult ones that they're facing up against. And
oh no.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well, my rights are wrongs. so maybe learning from their mistakes, right?
Hold on. Listen, it might be the same composition except for the Astra, but we did change out who's playing what here. And honestly, I'm kind of jiving with Joa swapping over from the Yoru over to the ISO. I think Jerwin has more reps on that agent. And for Joa, we know that he can frag. We know that he's going to be there to make that second point of contact for the team. I kind of vibe with this shakeup, even though it's not as drastic as maybe we expected.
Hey, it's got to keep it interesting, right? And even if in terms of what agents hasn't necessarily changed, surely there has to be some work gone into this and perhaps some conversations to not have the same thing as last time, right, Vance?
Yeah. Again, I think I'm liking what Ash is cooking so far, because Joa playing as an ISO could kind of be like the Euro support on Pearl, so he could definitely play like that type of ISO support for Jerwin. So let's see what they could cup against SRB.
I'm excited nonetheless to get into this, regardless of past histories and 13-0s. Reminder, everyone, this is elimination for these two teams. Not only that, sent to the promotion relegation tournament. So a lot on the line here. It's time to head over to Haven and to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, to take you through.
Thank you very much, Sierra and the desk. Yeah, find yourself a friend like Fan City, by the way. You could go out there and 0-13 a map, and next time it comes up, you'll be like, man, I can't wait to see these guys in this map. And he will gas you up. Like, it is, you would not believe, man. SAD Esports Wyatt here, going away from the deadlock, right? So we've sort of seen this on Haven a little bit, punishing for those retakes if you get good attack side post plants, but we like to cipher. Good sort of passive info, good map control.
Now, get you a man who supports you in the best of times and the worst of times, Mitch. That's what means, is get you a man like that. Listen, I'm not surprised, though, that SAD have just switched over to the more, I suppose, default look when you're running the ISO Yoru, though. They were playing that deadlock before. Cypher is just so important on Haven. There's so many lanes that you have to gain passive info on when you're playing defense, particularly. So just going over to one of the tried and true meta comps here.
We'll be sad on the defense side. We're obviously looking at a very slow start to our pistol round here for Shopify Rebellion Black. Cute little diagonal trip over towards that C side, which won't get tested unless it's through Garage, which Zerona's about to find out the hard way. Shock dart drawn out of the defenders here, and Shopify Rebellion fancying a drift to this A side of the map with, look at already, Pancakes snuck past that position there over in Sewer. So they have an embedded A player.
This could get awkward, though. It depends on the timing with Jerwin, but that would be oh so free for Pancakes, as is the site for the rest of the team to gather up, get their spike down. And from there, you still have Monty with a full kit on the breach. This is going to be incredibly difficult for SAD Esports to get back into the site.
And that's the issue with the Cyber Cage. You know, it could imply a cross of the Cypher. It could also just be a fake. Jerwin has no way of knowing. Paint's playing far forward with a frenzy. Straight into the face there of Tuzi.
Ill-advised.
Yeah, wouldn't say it's the best call of the day, but still player advantage exacerbated, and Pancakes exits the round with 4 after sneaking in onto A and opening it up.
A very solid opening here for SRB, who are desperately in need of this win. Both teams are, as Sierra said. This is an elimination game that we're in, which just doesn't seem right at all. How did SRB get here, Mitch? Why is this team in danger of having to play in the promotion relegation tournament after
I'm glad you
coming in first place stage
glad
1?
you asked, in fact. Something about the O2 loss to Landor is the one that sort of you know, I feel definitely put them in this position. But generally, it's like some competitive games, and our desk talked about it, right? Like some, you know, 2-1s a lot of the time. This team is not just giving away series for free. And Core and Winthrop have shown themselves to be reasonable opposition. The desk sort of charitably dug for a couple of things like coordination, cohesion, our favorite buzzwords, and we don't really know what's going on. But let's be real. This team should not be in a potential relegation position. 1-4 if they lose this game and they're out.
To start off this stage as well, we saw Paint have that crazy 34-9 game as a Neon on Haven. But since then, they lost the map twice. Like, you would think that they'd be unstoppable when you have a guy who can put up those kind of numbers on any individual map, but he just hadn't been able to recreate that magic the you know, subsequent 2 times that they've played it. So we'll have to see if he can get back on the horse here.
Apparently those 524 ACS games don't happen every day. I'm sure.
But let's give us like 300, you know? I mean, 280.
280, exactly.
Like 280 would be fine.
That's kind of what Shopify need from a player they put in this kind of position. Pancakes got very active in that first round, got him into the A side. Now he's going to be the one to take contact here. And SAD are making enough noise here, especially with a trap wire trip. We would like to perish to the spike here. Pancakes, though, has other ideas. He would like to farm them for some credits, for some currency. BCJ has the same kind of idea. Ghost player here, so it's all kind of free. Joa shows himself, and there it is. Some extra money in the pocket as Shopify Black get off to the start that we're looking for.
PCJ was really on the verge there of collecting damn near enough orbs to get that Armageddon early. That's why he was just running at them with the pistol. They were all stunned up. He's only 2 away at the moment, so they could still potentially play into that as a win con for their bonus round. I mean, they could even try to around the world grab both orbs, or just collect one, give them the spike planted. There are different ways they could try to get into that situation where they could play a post plant with that ult, get that bonus round win, get the economy rolling, and take control of the game early.
Cole might be here from Monty for some early A action. Yeah, very fast play, of course, behind these salvos, and Paint wants to get pretty busy. Fast lane thrown up, but I think Serona saw him cross, so they probably know there's no threat of a player actually sort of pushing them and calling their bluff. It's Jerwin finding Paint, who had doubled all the way back towards lobby, and I guess there was an initial feint at the start of this round wire, but after that, Shopify just kind of stood around, and now they're getting picked apart by the defenders. Jerwin, on both sides of the map, able to cut them down.
You said it, just able to teleport over to C and make it look effortless as they're trying to get out of garage those remaining 3 SRB players. I mean, I respect the idea of trying to go for that A pressure into the fake, and then you have Pancakes inserted, try and catch some players that are, you know, going to be on that rotate. But when Paint gets caught in lobby here initially by Jerwin, and then, you know, Pancakes is hoping there would just be one player collecting that orb.
I mean,
not the case.
That is a pretty egregious round, I think, for the attackers. Why? I mean, there's an initial feint over towards A, but they were committed behind it. They've got that A-long control. And then they sort of mill around.
Fair game plan, but yeah, it just really collapses as soon as Paint gets punished off the jump. But all right, here's SRB early on trying to gain some control towards garage. You have Paint inserted fairly deep. The C site is lacking in any defenses from SAD. They've thrown all of NG's util over towards the A side so they can stack more players on that BC area of the map.
Already an Odin in the hands of BC Johnson. Your boy. He will try and get a little bit of spray over towards that garage side of the map here. But again, SRB, albeit much slower this time and trending in that A direction. A lot of Cypher util on this site, though. Customarily, you'd expect to see him at B holding it solo or, you know, playing through garage, but perhaps this is the kind of edge to get SAD back into the game properly now. Cam will be removed again. There's going to be an easy A split setup here now for SAD. They're going to have to get busy. Not good for Zerona, not the start he's looking for. Cyber Cage is enough to obscure him, and yeah, that's why BCJ brings the Odin in. Spray down through so much of this sideline covering util and force SAD into a 3-player post plant.
A three-player post plant that they will simply be saving, and I can't imagine that they're going to go for this. How do you get back in? You're staring down the breach, Tejo. It's just as good as done. Paint even has a recon bolt as well. for additional stun when they try to get through a choke. Yeah, there's just legitimately no way that SAD could win that round, so they simply must save. It was a good hit from SRB. Fortunate that initial spam from Pancakes went through to connect on Zerona, who was being protected by the cage that had just gone up.
Yeah,
that spam from BCJ. For some reason, there's something about North American Challengers players. They love the Odin on Haven, and it is good, but it's just like compared to Americas, I feel like we do not see it nearly as much as we do. The Challengers always has its own little meta on certain things like that.
Brock used to buy it a fair bit on this map, if I'm not mistaken.
Seven buys it all the time.
Yep,
as well.
Yeah, interesting look. And for BCJ there, it's pretty handy when the cyber cages start coming up on that side, and that might maybe make Benji think twice about being the anchored player on those faster hits. Just being that sort of loose end over at C, getting a lot of good passive info, maybe play off a kill trip is maybe where he wants to be. But this is SAD, of course, who have sort of pivoted away from their deadlock over towards this. So finding a way to get max value out of Benji in some of these rounds is really going to be important, as their defenders are going to be spread pretty thinly across this map. And Shopify are trying to exploit that exact fact here with a really slow default.
At the moment, it looks like SAD are grouped up, to try and get some control over towards A long. They don't actually have the info on short, so they have to be concerned of the potential that an SRB player has crept their way down, but they are ready to just contest here. Pain is going into the Armageddon way too quickly.
Okay, Armageddon comes down. Joe would desperately trying to get out of the way, but that's not a good combo at all for him, at least. Special delivery. Follow-up, of course. He was never going to get out of that corner as that aftershock came through, but BCJ decided to get himself another orb, which I respect. Now, though, initial encounter notwithstanding.
Look at these trips.
Wait.
Madness.
Are they concerned that the Dark Knight is hitting the seaside? Are they... Okay.
I mean, I guess, if you're trying to go plant on default, that's a crazy job. I mean, that would make more sense. I mean, listen, I get it. Someone could run into that trying to get towards default. I've never seen someone use that. All right, well, free as free comes for Benji. They can play this 3v2 retake now. Time getting low. Spike does get planted.
Monty needs to spray down here. I think he knows it. Yeah. Okay, Pancakes helping out, though. The off angle's good. Tuzi, though, brings the Cypher down. This puts Monty in that 1v2 and he is utileless. And he steps out. Oh, spacing could have been a concern there for SAD, but Tuzi will be able to convert. And very, very scrappy rounds here already. Shopify Rebellion spread the map, played that sort of slow default, and you can see where so many of these kills go down over towards A side. It's an interesting application, I think, in this round of that Armageddon from Shopify.
It was cool in theory, and I think could have worked out better if some of those timings were just a little bit tighter. I want to see if Paint had, unfortunately can't really see, but I wanted to see if he had any additional supportive utility coming through. I don't think so. Like a flash there could have been pretty beneficial. Maybe it just didn't connect. Not 100% certain, but regardless, he was way too fast compared to the rest of his team. Like that easily could have been SRB up in a 5-3 man advantage scenario, but
idea could have been that maybe the defenders have their backs turned if they're trying to run out of that. But yeah, you'd expect there to be one more piece of util for him there, because his timing was a little on the early side. That's fine. It's pretty hard to put that kind of elaborate play together. There's Jerwin. Just has a walk out there. Pancakes is, again, much like he did in the pistol round, crossing over towards that A side of the map and hoping to get good info. None to be got this round. And again, these Cirque du Soleil looking seaside there with these bloody high-flying ropes. The trap set up here for Benji now as the drone will come to try and clear.
Okay, doesn't actually get the suppress though, so the trips are still activated. Monty wants to find the timing, does find that kill as well.
Pretty clean. Nicely executed. BCJ here now knows that there's a couple of players stacked up on logs, so this aftershot's going to get them moving. BCJ and hope to capitalize, and okay, they'll take that. They actually catch Tuzi out with that aftershock. Not able to move in time. Maybe BCJ swinging on him gave him pause for thought. And I like the fake TP here. Yeah, that gives Spaz all the edge he needs to take yet another round.
That was a nice swift shot initially from Spaz as well. And those players rotating in through the connector, trying to get into sight. Monty really the MVP of that round. Initially finds that timing window to fight through window, get that first pick, perfect aftershock placement, forces the defenders out into the open when they were trying to stay entrenched on logs. Really well played from the SRB IGL, and that's going to put SAD in a pretty tough economic situation.
Might not be relevant this round, but I will be looking to see if Shopify Black are trying to combine, you know, like Rolling Thunder with a fast play from Paint, much the same way as Armageddon was used. Because I want to see if there's like another component to that util stack that they're going to try and, you know, set up the Neon up with, if at all. Pancakes is on the other side of the map here, though, and Benji is going looking, as you often do on some of these pistol rounds, especially if your name is Crew. Benji will get what he came for.
I know exactly where you are.
Neural theft as well, just going to make things as safe as they can be for SRB. Their economy is pretty terrible as well, so they certainly want to retain as many guns as they can.
I love that from Paint. Bro, he's basically the cat riding on the Roomba, you know, going down into sewer. Always trying to get behind something, always trying to be the third party to the action, but cannot play off for the fact that the drone had to be cleared. Still, Benji and Zerona out of the game. This is pretty straightforward stuff here at C, and already that info from Neural Theft came across, though. Shopify knew where to be.
And at this point, they can just play off this paranoia from Spaz. Shouldn't really have anything to worry about here. They're just looking to walk away with a clean round, like I said, just retain these guns, get their economy into a better position.
Get your money up. We need to get 10,000 today, buddy.
And aside from that, yeah, maybe if BCJ can collect a couple kills, get close to that Armageddon.
Those guns in hand, obviously, is important. Tuzi will strip one of them away. But yeah, pretty solid stuff here for SRB. And again, that Rolling Thunder that I sort of alluded to in the previous round is going to be on deck here, potentially to play from a fast hit, maybe an A side of the map here. We'll see how that inclination looks early on the round.
And now this will be a round that it determines if SRB can run away with the half, as SAD are putting their economy on the line and presumably will also be using as many of their ultimates as they can to actually convert this round win. And then, you know, conversely, there's that Rolling Thunder that you mentioned from Shopify Rebellion. So a lot to keep your eye on in this round in regard to how either team intend on using these ultimates. Look like SAD just want to take some space down mid. Jerwin hopping. Oh my god. That is a sick shot. And now look at Jawa all the way pushed down. 2-3 kills as well.
My ult is ready.
Look, credit where it's due. They're making very good use of this double duelist comp on defense, Wyatt. Both duelists getting active early.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 3 for Joa. Pancakes has got no business being here. Okay, we're doing that. I appreciate it. And there you have it. Another one for Pancakes. Down to 12, though. And eventually that cyber cage is going to be cleared. SAD get back into the game, but maybe a bit more of an expensive round than they otherwise would have liked. But when you've got that double duelist comp on defense, you've got to go and make something happen. You've got to wage something to gain something.
Yeah, I love that they mixed in that walk down mid, not something that they've really attempted before, and it definitely pays off. And the Joa just gets the perfect window of timing to make that little peek. Both players lined up. All right, that was a cool round from SAD, mixing things up. German's going to be positioned with the op over towards C now.
I think what I like about that so much is that you are like anticipating them trying and do something with the Rolling Thunder in that previous round. So get aggressive. Like,
yeah,
play happen with your duelists. This time though, the Stinger that actually finds some purchase now. Here's the Rolling Thunder finally drawn out, but safe behind the boxes. I won't say Tuzi. Joa also doesn't fare much better. So the inevitable hit comes in.
Spike planted.
The other shoe drops are now SAD down to just Jerwin and Benji with the operator, of course. They managed to use it in the previous round. Does he go for this? Not a lot of money to speak of on this team, but straight up for a rifle here in a 1v2 that is very winnable. The BCJ is going to be there for the trade. I'm so sad. We set back down to the economic doldrums.
Joe will have that really great swing into sight to support. Tuzi catches that kill. They feel like in that moment they can stay anchoring, but as soon as BCJ gets those guiding salvos down, they get the swings back sight. they're put in a really uncomfortable situation. They got the advantage, but they overplayed their hand. I think Joa could have gotten that kill and is going to be regretting not just getting out and regrouping with the team to play for a retake. They had a dimensional drift, still do have it, but could have used it then in a 3 versus 3. There were maybe safer ways to play that, and I think they're going to regret not taking those lines instead, but...
With such a wealth of ultimates to play with, do SAD consider 1 or 2 of them maybe? Some of them are completely useless, of course. Kill contract with a Guardian would be nothing short of comical, but there is a bit to work with here for SAD. Again, a slower start here for Shopfry, because again, they know there's a potential for this double duelist comp to try and get in their face early. Oh, the NBG's behind the box, devastating. I think he must have been the one that cleared the drone. Maybe some traces or sound heard. Pancakes lines them up. That is dirty.
What is that, man?
1 through the knee, 1 through the chest, if I had to guess. We're off to the races now. SAD have gotten very little purchase this round.
Oh, but the hero Bulldog is over here on the A side, and it's not...
it's not barking.
Well, it's not really looking to be set up for too many heroics when he's immediately getting stunned and flashed. It's a little tough. SRB, they've taken firm control of this half. SAD have had a couple rounds here and there where they've been able to make some aggressive moves, but yeah, ultimately SRB are looking quite clean on this attack half so far.
I think, look, if you're SAD, you're probably happy to take one of the next 2 rounds if you can, and you've got a billion ultimates. So, get this lineup. Yeah, well.
But that is always the thing with this comp that SAD are running. You can get a crazy snowball going on your attack side, just using one ult after another with those 2 duelists. So there's always the potential for a serious run back. You've got to imagine they're going to need to get at least 4 on the board here for that to even be a possibility, or the deficit will just be too much. So they've got 2 chances to get to that number.
Oh, man, that is so punishing. Jerwin this time getting force-fed a taste of his own medicine. Tuesday on the box spot, though. Sees Pain come at him up mid. Remember, with these ults being held as long as they are, they're sort of losing out on value with each extra kill that is picked up. No dimensional drift on board here for SAD this time. Again, plenty to work with, especially in that Hunter's Fury. And finally, Neural Theft used here as they push out of mid-kill. Oh, buddy! That's brutal stuff. The whiff of the kill contract, and then Benji goes down. He was the one with the information over at C. No util left to play off, of course, with the Cypher out of the game, and it's about as bad as it gets.
That is disastrous. I love the usage of the ult from Joa, but not the angle he sent it out at. Though, to be fair, he just used it off of Pancakes popping the ult, presumably still having the op, and if he catches him, that's a free kill in the kill contract. But unfortunately,
1 enemy remaining.
Did not catch him. Round completely crumbles.
And here's the issue, when you are trying to get some early action going as a defender, you've got these ultimates that are amazing in like a longer round, especially when your early info is no longer relevant, right? Dimensional Drift is such a good example of, like, you know, Jerwin, if he gets involved in these early fights and he comes out second best, there's no chance to make use of it. Yeah, if you win that fight, sure, you drift, you go for it. But there's almost a case to be made for, hey, do I just need to be a little bit more passive early in the game? Early in the round, get that initial info off our Sova, then try to get a second wave, like a refresh update on that, and then go with it. I saw him even consider a Bucky there as well, why maybe a D-drift play, but gonna go for a Guardian instead. Light armor here. It's a messy buy in the last round of the half for SAD.
SAD are retaining their ultimates for the second half right now. Benji is trapped in the site in the cave. This is very awkward, but all good.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, there was a dimensional drift somewhere. It definitely occurred. Pain trying to clean off the round here, but yeah, we're all but done in the half, and that's punishing for SAD. Again, they really would have loved to have gotten to 4. They had 5 ultimates a couple of rounds ago. They had a decent gun round to work with too, but had the operator just take Jerwin out of the game at the start of round 11. And round 12 was fared hardly any better. You can see that blue X on the minimap. That's where Jerwin dies. So he does push deep towards the spawn side. Doesn't really have the weaponry to make it work. Yeah, well, we're not saving that one for Valorant 2, that's for sure. Monzi going to be able to push Zerona off and out of a position where he could reliably defuse here. The firing squad awaits. And Serrano will try and tease them out of position. It's going to be a 9-3 half here for Shopify Rebellion Black, and you can't ask for much more than that.
At least they popped all their ults. They did use them. They didn't save them for the next half, but yeah, I think, what was that, Sherwin just going for the dimensional drift, pop out with a gun, gets punished for it.
For the Guardian, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, maybe they could have tried to sync that up with their Hunter's Fury when the spike was attempting to be planted over on C. Could have been more consistent for finding value, but they go for the high risk, high reward, and found no reward, unfortunately.
None
Still
whatsoever.
though, listen, I'm not counting them out entirely. If they win this pistol, this comp can absolutely roll on attack, but it's going to be tough. The 9-3, pretty large deficit.
Like you mentioned earlier, once they get rolling, if they get rolling, you know, rationing out the ults when they come online in sort of 3 or 4 rounds, to really just let you get those first picks or a massive amount of information about the map in the Yoru's case is going to be pretty big. Undercut comes through, BCJ going to respect it, also the paranoia thrown in. This will force a complete retake. There is a Cypher cam up, so a chance for Shopify to play off that. BCJ's been very active getting back into heaven now.
Spike planted.
Just trying to spam. Lower doesn't find anything. Trip is going to be broken on the flank. Will SRB commit heavily to this? They will. I mean, listen, certainly when that's broken, if you're the team on A site, you're expecting 1, maybe 2 players, typically not 4 of them to be coming from long.
Pain is always airborne in some way or another. This time slides on through, deals with Joe, and BCJ was set up here. This was such a pivotal position on this retake, and they've lost that heavy control now, the defenders. Monty from below sees that there's a Sova up on that high ground, and Joe deals with Pain. 1 versus 2, the caller here has to bail his team out. Joe was probably hoping to set something up for Zerona there, who just didn't seem to be on the same page, but it doesn't matter. Hard fought pistol round, crucial one there for SAD. Keep their head above the surging tides.
It was a good response from SAD Esports, realizing that there were so many players coming from SRB down A long that they just take that forward space, flip the map, play from heaven, and it's going to be so easy to convert once they're in that position with the spike planted below them, and they made it look as easy as it should be. It's well done from them, recognizing what they needed to do in the moment, what their win con actually was.
Standing ahead.
That hurdle, first crucial hurdle for SAD has been crossed. They get to 4. Still seems like a very paltry total.
Here.
Speaking of paltry, BCJ, 2 chicken to face down the outlaw.
No.
I get it.
BCJ also just sends those salvos immediately, grabs the orb, hoping that, hey, look, we're fighting over towards A. Walk towards C into our Bucky's SAD Esports, but they just re-clear A and should be avoiding the shotgun entirely. Unless Joa goes way far towards C, which is, that would be an insane decision and would make 0 sense as per what SAD are doing right now. So that would be a horrendous mistake if he engaged with that, and there's no reason he would ever do that. So
They've
all
got too
good.
much step to A here now. I like the idea. This obviously puts Paint in a pretty awkward spot. One where he will struggle less than other agents, but he will struggle to make use of that Bucky. Salvo's not quite the timing they were looking for. Zerona with the Bulldog. Deals with VCJ once again set up in heaven. Should be pretty straightforward stuff from this point out. And again, this like double door to set up. Now going on that attack side. Shopify but need to find a way to get Paint involved if they do attempt to, you know, start to insert the Neon in weird spots, make use of that ease of rotation for her. But Shopify aren't trying to do anything this round, folks. Don't be fooled. They will just let it end as soon as possible.
Joa? That's tough, buddy. That's tough, but more than enough weapons retained. Okay. Ain't just swatted down.
Well, he got value out of the Bucky, which was obviously something I cast doubt on.
Did go 1 for 1.
Put that behind us. Let's get busy now. Gun round for Shopify.
Gun round for Shopify, where 3 of their players do not have ideal money when you're going up against two now. One of them, I can't remember who that was, but they realized I should probably have heavy armor, and I'll forego buying something else. So 2 players susceptible to 1 outlaw shot from Jerwin, who wants to post up towards lobby, but that is a nightmare to do early on when you're facing down the Tejo. Always going to be those instant salvos. What?
This is what I'm saying. Smoke that lobby, get paint forward. They did the same thing on that C side of the map last time around, and now there's just 0 step towards this A side. There's a world though. Joe here gets an ore over at C as soon as he starts to feel safe enough, and there's a kill contract online. Looks like he's just obtained that. But I wouldn't recommend throwing it out too willy-nilly here. And there's no cipher trip at the front of the site here. They're actually quite deep.
Breaking them. Very passive info gain off these trips, but frankly, perfect for this situation. As SRB are just going to be playing for the full retake, and they'll know that they have these players. You know, well, that one is actually jumpable, broken now, but should give them enough info that they're contained when they go for the full retake against a very weak Zerona who feels like he needs to make a play.
Trip there, of course, inside garage window. Not the time you obviously ult if you are ISO. So it's going to be honest Valorant here for the 2 remainders of SAD in this post plant now. And the util starts to come in. Joe has sat on the site, clears BCJ. Spacing, a bit of a concern maybe. 2 versus 1 now as they're going to swing together. You would think. But Joe says, okay, 1 at a time is just fine with me.
That is so disastrous. You're absolutely right. The spacing there just a little bit awkward. Gives him the opportunity to take essentially 1v1s, and he's so rapid on the shots. Tragic for SRB. They open the round with 2 insta-kills. This crazy one-tap from BCJ shuts down Jerwin with the outlaw. Bring it into the 4-on-2. Zerona has like 13 health as well.
Monty just stops. He stops for just a second. Otherwise, the spacing's completely reasonable there.
Oh, great suppress. Ult is just immediately nullified right there.
SAD here, basically, playing very similarly to the way we saw Shopify do it. Is there a timing here? I can't believe it. No, not quite. Perhaps if he just stuck to his guns, he might have had it. Bonzi cleared out here in the kill contract, so ISO ultimate traded up for some value. And this is what we kind of mentioned. 1 ultimate per round, ration them out, can really start to snowball a game. The C-side's about to get extremely hot and heavy now. More of these wild trips have been put on display for us. And Pancakes is going to see it all. Cage up now. Has him. Okay. Has to play, of course, with the Sheriff. Joe deals with him the shorty. It's going to be only the 1-for-1. There's only stingers remain. Shopify. BCJ doesn't sound very intimidating at all.
Jerwin's picked up that outlaw again. Why not? Buy is really bad. Well, a little bit unfortunate. Still, though, SAD should never be losing this round.
1 enemy remaining.
Finally, BCJ is put to bed. Spazzy now is thinking about the weaponry, but it's all distributed on the other side of the site. So we'd have to cross here. And you better believe this is being watched by 3 individuals. Spaz can TP, though. He's picked up an outlaw. And there's only 1 insta-kill here. Tuesday and Benji can take a hit unless it's to the dome. Spaz is going to step up. Here it comes. Okay. He tries to go for it. I do respect it. Ends up finding one of the players, though, at full health and armor and not Zerona. So Tuesday just gets chunked down, and we are 2 rounds away now.
And we have arrived at the danger zone for SRB, where they recognize that too, as they are calling the timeout, because SAD have built up their economy to a significant extent. They've just been able to use their dual assaults to win some rounds. Zerona's got the Hunter's Fury. Jerwin is approaching that dimensional drift. They're able to use the kill contract on an anti-eco, which is always a nice feeling when you're the ISO and you know you're about to just get a free kill in that 1v1. You're playing gun game against someone that's still stuck on the pistol when you've gotten all the way to the rifle.
Kill issue.
It's just so free.
And yeah, again, it's honestly great when you're a little bit concerned about like not being able to clear the defenders out of every corner. Being able to throw a kill contract in and just extract one of them. Feels pretty good on rounds like this. And then you walk out with a double tap, right? So when the fighting does get heavy, you're inoculated against that sheriff headshot. It's just really hard to be a juiced up ISO in one of those rounds. Let's do this. Armageddon at the ready for BCJ. On this defense side, Shopify Black have definitely languished a little bit. Paint's been looking for ways to get in the game. We've seen it pushing up into mid window, pushing up out of A over to C. Every round he's trying to get inserted, Wyatt. Now that he's got a proper weapon to play with, it looks like they want to throw down on this A long.
Now Jerwin is upgraded to the operator, going to control over towards that C side of the map. Some of the standard util from SRB with the missiles to try and contain early on A. Leaving Paint to just jiggle for info, which is obscured by the dark cover that you can see on the minimap. SAD intentions of just pivoting back to Jerwin, who's patiently clearing these angles, hoping to find an opening.
As is tucked, he hears the double tap, hit with the paranoia, throws one out of his own. Dangerous now, Armageddon comes in! Spaz having to make short work of it, but Zerota apparently just caught inside of it like a lemming.
Down, C.
Benji is basically in Saskatchewan.
That was just a perfect Armageddon from BCJ. What can you really say? I mean, you're going for a full C-long hit against the Armageddon. You are absolutely fried.
You just not go C on a round like that? If you're concerned about, if you're tracking that Armageddon? Feels dangerous when you get a player that can slow you up by just like being tucked in the corner and trying to spray you down.
Yeah, I mean, if they were able to trade out quicker onto Spaz, they would have had two players that could have gone in and be fighting on the site. But then, yeah, even still, SRB were so quick to flood back in that situation and get players coming through that BC link into backsite. It is a really difficult ask
10 seconds left
to be able to win against the Armageddon in that situation.
Oh, Benji, got to wait this one out here. Keep the rifle in hand. And finally, Shopify Rebellion Black get on the round. This is, of course, one of the 9-3 maps of all time. So we never get too ahead of ourselves, especially when a defense side is only able to get those 3 rounds. And SAD did everything right in terms of converting the pistol, rationing out some of those powerful ultimates carefully. But here, let's see how this... Oh, man, that is good. Oddly enough, yeah, Zerona wants to tuck in Cubby there, but doesn't realize that, because you can't really tell that the coverage of that Armageddon is perfectly, so it will catch a Cubby player as well.
It's tough as well when your Yoru's hopping and you don't have someone to teleport deep backside. But anyway, that is in the past. Time to live in the present, where Benji is attempting to get some space towards a long, hoping that there will be someone from Shopify pushing up. He can find an opening that way.
Oh, buddy, not good. Benji slowed up, and Paint is going to be able to punish it. Cheeky little trap play there. And it's all set up with the info gained by that little drone. Punishing stuff indeed. Joe, we're now going to waste no time. They're trying to get up onto this B side. It's Spaz going to be the first contact again. Holding a little paranoia here. He's going to get pressure though in this backside. He knows that he needs to swing for it and just doesn't have a chance to deploy his util in a gameful manner. Paint sees the edge of him here, of course, as Joel will peek around corners a little bit more when double tap is active. And that's a clean round for Shopify Rebellion Black. A little uninspired for SAD after they'd lost their Cypher on A.
They're definitely doing what this comp does best, which is flooding in with a ton of utility, getting your Neon in position, creating space. Absolutely deleting SAD on that entry into B. And yet that was just... Benji honestly looks like he was kind of asleep at the wheel in that situation, playing tucked into Cubby against this comp that SRB are running. And when you spot it out like that, you kind of have to get out of dodge, but he was suppressed, so he didn't even have a cage to cross. They just put it in a horrendous situation, if we're being honest. SRB are looking to close this map out now. SAD's own map pick. They have just not been up to scratch compared to a team that are, well, they should be one of the massive favorites in the league, despite their current woes.
Yeah, and now they have to win out from here, which is kind of insane. A big ask for them now. This is a Swiss system, so you keep getting pitted against those with the same record as you. And the threat of elimination, at least from the Swiss stage, is now ever present for them. That is just the world they live in. God, it's just easy for BCJ, isn't it? Tuesday steps up and he takes a couple chunks out of him. This is the weapons here for SAD are so rough, and their contact swinging A long, hoping for something.
Look, I was going to say, look at Joe on the map. All right, just doesn't matter. Monty runs him down.
Close to a kill contract, but at this stage, he's going to have to use it to keep his team alive in this game. Not bad for Sheriff Player, won't lie. Pushing out through that cyber cage now with a neural theft to give you everything you need to know.
Spike planted.
Of course, Bastis realizes that because he's obviously been revealed, he may as well clear these trips. Cats out of the bag well and truly. Paint would love to fly into the site here. Relay bolts thrown out. They did not connect on anyone, but Monty's there to back him up at least. This puts Benji in an unenviable situation. First, a vacation to Saskatoon. Second, having to 1v2 clutch under the effects of paranoia to keep his team in the game. And he's low, real low. Still, Monty falls. Spaz gets him though. One better. Money still good for Shopify. No concerns about being able to buy. SAD Esports now got to throw down for the map.
At this point, I have to say this map is looking kind of hopeless for SAD. Even if they're able to convert this next round, look at the state of the ults for SRB. With just a couple orbs away from all of that impact that the initiators can have when the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder are up, you have to imagine that SRB are sure to lock this up. If not this round, the one after it.
Let's see what the buy's looking like here. Honestly, all things considered, pretty good. You've got basically everything you need to win around here for SAD. And Joel, of course, can potentially secure that player advantage early with an orb pickup. Here's Arna's Fury to start things off. Dimensional Drift also simultaneously comes through as Joen gets himself onto the A site. This is a full retake here for Shopify, who don't have any big retake ultimates to rely on.
You and me.
BCJ low. Okay, I would avoid that kill contract. Paint, though, a little bit of an awkward landing. Wobbly as he came down after throwing the relay bolts, and the other two players realized the timing wasn't there. Paranoia secures that kill comfortably enough, though, but Monty does allow himself to get pinged.
SAD, they are now aware that there are two players flanking them, so do they want to try and fight forward? It looks like they do.
Nice and clean. The delivery set forward off. Joe happy to take yet another fight. Monty has actually developed that Rolling Thunder for a future round, but Joe exits with 4. Great showing here, but it's a round you've got to take, obviously, and where those big ultimates do come down.
Yeah, now we are at the aforementioned juncture in which SRB still have a ton of cash and they're getting those initiator ultimates activated. Really surprised, though, to see these moments where SRB are very disconnected at the pace that Paint is playing at compared to some of their other players. It hasn't been able to be entirely punished by SAD in this game, but it is odd to see from them, not something that they were really a victim of before.
It reminds me of what I thought G2 would look like when Jordan joined their team. Like, this super aggressive player, like a little bit out in front, like the spacing not there. Timing's also hard to play off of. As we discussed that, though, we have a full site here and a full pull out there by SRB, of course. Rolling Thunder I alluded to earlier is going to be so pivotal in this retake.
Hey, it is going to be sent out. Paint just has the AWP right now, by the way.
Oh my goodness, the guy was stunned. I'm pretty damn sure. Hides their inside hell. Pancakes has got a lot to shoot at here. Monty can't really recover it for Shopify Rebellion Black. That is awkward stuff, Wyatt. Awkward indeed. SAD. Kind of get away with it there.
They have nice crossfires set up, but Jerwin gets 2 because Paint just has the AWP, and he was still 1 orb away from actually having the overdrive. So he's forced to drop down and then isn't close enough, so he has to run at him with a shorty, but then it takes too much time so Jerwin can transfer the spray. Really uncomfortable. Rolling Thunder out the window, economy in the bin. That uncomfortable buy, but Shopify determined to stick to the game plan they had for the retake really just ends in disaster. And now SAD have an opportunity to get this game into OT. They're getting close to it.
Joen has built 2-dimensional drifts in 3 rounds. Yet again has it online here.
Here we go.
Spotted by the cams, gonna have to be a push here on the A side of the map. Paint wants to make use of this overdrive. Well, at least it sets up for BCJ to find the 1. Tuesday looks pretty comfortable here. There's a crossfire set up for SAD as they whip around and address the threats coming from their own side of the map. And we'll put this one to bed pretty quickly now. Pancakes just wants to get it over with. Here's Joa making a bit of noise. Takes him out of the game, a chance to upgrade a weapon here and perhaps find a use for it as the spike is headed to A.
And with that, Vandal could maybe
planted.
pull it off, at least attempt to pull it off. With Jerwin slipping his way into heaven, that task is going to be quite tough for the lone Cypher, who's tagged up, spotted out, and really should be going down any second now.
All right. Little labored the way that was drawn out, but the result is ultimately the same. Weapons back in the hands of Shopify Rebellion Black this next round. And Armageddon to work with. So again, a powerful initiator ultimate to try and leverage to close the game out. But just like I mentioned, Jerwin did not have a need to make use of Dimensional Drift that previous round. It's an anti-eco round. He saves it for this one. Suffice to say, it's the most important round of the game.
What I was looking at as well for SAD in that prior round, aside from just, winning their anti-eco, was that Zerona came into it a couple orbs away from having the Hunter's Fury and leaves the round with the ultimate online. I mentioned previously something that SAD didn't do when they had Hunter's Fury Dimensional Drift on defense was sync up those two ults to find kills in a retake then. But now on attack, they can use that to actually take a site or potentially use it in a post plant. And that could get them over the finish line on a round that again has SRB's economy hanging in the balance here.
I think you might have touched on maybe one of the issues for SRB in these sort of prior games coming in. Pain is often sliding out in front. And we mentioned, it's just a little too early, such that crosshair placement doesn't really get broken. He gets taken down, and there's no chance to trade that kill out. At the very least, as Neon, you want to make that space and trade yourself. We've seen a number of times now where Pain has been sort of stopped in his tracks, unable to kind of go for the basic game plan here for Neon.
Cutting through. Yeah, honestly, this might just be some stupid speculation, but maybe he played too well in that first game where he feels invincible, genuinely. But all right, regardless, here's Sherwin with that Dimensional Drift getting into the Z site, and there it is, synced up with the Hunter's Fury. Has it in an awkward position. Okay, at the very least for SAD, he's traded out.
All right, messy stuff there, but Pain and BCJ get there. This leaves SAD with very little left to work with. Spike is out in the open. Armageddon to clear it as Pain does go down. He's, again, always in midair when he's found. So Rona was able to evil the numbers up. Drone here, they've got to know he's tucked cubby. Yep, they're going to try and clear that now. That aftershock, it ends up being a 1-for-1. Monzi now for the game. Whoa! Okay, Benji had the drop on him, but Monzi had the flick. And Shopify Rebellion will bail themselves out of what could have gotten a little ugly.
Shopify excelled when they were able to play in the flood of situations like that. And it's 2 times, actually, getting into C when BCJ had an Armageddon that nets them around win. So credit to him for using those at the opportune times twice on defense to get them over the finish line. And Monsi hitting that nice flick to get the kill on Benji in a situation where he definitely looked like he was not the favored of the 2 players to win that 1 versus 1. So that is SAD's map pick stolen away. They kept it close. There were some mistakes from SRB. There were some highlight moments from SAD, but overall, SRB were definitely the more competent team holistically.
We haven't really seen Ascent at all, actually, from this Shopify Black team. And for SAD, it's been a little bit of a difficult map for them this split so far. So we're going to check back in, of course, with our desk and get ourselves ready for the second map in this series, the Ascent, right after the break.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much anxiety going into matches. Something we really implemented that it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, having the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. Just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice and whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game, just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressure. So at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared.
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, just my main thing is always having fun, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with the pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature as electronics.
Lowest map one in this all-important series, but in the end, Shopify Rebellion Black are going to hold strong and take it down 13-10, stealing away SAD Esports map pick. I mean, Vans, this was close through and through, as close as it could be for a 13-10 in such a crucial series, but SRB, one closer to living another day.
Better than a 0-13 that Uber had to correct me before when I was talking about the results here out from SAD Esports. But no, to bring it back, and jokes aside, I think that change that Ash has mentioned before from both Jerwin and Joa from different roles that are playing on those duelists, it actually did help them out a little bit more. You saw that Joa was much more comfortable playing into the ISO, not necessarily being like that support player that we were hoping he was going to be able to do as the initiator, but he was definitely helping out in terms of like the entry and anchoring towards the sites, especially in those post-plant scenarios for the side of SAD Esports. But overall, I feel there's been like, we were mentioning at the desk, there's not too much overheating coming in from paint as the neon. There's been a bit, but at least there's always been players behind them for sure to be able to get trades here and there. But they definitely made these rounds like very close battles wins for Shopify Rebellion Black. It wasn't as clean as I expected the map to be here for the side of SRB, especially when I'm thinking this should have gone into a 2-0 when we're starting the show here for SRB. But SAD Esports are definitely convincing me that they definitely could put up a good fight against Shopify right now.
I think that's definitely aligned with my two biggest takeaways, that SAD Esports, they're making a bit of a switch and it's going to be looking better, even if it's not quite enough for a win here, and kind of punishing a couple of these things from SRB. Whereas for SRB, this win is great. A next one would be fantastic. But Ash, kind of need to look for still a little bit more for this team, considering that, yes, again, this is the stage 1 champions, but talk about even just the individual player performance here. Even if it wasn't all about paint, we did get to see kind of an even performance across the board, which been really, really nice, and Pancakes leading the charge.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we look to highlight him here, right? He's just been such a consistent player for the side of SRB. And overall, I know that we didn't see like as much of the impact as we would have wanted out from him, I don't think, on the defensive side there for SRB. But that's also, it's a lot of responsibility to have to bear. And for Pancakes as well, he had that survivability at the very least. Like on defense, he didn't take any like first engagements. So was still able to keep that utility up. It's just that I think there's great protocoling on the attacking side from SAD, a lot of aggression that's enabled by the fact that they are running that double duelist. But overall now we have to look forward to what the expectations are on Ascent, I think, as well. A map that we haven't seen out from SRB yet so far. So I'm curious to see what kind of take SRB are going to have, especially when it comes down to that sentinel role, because we've seen a lot of variety, I think, on Ascent within VCL NA. We've seen teams running that deadlock. We've seen the Vice coming out. We've seen also, you know, really cool Cypher setups with the changes that have happened over at B main and more trips that are enabled there for lane as well. So I think that there is additional pressure on Pancakes to continue forward with this performance going into map number 2 with those things in consideration.
Yeah, if anything, Pancakes also went 15-6 on the attack side for SRB when they started things off over there. You already saw it from the highlight reel. He started with a 4K into the pistol round, so it showed here for Pancakes with the entries that he's also getting. I think it was like 4 first bloods, the most for the team on the attack as well. So he's really with the team moving forward in these executions and not necessarily being like the sole work type of play that we're doing for the side of SRB. So they were very, very explosive in those hits rather, and it looked pretty good for that.
Before we quite dive into this next map, kind of wanted to break down something a little from this map, fans, especially too when you're looking at SRB and things that maybe need to change if we are looking for this team to try and fight their way through this to make it into playoffs. Looking back specifically at this round 15.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why you're seeing this game being a little bit close on the side of SAD as well. When they're starting to bring this comeback on the continuous seaside hits that they kept doing here on that side. I mean, look at this position right here. It's a 4 versus 2 at that point. And where I wanted to maybe talk about SRB is maybe a lack of synergy or communication, how things are going. Because if you're looking at the position from Pancakes at the very beginning in the garage in that window, this is where Ash was saying, like, he wasn't being challenged too much. His U2 was always up. He's able to find good information for the team as well. He even gets droned down at the same time too. So when it comes to his position and then the trip getting broken in the back of the site, you know that there's information on where those two players are at. So one's towards the spawn, one's towards the garage. How do you fight back against that? I love that they grouped at the beginning for SRB. And they went for a flash without even getting ready to flood into the sites. And then now what happens here is that BCJ is already going for a flank before the other 3 even engages into flooding in the back of the site, therefore focusing their opponents on the triple swing so that BCJ could get the best value off the backstab. So that's that type of miscommunication, not leveraging that flash, really allowed for SAD Esports to take advantage of like this not only converting a 2 versus 4, but also breaking economy, stringing some rounds on that side. Yes, it was a map that they lost on the side here of SAD Esports, but this is definitely something that they could continue to abuse going into the attack side if this continues to linger on for SRB.
And for SRB, that's something to kind of reflect on and maybe try and fix going into this next map of the series is now we're going to be looking at Ascent. And want to go back to something that you said, Ash, which is we haven't seen this from SRB. And when we've talked about SRB having being a team that has so much tape on them and that being exploitable, then I'm very intrigued with how Ascent is going to look. And obviously they're confident on it because it is their pick. So this should be really good for the team, right?
In theory, it definitely should. I think this is a team that you have to keep in mind has really good fundamentals at the end of the day overall. I know that maybe we saw a little bit of a lack of that, it felt like, on Haven at times. But at baseline, the expectation is there. We've seen the best of the best out of SRB. They had incredible protocoling. That's why they managed to take that title during the first stage. And I think that there is going to be a lot of pressure on this squad. Again, we have to remind ourselves that the elimination, not only from the Swiss stage, but also that shift into the promo relegation is a lot on their shoulders, especially, I think, for a team like SRB, who managed to take that crown during that first stage. And they want to make it clean. They want to show that they're still the team that they were during stage 1, and they need to start making that statement now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this map here for Ascent that I wouldn't be surprised to see Paint back on a Jet. I think I'm rolling back to the year, quote unquote, to see Paint when he was playing that Jet and the tech that was playing on that 1 versus 2 on that A site Icebox, and I was, or sorry, on A site Ascent, and it made me go, oh crap, this guy is freaking awesome. And I can't wait for him to get picked up for our team because he shows a lot of potential grinding up. But also, since it's a map that hasn't been picked by SRB yet throughout the season with the Ascent coming back, I think that this could be an opportunity to pull out the Waylay one more time. Anything else outside of that, though, should be quite similar in terms of, I would assume, what SAD Esports is coming out with, because I don't think that the bench comp is the right approach anymore with the KO Silva and Cypher, but the Tejo brings a lot of value with the KO now. And that could maybe be the new standard on how you want to approach the maps here on the attack side, especially with the double initiator with the Tejo, because it allows for you to stop so much aggression coming in from the defensive side as soon as the barriers come up. So it allows for you to get a lot better conditioning on your attack side as well. And BCJ has been playing a lot of Tejo in the past, a little bit of KO as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if Monzi is going to switch over to those. And those would be pretty much some comfort picks for throughout the whole board here for SRB going to this map.
The agent select ready, let's head on over to that. But there's a lot to be looking out for, of course, what SRB are going to be running. But SAD Esports, what they've played in Challengers so far differs than what they've played just last week when you're looking at that Sova versus the Tejo. It's been the Sova more recently than not. And on the day, Vans, they're going to go back to that. Shopify Rebellion Black, though, I am excited to see Paint Waylay action.
Yeah, that surprised me for SAD Esports. They don't want to keep the Tejo on the side in their composition, but I mean, this is standard as could be. The Vice is quite good, at least on the defensive side. I think it's still stronger than a KJ or a Cypher on that map. But again, focus on SRB's composition, the Waylay coming on to this one as well. This is pretty much the G2 comp that you see in the VCTs, and it's very, very impressive on how you could really have good engagement and utility usage to explode into the sites. You're forcing your opponents to play retake every single time. So hopefully SAD Esports has protocols to fight in front of the first wave util from the side of Shopify Rebellion.
I think with the playstyle of SAD Esports, I feel like they will find a bit more of the value out of Zerona's kit with the Sova, just because of the extra like reconnaissance that you can do and just assist Jerwin like in getting onto that site when you do still have like the paranoia. You have the flashes from Joa to help him actually take a lot of that space. But I do agree. I think the Paint being on the Waylay is definitely where our eyes are drawn towards. And it's no surprise that Pancakes is going to be on that Cypher here as well. I'm excited to see how creative he gets with a lot of the setups, especially over on the defensive side, but getting ahead of myself because they will be starting out on the attack first. And I think what's nice with the Waylay is that ability to recall is going to be really strong, but it's going to be up to the rest of SRB to also take that space if Paint does need to reposition.
I'm so excited to get into this one. Reminder, SRB up 1 in the series elimination match. SAD Esports, the deck is certainly stacked against them now. Let's see if they can get the upset on Ascent to take us into a map 3, or if it's going to be an SRB win through and through. Ascent is ready, so let's head on back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thanks, crew. Yeah, I mean, a lot of our conversation on Haven, Wyatt, was about how Shopify Rebellion Black were setting Waylay up, or at least be able to play off them. Now, moving over to the Waylay here on Ascent, feels like their comp is really, feels like the modern evolution of that sort of standard Ascent comp where you don't necessarily have a Sova here, maybe have less of that info gathering, but you still have a drone to work with Tejo. And of course, SAD are going to bring the Vice in here. We've seen some good application of this in the past.
I'm a big fan of the Vice. SRB are almost playing the G2 comp. To do that, they would just have to replace their Cypher with a Vice. So almost identical to that. And on the topic of G2, obviously Jogamo is one of the players bringing Waylay into the meta, and had said early on that he feels like all of the best Jets are just playing Waylay instead on the good Jet maps. And that hasn't been entirely true, but I'm excited to see Pain on this agent.
Okay, Pain drops down behind the scene. Joe, please! Please! What are we looking at tree for? What's the tip-off there? Maybe he's expecting a fast A split, but just doesn't expect there to be such pace from main?
Yeah, even still is just absolutely caught unaware. Little unfortunate. This round is already in the bin for SAD, unless Zerona can do something incredible from heaven. Benji, the door is finally broken, and yeah, GG on this one. Wrap it up.
Pain, look for the ace.
Oh my god.
Little light speed. Not quite what they were looking for, but that's a lot of old orbs accrued in the space of this singular round. So, suffice it to say, folks, the pistol round starts very well, or the game starts very well for Shopify Rebellion Black. Guys, we need to just wrap this one up. Thank you. BCJ will be credited with their final elimination, and we're off to round 2.
The main fight was just pretty good from Shopify. What can you say? Paint was up top, able to drop down after that one-way expired, just get a couple free kills, and then Joe just offers himself up as a nice little juicy morsel waiting there in the middle of the site, and GG on that one. Not a whole lot to analyze from that. I'm gonna be real. Cool cross-map dart.
Paint just dropped down behind him off the ledge that one-way normally gets deployed on. Either way. SAD Esports, yeah, a bit of a communication breakdown there for them. Something that we've actually sort of wondered if Shopify Rebellion Black themselves had struggled with. And 0 point, though, of course. The standard one for Joa. We'll see 2 players. Shopify do have some decent armaments here. Just the one stinger. Everything else is pretty reasonable. Paint went straight up to a Vandal.
I will say on this map, win or lose, I am going to be paying attention to if Shopify's ability to tighten up these timings and the spacing between Paint as the duelist and the rest of the squad following up on him. Because that was troublesome on Haven. It was resulting in errors for SAD to exploit. And I want to see if that's going to persist or if they can clean that up.
So far not too shabby. Also, Paint now is in a role, or on an agent that obviously can get off those angles for free should they need to with Refract. So a little bit different than the Neon, who's very much all in, feels very committal in most of those scenarios and those early engagements. So B is going to be the play here. And it will be
trying to rush back in time.
Well, we heard that. Surely we heard that. Oh, okay. Refract comes in. Paint almost got down instantly, but there's well enough armaments not to fall straight away as Pancakes now wants to step it up. But Jerwin goes nuts there with the Sheriff. BCG has to put them down, but they won't know there's a player tucked here. Benji's at 7 health, but a right click could be the order of the day. BCJ ready for it though now. We're even on numbers, but a Bulldog's been picked up by Joa. Tuzi just tries to take the fight there out in the open. Now they're 2 versus 1. BCJ should be able to clean it up. Cool, calm, collected. This boy's been on some big stages. And we'll get Shopify at their second.
What an absolute hero. BCJ's util was also fantastic. Perfect timing to get that stun through on lane as well when there were only 6 seconds to get the spike down. It was a very light sell of a fake from SRB. They just had the KO throwing close right-click flashes through the dark cover. And so when no one's following that up, SAD are like, okay, well, they're clearly not here. We're just going to gun it over to the B side. And they actually beat them to the site. And that's how Jerwin was able to get those kills. But BCJ, an absolute hero.
Big awful bonus here now for a Shopify after things got derailed a little bit there. We got there in the end. It's all about the destination, not the journey there. Jerwin here backs up back into market. Like, dark cover being thrown up. We'll need to re-emerge in just a moment now as Paint's already got their conversion paths already. Trade is there. Monty able to find Joe and take the jet out of the game, and Paint snuck in amidst all of this, but Benji's completely unconvinced. We'll see a barrel in a moment. We'll get all the info he needs. That's one you've got to get, and he does. And for Monty, who couldn't find a decent weapon amidst all the chaos. So the bonus round does go the way of SAD. Shopify here, happy enough to buy up properly. Now it is Waylay Ultimate ready to go.
Pancakes early on there falling victim to an incredibly obnoxious situation that the Vice creates and thrives in, which is throwing that diagonal wall on B main. And then when you get in past it, someone's cut off, and then the rest of your team are being slowed down by the thorns on the ground. And especially, you know, Paint, he goes in initially, and then he's going to get the space and refract back into main, and then you're just stuck. And you're alone, you're miserable, you're dying.
It's a very troll wall, isn't it?
It's troll and it's good.
Oh, is this the trailer? This is exactly what the trailer looked like. Paint straight up mid through market with conversion paths. Really, an opportunity to find these SAD players who were stacked a little bit more heavily towards A. Paint sees a little bit of Zorona as they emerge now, trying to push the envelope a little bit further, and would have given an opportunity for Pancakes to get embedded there, but 2 obnoxious situations back-to-back for the Cypher player. Now to the BCJ. Looked very good to shut down that round 2. This one not quite as stellar. We'll have an even game.
that wall came into play again, by the way, on main, because as the split came in, the players in main got stuck. So everybody from SRB, with Paint leading the way with that ultimate coming through the switch door through market, they were just alone fighting in this site. And then really it just further gets disconnected as those SRB players want to take the fight to SAD in spawn. And then finally the rest of the teammates get out and start to go to lane, and Benji's still backside. The Vice is so good on this map. I am such a fan of it.
Okay, Paint, yeah, might want to just trigger the wall. They've kind of got to send the Waylay in first and almost refract away from it just to get it out. They've done that here. Just the Cypher's been inserted over towards this B side. He'll play close. Mid, though, might be the plan. A lot of sheriffs in play. Stealth drone, in theory, would pave the way. But the suppression came in a little bit too late if they were hoping that Jerwin wouldn't be able to dash out.
Uzi spotted, but just going to play safe. Double back up with Joa, but you're right. I mean, you called out that refract has to be used to trigger the wall in B main. They don't have any other tools to do it with. And because the wall is actually placed within the site itself, it's not like you can just go walk in and do the little jump to get it activated. You're gonna die.
Exactly, just die. It's much better than like an info trip, right? Or even like the toolkit you try and play on.
It's goated. It's so good, man. I really, personally, I think Vice is like easily the best Sentinel on this map right now. Like, is the Cypher good? Yes, I think it's good, but I think the Vice is just great personally. But
what do you have to do? Like,
regardless,
it's a weird, like, awkwardly 0 point the freaking Vice so they can walk up. I guess null command, you know, as they're not playing off the site, but I wouldn't bank on it. What are we going to run in? Run with null command and hope that the Vice is close enough to be affected by it? I just don't think so. And especially with, you know, the style of this Vice play is to sort of set util up on one side and then play the other. We see that all the time, especially when we had double Sentinel on this kind of map. So yeah, speaking of which though, that null command is online for both of these KO players. Shopify losing a couple awkward rounds trying to hit A and B, excuse me. And now that Vice Wall's gone over to Tree.
German's got some fair control here with the op, and this is where defensively things can get out of hand. When you're SRB, you hear the op, you see it. Oh, okay, well, we don't want to go into that. Let's go over to the A site. And then you're running into multiple players with that Sentinel utility all over the place.
The null command got active. So we just pushed off that entirely. Here comes the arm again. This is going to force Tuzi onto the site. In theory, out through the smoke, BZJ was able to deal with the Omen, which is kind of wild, but he might have been suppressed and unable to TP off there. That's kind of ridiculous. The freest of free kills there for Shopify. Little gap in that fragment, but Joa can't really make use of it because he just dies if he swings that corner. If he's that close to it, he's going to see them very late. Has his own non-command, but of course, no good reason to make use of it now. The 0 point sword 2. But he has to know these defenders are tucked close. Quietly swinging out. There is at least a double swing available here for Benji had he not fallen when he did. And the trades are fine, but they're not going to be enough. Here's Jerwin. Yep, I'm suppressed. I'm getting the heck out of here. Pancake's going to be waiting to gobble him up. And he does.
It's the operator gone. SAD do have a lot of money, though. They can buy it up again. You just have to give massive credit to BCJ, who is, for me, the MVP of this series at the moment. Not only has he been finding good kills in this game, with that 4K earlier with the Guardian on a pivotal round for SRB, but it's also his utility that's just been massively impactful. Now, on a defensive setup that should have been very good for SAD, having all of that Vice util to play around, they're just forced into the open by the Armageddon. BCJ collects 2. It's just so well done from him.
Okay, look at Paint. Very quick behind those salvos. No prior opportunity to catch someone out. The sheer wall is back over towards the B side now. We're refracting out. The fake for now has been sold. But how quickly can Pancakes afford to get active here? The rest of Shopify moving in to take this B main space up. They're still going to have the same woes that they had. And there we go. We get a sheer wall clear. Yeah, through the cyber cage. Very reasonable way to get it out.
No one really in position to try and spam onto him, and now the full exec can come through for SRB. They have to deal with Benji entrenched backside with the arc rose. Pancakes caught, exposed.
Paint with unreal composure there just to plant his feet and go for the tap. That's the B site cleared out entirely now. Of course, standard smoke will clear towards this defender side spawn area. And for the retake, there is a null command active. This is tough for BCJ because his salvos have just come back online. He may look to make use of those momentarily. Also a stealth drone to sort of see this retake coming. He spots the op player. Knows that Jerwin is headed his way. And Joa, having been prior suppressed now, moves. Oh my goodness, the second! I don't know where he found that one from. Blades over the ready for Jerwin. And he whiffs every one of them. Gotta be Toozy here, but once again, it's BCJ laying down the clutch, putting Rebellion Black back in the lead.
Things just not synced up in that 2 versus 2 for SAD. 2 individual timings taken on the swings, punished by SRB. BCJ coming up clutch and putting the defenders in this uncomfortable position 2 rounds in a row where they have to retake at a disadvantage with the operator. And losing the op twice has put their economy in a horrible position now. This is starting to look like a very strong attack side for SRB. They really do everything right there. Pancakes getting the wall triggered early, like we mentioned, throwing down the cage. Just a lot of positives on that last round for Shopify.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of ways, you know, when you start to think outside the box, you can clear it, but there's risk associated with all of them. Spaz! Yeah, come on, bro! That is crazy! Spaz with the most telegraphed TP ever basically issues a written invitation to SAD to look for him in that position. Toozy's just a little bit slow, doesn't have the weapon to punish it. Swing that, you won't. Bam! Zerona's going to take him down, though, with the stinger. Looking for more. Pancakes will shut him down, but he's a steel guarded. Benji tries to even the score. And Shopify don't like what they see.
See, this is where things for SAD are just not as tight and regimented as they are for SRB. Like, Zerona taking that swing while Benji wants to use the Steel Garden, but just takes the fight too early. Then the Steel Garden is used, and it's just a nothing at all. You know, just those tiny little 1 second decisions, a moment of communication lost, and it's resulted in SRB being in a solid position to take this round.
Good salvos. Very good salvos, Wyatt. I mean, the timing's perfect there. SRB are like a half second ahead. That's more than enough now to get set up. BCJ been the clutch master in a ton of these rounds, and he is positioned to do the same should anything go a little bit haywire. Benji only has a sheriff. Still holding the shield wall, by the way. Never thought to make use of it in that prior round. No good to him now.
Does recover the rifle. Is going up against a couple of very weak players.
Not ready yet.
The issue is he's going to have to take time trying to clear the site. He hears one in main. He knows they're both main.
Surely a double swing, though, would solve this issue. Now, yep, with the util out, BCJ kind of knows
just
there is no time.
Move faster.
Pinged out by the cam. Pancakes probably doesn't want to give up a gun for this. It's a pretty avoidable situation, but that's the way it's going to go as BCJ gets caught by the blast. Money, by and large, fine here for Shopify Rebellion Black, and conversion paths again online.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I was about to point out. I want to see if SRB have another strat cooked up that they're going to throw out here with the conversion paths heading into this round, where Jerwin is also yet again invested in this operator. It is very good on defense Ascent. We all know that. That's always been the case. And when you don't have to go up against a Sova, that's nice too. You're only really worried about the stealth drone pinging you out, which obviously it does cover a ton of distance. It's a great utility piece for info gain, but
yeah, I think the last time Jerwin had a outlaw in hand, it was like a anti-eco, so didn't really get to see how Shopify were looking to deal with that defense side yet, but it's basically drilled into you on this map. You're gonna have to run into it at some point. Just look back over these last couple of rounds. Because Joa, just an unreal spray transfer there. Unfortunately, that's not enough to win in the round because BCJ has been clutching. This one here it's rough. You've only got a sheriff. You do hit Spaz pretty bloody hard.
I mean, if they get that kill clean, the complexion of the round, very different, but Spaz is able to get a cheeky one. He got his. All right, Jerwin, off, mid. What is the plan? I mean, he's looking like he's on the right angle, I'll tell you that.
I mean, Shopify have to know exactly where he's going to be. Here's the drone. Joan just has to tuck here, and Zerona doesn't actually have to step out and clear it. So very strong mid presence here for SAD. It's rarely you see this on this kind of map. More likely it's given up and have an extra player over at A. He's going to contact. We are just going to contact mid against the op. And BCJ comes off decidedly second best. His conversion partner heading over to the A side. Pain, of course, benefiting from that conversion buff. He's moving faster. He'll drop down here from heaven, but the timing gets the better of him. Zerona is able to emerge, and Jerwin, they never expect a second play with the shorty, that's for sure. Pancakes now has to try and salvage this, but look at where the spike is. Up on heaven. Jerwin, now very aware there will be players coming to collect.
Pancakes just wants to bide his time, hope that someone goes to re-clear grass. Get that into a 2v3, and oh, I didn't even realize, did not notice Spaz had the From the Shadows. That is an easy collection onto the spike. At least put this in a retake, and now Pancakes has the opportunity to try and find a kill when SAD are rotating off this site.
Sheer wall doesn't matter except in that it gives information to SAD. They've now realized that Spaz has crossed to the site. Pancakes is in the spot to do the funniest thing ever. He probably still is going to leave Spaz in a 1v2. Yeah, I mean, be hearing all of this, surely.
Even if he just gets one here and stays alive, he could cause enough delay for Spaz to be able to win this round out.
Oh, Spaz is so far forward on the side. Oh, it's okay. Just one.
Wait, no.
Just one. They had
so
a good idea.
aware.
They were also
They're
double
so
watching it as they
aware.
tried to cross. All right, Spaz, time to step up. 1v3. Money with your mouth is, buddy. Over the top there, sees the jet. He knows Jerwin's going to swing. Where's spacing? What is the timing there from the defenders? They served themselves up to Spaz on a silver platter.
Just zero reason to be throwing that round away. SRB come into it with this large set play around their convergent paths. They make the mistake of not having a smoke mid for BCJ to actually be able to cross. He's punished with the op. They're sitting in that 2 versus 4 the entire time. And then 1v3, they just cannot trade on to Spaz. Pretty disastrous for him, SAD. That was the round to get back into this defensive side. And now when you've already got 6 on Ascent attack, you're playing with house money. Any more rounds after this, you're already chilling with 6. You feel totally fine with that, but any more than this, you're just up so good.
It was a 4v2. A bona fide 2v4 there, yeah, for Shopify Black.
Be
right back. Not where they want to see the defenders, but here we are. Okay, so Lightspeed actually already gets paint onto that A side. And okay, we are going to feed Pancakes with our Sheriff Army. This town apparently ain't big enough for even one of these SAD players. Paint downed, and he was supposed to pave the way here for Shopify. So with that sort of falling apart, though, there's plenty of map to take now with the player advantage and decent amounts of info off the early action. Spaz now going to try and hold Tuzi and Benji in place.
Obviously, off that neural threat, SRB are aware that B is entirely unmanned, but it's taken them so long to get here that they're actually going to have to contend with everyone on SAD pushing back into the site. Just taking way too long. And now, yeah, we're running it back to A, but we're giving rifles and lives away.
It's fine. I mean, that's
okay.
Pretty well handled. You obviously had time to go over towards that A side anyway. Tough for Paint, though. I mean, I think taken down by a play with just a Sheriff, he really was being expected, I think, just to open that site right on up. Just doesn't expect that tree player.
No, definitely not. That could have gotten completely out of hand. It was just a lot of time being taken on this rotation over to B, and SAD beat them to it. However, they stabilize. Nice fight down mid. Jerwin, not enough cash for anything of significance. Just has the Blade Storm, and off that they want to go for the Tiles Crunch, which is entirely avoided by SRB.
I love a Tiles Crunch. It just, yeah, it's rough. There's nobody there to see it. All over towards A for the time being for SRB, and there's not a lot of this delaying util available. Spaz shows himself above the smoke there, and traders? Any traders? I'll take Khajiit at this point. Okay, there it is. BCJ and Paint at least dealing with it. Zerona here, though. Looking to try and find a Hunter's Fury opener. That one's a little suspect there for SRB. Limited information about that A site, and they seem to get a little bit bottlenecked pushing through main.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did they get stuffed by the wall and then Spaz said, "Let me teleport on top of it"? But just die? Is that what happened? I gotta
There's no trade. I'm screaming for a trade, but no one can see heaven.
I was seeing him over the dark cover. I'm like, but they don't have a Sage. I mean, that's like some 100 Thieves Ethan on Sage, and they're boosting up to fight over the smoke and main. I'm like, oh, wait a second. I don't see Ethan and Hiko. How are they peeking over this dark cover?
Bro, this sheer wall is just ruining Shopify, man.
I can't. How do we even get to the point where their economy is so bad that they can't have a full buy? I mean, yeah, I guess these rounds have been very close. Last of the half, SAD can get to 5. You're certainly not going to be comfortable with that on Ascent defense, but
you're in the game still.
Yeah, considering where they were at, they'll be happy to take it if they can get there.
Never really got going here. They never got multiple rounds with that defensive op in play either. All right, fast hit here behind the null command. Doesn't quite go the way they would have liked it to, I think. Razorvine there would have slowed people down on Speedway. Yeah, the sheer wall keeps them in B. Oh. Yep, well, we're chilling. Monty obviously is much easier to get up now, but there's no way the rest of his team is going to get to him.
Yeah, they're somewhat aware of where SRB are located at the moment.
Now
yeah, the spike may or may not be down inside of the site.
Pancakes steps up with the help of the flash. That is a beautiful entry. Cobbled together, honestly, expertly here by Shop. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pancakes. All right, one more here. Not to be too sharp there.
Brother.
Just, look, again, just some of these odd spacing moments here when you are wanting to try and, take these trades. Shopify Rebellion sort of let themselves down.
Yeah, I mean, they went for, Spaz went for the let me jump and draw the crosshair, but I think that was BCJ. Listen, they were not entirely coordinated on that one, unfortunately. Yep, there's the wall.
Oh,
yeah, that was just a little slow on the swing.
It was the saturation that came in on to the Sova of Zerota, so theoretically, right, your gun speed is drastically reduced, but didn't seem to be an issue for the Sova. The sheer wall is just a little too goated, bro.
It's so
seriously,
annoying.
it is the most powerful part of SAD's offering on this map.
No, straight up. Yeah, that wall has won the multiple rounds. The wall has won the more rounds than the guns have. Like, it's just goated. But all right, let's see if they can make a run at this game on the attack side.
The difference, I guess, is that it's a wall that you cannot blow up. That is automatic, so you don't have to be like Sage and sort of deploy it preemptively or like Deadlock, for example. It really just does everything you need it to without you having to do anything more than place it in a good spot. It is an absurdly powerful form of util. This is the second half now, folks. Round 13 sees SAD Esports on this attack side now. Joa having a very good first half in the end and a decent recovery for SAD.
Some presence continuing to be shown by the attackers towards B main. You can see that Joa just threw out that 0 point. The SAD are taking their sweet time. They were going towards A main, but are now running back. They're going to go into this B split. As soon as they break this trip, they're going to give up the game, though, and SRB should be on the rotate over towards this site. And they have 2 players entrenched in the back, and there's 20 seconds left. SAD, we're taking too much time. Go!
They're going to get slowed up even more. This Speedway hit is going to get punished. Salvos come down. 13 seconds left. BCJ, pot shots there towards the smoke. It's German going down first. Monzi, second to the fight. But the victor ultimately 2 up here for SAD. It's got to be a plant here, and they know it.
What?
Not enough time to plant, buddy. That is brutal. Spaz with the clutch without seeing any action, really. And he'll just clean them up. That insult to injury. Oh, dear.
It looked like SAD had full intentions of just pivoting into an A hit, and then last second, someone said, wait, let's actually split B. And then they go back, have to break the trip, and as soon as that's happening, all of SRB are running over, and they had 2 players backside the whole time, and there were 20 seconds left. Like, it just seems like they changed their minds and went for another pivot. They felt like SRB were too stacked in that A site, perhaps. I would have to see if something indicated or gave that impression to them. I mean, there were a couple players there, but damn, they just drained the clock way too far. German, well,
back in a flash.
Unlucky.
Disrespects the smoke there, and has 2 players set up in A main, so I'm not super sure what the plan was there. There's no opportunity to really trade off that. So now we have a player embedded in Wine. It's fast is sort of wise to it. Already on that angle. Yep, sees enough action to know. Luckily, Zerona is able to get out.
Joe was trying to work up mid. Again, this same trip is just placed there for the standard defensive info gain.
Pretty straightforward stuff here. BCJ off the timing will just slow down a push and, oh yeah, capitalize, of course, off that little nasty one-way cyber cage that we used to see on Sunset. Really potent. But that mid control is something now that SAD have to lean into a little bit. Try and get Joa up. Okay, so the A control is something that SAD want to try and go for here. Getting into tree. They're going to have Spaz set up towards main.
And again, guys, we're running out of time. SRB are all over the site. We're getting out of one dark cover. They are, well, they should be entirely cooked, and they are. It was a cool little idea towards the end. You saw that it was actually Zerona who sent a shock dart to break the trip in mid, to give the impression that, hey, maybe there's not actually like a player close walking through the trip, but there wasn't really any reason for Pancakes to give that lineup, so he did get the free kill onto Joa, but
yeah, I mean, when you're not in a, like, when you don't lose any early players, right?
Yeah, it was this instance I'm talking about.
Yeah. And Pancakes knows he's got 2 players at A, 2 players at B, so there's no reason for him to get off that line. He is the mid player in that scenario. He doesn't have other parts of the map to cover. And clearing that util makes way more sense. I think if you like take an early trade on the map and like thin out the defenders a bit.
This is the first full buy for SAD, but it's a Jerwin that did not have heavy armor. It goes down to the one shot from Pain.
One guy, bro.
That's so brutal.
And B site, pretty canvas with that Cypher utility. And of course, BCJ has just been throwing guided salvos down in B main just to buy some time and again play off that one-way cyber cage that is set up there. Just altering his angle, but still a potent one. With the Guardian that he's kept from the previous round. I don't think Monty sees anything yet. But he's about to.
Might have gotten the spot just there. Yeah, he definitely did. SAD are attempting to go into this B split. They have a lot of Cypher utility to deal with.
No chance prior to shut the door for the defenders, so they'll be a little isolated for the time being. There it is. It's the Teo util on Speedway. The Benji can't get clear of. Joa flashed to smithereens. And now SAD's gun round, the one they've been sort of working towards, has already been basically broken. You're on a 2-gun save here, almost certainly. And what was a quasi-bonus for Shopify in this second half goes off without a hitch.
It just becomes so incredibly difficult when your jet is down to try and execute into these Ascent sites. Not having that space creator, the way that the map is laid out, you're just getting bogged down at the chokes. They're really narrow. And so when you're just trying to get through and everyone can stare right at you, just one piece of utility can fully slow you down. Really just becomes a nightmare situation. It's resulted in SAD being down by 5, forced into the timeout, forced into a bad buy. Looking pretty tragic at the moment. And not just that, they're also just staring down elimination from this Swiss stage, being forced into the promo relegation tournament.
There's some highlights of the game that sort of went down. This is the first, the last few defense side rounds here for SAD, where, you know, again, they've got good control of these sides with that Vice util. It's pretty frustrating at times for a Shopify to puzzle a way through. They're going to have to think about that going forward, I think, with some of these other matchups, because again, for both teams, they can't afford to lose from this point out. There's still a couple more rounds of Swiss before we get to the playoffs. But yeah, got tough here. Paint very quickly got a scope weapon in their hands. Joa tries to test mid, even though it was a shock that cleared the recon. They were still waiting for it. And that is brutal. German has a rifle and doesn't have full armor. the pistol from way back.
All right, so out of this timeout, you're going to have SAD, like we mentioned, just not being able to put together any buy of significance. Paint will be more than happy to just keep going with the Outlaw.
All right, let's get into this.
I'm sorry, what did Tuzi just bring into this round? Am I seeing things correctly? He bought a heavy armor, just has the classic and is down to 400.
Did he hand something over to Joe and maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Did he hand? Yeah, he must have just gotten.
Are they trying to get an attack side up early?
Rifle to Tuzi, but why would? But what? He has a heavy. I'm not going to try to crack the guy.
I mean, I kind of wish Apex did this before a bit more often, but you know, that's just personal opinion.
I'm just going to allow SAD to go in and see if this works. Sherman has that meter rifle, collects 2, but Paint on the refract, stays alive, trades things out. Well, and here's Tuzi. He's got his heavy armor and a rifle now, so maybe he can win out the round.
Problem solved. Able to scavenge a downed weapon. Benji also went up to a Guardian. Now, the issue is that BCJ should have his salvos online soon-ish. Should be coming back off cooldown. Special delivery here. There's still been no plants. This is bought all the time. Oh, Buddy Paint's in there. Okay, he's out of there. Never mind. Let's run it back. And, well, SAD to saunter around the site, refusing to plant. They don't have any information. So, eventually, Shopify get bored waiting.
I love how they play that. It's just the small things, but man, BCJ is really just a consistent, intelligent player. The way he's using this Tejo utility and repositioning himself is really lovely to watch. Such a standout for me today. You touched on it before, but man, I mean, the experience gap as well that this guy has compared to the field, and I mean, definitely compared to this server, is really so valuable to this SRB team to have someone like him who's competed on the world stage.
Pancakes had a great game today as well. Fantastic on the previous map. 21 frags there. Here he's rocketing to get another strong showing. Only round 17, but Shopify Rebellion already knocking on the door of a series exit and their stay here in Challengers Stage 2 being prolonged. Remember, 4 and 3 gets you into playoffs. So they have to win out from here. This match and then the next 2 consecutively. Again, for these guys, that is still quite a climb. You know, there are a lot of very, very good teams that are awaiting them here, of course, in Challengers. So they need to be ship-shape from here on out.
Tackside operator is just slowly working its way up mid, but
so this is why they gave German, they bought Joe in the rifle last round. It better work. That's out the bag. Right, Joe with there to back him up. All right. I wouldn't say that was the operator that got them what they wanted there, Wyatt, but good mid control. Monty peering in now. A couple of players actually grouped up here. Joe, sorry. Misses, flash in. Bladestorm gets him absolutely nothing. And that's the best SAD have looked on this half. And it's not enough.
You've still got Tuzi with just a stinger on account of the weird economic situation that he's found himself in all alone. I like this though. Benji's going to take contact for him. Get that initial shot off.
All right.
Well done.
Salvage the situation. Expensive round though. Very expensive for SAD Esports. Their money pretty trash. Joe, and it was quite a gambit to try and get a op in that Jet's hands on the attack side. And really, hard to see the proof of concept for it there. It ended up being Joa in this position as Joan falls back, taking 2 kills, allowing the repost of the op.
Yeah, they didn't actually have any utility in that multi-man swing, just hoping that they would have overwhelmed SAD with the numbers, but there were some really nice, precise shots with the Guardian coming through. And that paranoia from Spaz just came a few seconds too late. We've got the full rifle buy from SAD. If they lose this round, they're going to have virtually no money on the follow-up.
Shoulder pick for Spaz. Did his minimap reveal? Okay. Dark cover down now to slow this up. There are 3 players here for Shopify Black. Well, Gerwin dying to the Outlaw. Tuzi also.
Oh my god. Just finds 2 of the 3 players that have the light armor to get instant kills on.
Coming back from that is going to be tough. Joa here will not be brought back into the game. So that is 2 players left here for SAD. And again, they're obviously forcing for much of this game. The money's just terrible. Round to round, they're lucky to get a rifle or 2 from this point onward. For Shopify, it's just an embarrassment of riches. Nothing.
I mean, you go for it, right? You just have to go for it. You're not trying to save into this next round.
CJ, the sacrificial lamb here.
30 seconds left.
I heard that cyber cage is sort of being triggered, so they know. Once he's out of it, this is doable. Now it's up to Benji. Spike down. They don't know where he is. Showing himself on Speedway, though. Now in the 1 versus 2. Climbing back into the game. Spaz and BCJ a combined 57 points of health. Benji's healthy enough for this, but of course, opts to spam and give himself away. That spam against these low health targets is a pretty reasonable proposition. BCJ trying to stay clear of the spike. Into the smoke we go! He was ready for it. That's devastating.
Oh, at some point, he just knows he has to jump in. There could be someone on it. He could be missing the spam.
All right. Well, here we go, folks. Match point here for Shopify Rebellion Black. Staying in the hunt for playoffs, importantly. See how the round went down. It was, again, beautiful. 2 shots in the chamber, 2 kills off that, because to try and get rifles in hand, SAD are being forced to forego that full armor. Not this time,
SRB, they're staying in the hunt, and if I'm correct, they're going to have to win, including this match, 3 in a row to get into the playoffs. After winning the stage 1 playoffs, they are in such a situation that no one would have thought they would have found themselves in.
They go up against the 2-3 team. If they win here, they go up against the 2-3 team in their next game. So it's not as if they randomly get pitted against Envy or something like that. That's the beauty of Swiss. You go for other teams that are with similar records to you, and if they are the quality team they've shown themselves to be, winning out is definitely not that distant a possibility. It's just the fact that they put themselves here and have to do that is what grates, I'm certain. Not even for there for BCJ.
Definitely winning out here should be somewhat easy. They have the Armageddon. They have better weapons to get back in. Can they dodge out this Hunter's Fury? Yes, they do, but Tuzi finds an opening.
Now, BCJ gets in there. They look at him, always asking for more from that heaven position. Armageddon was sent over towards A main. There was no one there for SAD. A reasonable conjecture, I think, for BCJ, but it didn't yield any results. Now, though, the net starts to close. Gerwin and Benji huddling together for wards. It's just Gerwin with a stinger in hand to try and keep SAD in this. Spaz has already gotten it to half, and so SAD Esports are out of the hunt for playoffs. This loss here sends them to 1-4, eliminated from Split 2.
This SRB team were easily a cut above today. I don't think it was as clean, honestly, in some situations as they might have hoped, but still a good sign for them to start and try to build back some of the momentum, get into a position where they can make playoffs again, go on another significant run. Still, as we were just saying, uphill battle. This is one of 3 matches that they're going to have to win in a row, and unfortunately for SAD, that is going to knock them out of Swiss. They're going to have to try and stay in the league via the promotion relegation tournament coming up at the end of this stage.
There's a number of teams that are hovering in that sort of 2-2 and 1-3 bracket as well, right? YFP's there, Blue Water, Burger Boys, Winthrop, Landor, all of them are looming. So no necessarily easy games from here on out, but this is the team that won your stage 1 playoffs, and it's been a precipitous drop to where they now find themselves, but it's not too late to recover. We'll be back, of course, folks. We're going to head to a break. We're going to check in with our desk, wrap up this game, and then set our sights on the other elimination game here in Split 2 of Challengers.
lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
And taking down Ascent, it's going to be SRB 2-0 to close out the series. Staying alive here in stage 2 of Challengers and eliminating SAD Esports, not just from playoff dreams, but sending them into promotion relegation. I mean, Ash, once we got to Ascent, this was SRB's pick, so definitely expected something a little bit more confident. That's what we got to see.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think we saw an interesting approach to how Shopify Rebellion wanted to play this map, and it looked really nice coming out from them. I think Paint had a lot of success on the defense. There were moments where we'd see some of that aggression coming out on the extremities from that team, making use of that waylay kit with the refract, and then also those opportunities to kind of like sit back and make SAD Esports uncomfortable with their flow and making it a bit more difficult for them to read into how they were set up.
We also had to thank BCJ a lot here in the post-plant scenarios for a lot of these rounds on their attack side. If it wasn't for him with the good old Teo in the post-plant, then the story would have been different here. Although it still ended up being very one-sided in the final victory of that map for Shopify Rebellion. But there was definitely moments where you're seeing that SAD Esports had some good coordination on these site retakes until BCJ was still alive in those moments. And it came down to a lot of those 1v1s. But Pancake looked good, VCG looked good, Paint looked very good on the Outlaw and defense as well. I just think that sometimes on the attack side, when it comes down to the execution though for SRB, it was a little bit off here and there. For example, like you lose a player in the process and then you just forget that you've lost all that utility to support the entry into sites, and then they're just getting like shot in the back. But again, you have some clutch players that are able to turn it back around into your favor and allows for you to get a good victory towards the end. Sad, unfortunately, for, of course, no pun intended, SAD Esports, but I think I'd still be quite happy with the showing that they had on the first map against SRB, and they could still look like that quite promising in the relegation tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you're looking at for promotion relegation, there's a strong possibility we will get to see SAD Esports live to fight another day. This is obviously a little bit of a tough pill to swallow in the meantime for them, but it's just, they got to pick their heads up. They got to just keep moving on forward. And for SRB, I mean, this is definitely needed, Ash, if we want to see them return into that playoffs form. And being able to close out Ascent in such a strong way, I think, especially this series at 2-0, I think this is going to be really good for the team, considering that it's just been a lot of tough times for them, right? Hopefully this can be that positivity, that vibes to just keep trucking along.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's great for the team to be able to close this one out in a 2-0, especially after we saw like the fake comeback happening from SAD on Haven. It's good for Sean Garris because then he doesn't have to worry about 2 Shopify Rebellion teams being in promotion relegation as well. It saves him the heart attack. But this is where we want to see, you know, SRB kind of getting back into their form, because there is still a long road ahead. Sure, they may manage to save themselves from promo relegation, but it's not like they've saved themselves from the potential of elimination from the Swiss stage. They are still sitting at that 2-3 mark and have at least 2 more games to go if they do want to qualify for playoffs as far as those wins go.
Exactly. Just strength of schedule real quick, and you have to look at who they could potentially play against. You're looking at Blue Otter, Core, YFP, whatever happens for those 2-2 teams that still have to play their games. So maybe not Winthrop University because they already played against them, but there are some tough opponents up ahead coming up here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, this stage 2 has been chaotic through and through. So it's not going to get easier at any point, but I think this was a great victory to start off on that redemption tour for SRB. But now hear from the team themselves, and we have none other than BCJ on the line. Give us a little bit more insight along this entire journey. BCJ, congratulations on the win here. I want to talk about a tweet that you had going into this series. You tweeted out that I won't accept another loss. We're better than this. So what actions were kind of done behind the scenes to ensure that this could be a victory today?
Yeah, I think it really just started from our practice environment. I feel like it really elevated this last 2 weeks compared to the 3 prior to that. I just couldn't ever quite get to that level of practice that we had when we won split 1. But now that we're back,
we're kind of full steam ahead, you know, like we're kind of back to where we were. So it kind of sucks to have to go down to 1-3 to get back to that practice environment, but we're there, and yeah, we should be good going forward.
Hey, at least there is some growth in that. It's not just lost and no learning, right? So glad to hear that the practice is coming together a bit better for you. And it's definitely a long journey ahead for the team. You're still sitting at these 3 losses. So how are you looking ahead towards the rest of the stage so we can see you in playoffs again? Has it been stressful, any sort of mental toll on the team, or?
I mean, it's definitely stressful. I mean, losing is just purely stressful to players in general. It's also, you know, the first year most of us have been on a big org. But I try to tell the guys, and the coaches like try to tell the guys the same thing. It's like you really only have to peak at a few different points in the season. All we have to do is make playoffs. You know what I mean? That's all that we have to do. It doesn't matter how we get there, really. It's the same thing that we did on AIM-80 last year when we had struggles. You know, when we lost to people like Blinn, really tough games that we should have won. We just honed in on what we needed to do, what the job is at hand, and that job right now is to win and get to playoffs. No matter how we get it, doesn't matter to me. As long as we get to playoffs and we show, you know, the best version of ourselves in the playoffs, I'm fine.
And you yourself, you're definitely an experienced player throughout this. So there's a couple people on the team that haven't had that same experience as you've had, especially with these like up and down and stuff. So has it been something you taking any sort of leadership role or anything to kind of help everyone else along? Or what's been your role in all of this for the team?
Yeah, I'd say I took a big leadership role. Obviously, early on, I was the IGL of this team. So out the gate, I was a big leader, big vocal leader for us. But now that I've been able to kind of shift back to my natural habitat, if you want to say, back to like secondary IGL, kind of co-IGL, I focus more on the practice and what we're doing and how we can get better and kind of like refocusing us in the matches themselves. You know, making sure that we do certain things that we should always be doing, you know, talking about the fundamentals, all those basic things that I know and love. That's kind of my role now. And so it kind of works really nicely that we have like a lot of raw talent stacked around myself and Monsi, who kind of are here to corral the pack. You know what I mean? Tell these guys where to go shoot.
I mean, I'm excited to see so much more of that come to fruition because obviously this team has such a high peak having won that stage 1, right? And I appreciate all this insight into everything. Last question that I have, I want to touch on this series just a little bit, specifically this Ascent, because we've actually seen SRB second banning it in a lot of these series. Finally, we get to see it today and SRB picking it. So was it just being held for this type of moment, or?
I mean, no matter what the map pool is, we're always like elevating our map pool. That's kind of like our goal with every week of practice. So teams don't really have a guess on what we're going to play or where we're going to take them. Today, like you said, was one of those examples, obviously. But yeah, I mean, every week it changes. So good luck to guessing what maps you're going to play against SRB.
And good luck to the rest of the teams that have to face you as you make your way back into the playoffs. BCJ, congrats on this win. Best of luck going forward, okay?
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too. You too. Thank you. What a match, and SRB looks strong after a 2-0 victory, eliminating SAD Esports. So we have another elimination match on the horizon. It's going to be Funhavers going up against Nightblood Gaming after a short break, so stay tuned. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. Sierra Dawn, Vans, and Ash here. I hope you have your coffee. I hope you're ready because we still have another best of 3 on the day. Another elimination match between Nightblood Gaming and Funhavers. Oh, I like the little like label cover as well there too. We're not no free advertisements over
Yeah,
here.
you got to pay if you want to be on. Companies, please send some money because Ash needs that coffee.
Or food delivery, guys. Like, come on, I'm trying to rake it in right now. I need some good vibes.
Well, we're going to have some banger Valorant ahead, so we'll have all the good vibes, and we can figure out the food sponsorships for the snacks later. But Nightblood Gaming going up against Funhavers, the team that we got to see here in Stage 1, going up against one of those teams that promoted into the league. But talking about Nightblood Gaming first, because yes, fans, we've seen this team before, but a little bit of a different look heading into Stage 2 in comparison with a couple of the members dropped from the team, picking up Muddy and Joba.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pass it over to Ash because my stream died.
Oh, never mind.
We're
all
all
right,
good.
Ash.
All good. Hey, listen. As his daughter, I will step in here, I guess. But I think that it's pretty interesting to see the changes that were made to this roster because with Boy having left before this stage, or with Boy having left and whatnot, I feel like that's like a lot of experience that is leaving a hole here for this team. Not to say Joba and Muddy haven't been able to, step up, for this squad either, but it's been interesting to see kind of like the adjustments coming in for NBG. I think Muddy has been a really neat addition, opening up this opportunity to run that double duelist alongside Alim at times as well. And it's, I think, opening up more doors for this squad to get a bit more creative with their compositions.
The new members on the team have been really nice to see, but I want to talk about a couple of the really main pieces of the team back when we saw them previously and why that this team has always really stuck out to me, even if they haven't necessarily been always winning the most, right? And I want to talk about Kess first because Kess, when you're looking at someone to really sort of pave the way here, Ash, I think he's done a really good job in being able to set up the team and even just getting it done by himself. Some of these kills has been really impressive.
It definitely has been. It definitely has been. We love Odin Gaming. We love Odin Gaming. But it's pretty nice how well Kess has been like utilizing his utility. I think that's really important as well for the amount of space that he's able to create to help Alim kind of light up on these sites, especially during these executions. And then with him running typically often that Tejo as well, he's so important into the post plant. But like you were saying, we can see it in these clips, more than capable of holding his own. He even goes on like really weird like flank scenarios at times, especially on Pearl on this fade, kind of being able to play for himself a little bit more with those prowlers and whatnot. But welcome back. Are you good?
I'm back.
There we go.
I just have to chuckle at that. No, I for sure.
Chuckle.
And I think I'm still along the line with what Ash was saying before. Just losing Boy, somebody who's actually been grinding for quite a long time in the North American scene before he joined like the coaching staff over at Talent, if not mistaken, over at Pacific. I thought he'd be like a pivotal piece into Nightblood Gaming, and win also for me to see like a veteran from Montreal that's been playing since the inception of Valorant here in the scene, but unfortunately also hasn't been putting up like the best numbers into the last couple of weeks here for NBG. It's sad to see the downwards trajectory that they're heading towards here. So it's going to be definitely a tough game in my eyes for them. But you take it week by week. You know that these players and these teams could do it, where you just focus on what's up ahead and you just focus on one match at a time, and hopefully you could turn it around.
And hey, it's not too late yet to have the turnaround. So even if things haven't been quite clicking or quite as successful as maybe the team would have liked, there's still a chance right now, right? They haven't been, sent out of the tournament quite yet. But one more person that we wanted to talk about for Nightblood Gaming before we move on to Funhavers is Alim, because Alim has been somebody that even when the team hasn't been necessarily doing the well, Ash, I think I've been really, really impressed throughout. I think during stage one, Alim, especially some of the numbers he put up was super, super strong, even looking back at his career. So I think too, if Nightblood Gaming are to get a win today, I think a lot of that is going to start from Alim specifically.
Oh, for sure. I think that it tends to be the conversation, I feel like, around the duelist player for most teams. That's often the momentum builder for the squad as well, right? Especially when you're looking at a player that is capable of very much so setting that tempo with how aggressive Alan can be, the fact that he is also a player that likes to run the neon on a lot of these maps as well. And he's definitely a major win condition, it feels like, for NBG at times with how just strong of a performance he can have in the server with his individual mechanics and being able to find those openers. And I think that that's something that for NBG, we're going to have to look for how they're looking to continue to set him up. A lot of that pressure being on Kess's back, and they tend to be a really nice dynamic duo when it does come to that spacing.
Big reason why we get to see that two core of players still remain on this team despite their going through the roster changes. But we'll have to see if it's enough for the squad heading into, of course, elimination match today, going up against Funhavers. This was the team, reminder, that came up into Challengers through the promotion relegation. So they've got, well, fans, everything to gain and not really anything to lose. And maybe they haven't gotten quite the start that they've wanted, but I still think what they've been able to accomplish in Challengers has been quite strong to where this is going to be a really good series.
Yeah, I'm always going to give a shout out to Mr. Funhavers for supporting the Funhavers in this roster right now. And it's still pretty complete roster for me as well. And even though you're playing with, relegation on the line, I think they still learned a lot coming into this one too from Premier, and then getting the experience through week after week in the Swiss stage. I also want to give a shout out to their coach Veer, who also has been hanging out a lot in like the Anders' streams or whatnot, and really focusing on the approach that Josh RT, Anders, Wendler kind of has on towards the game. So maybe sometimes you're seeing that the plan around Funhavers is a little bit intricate or elaborate, and I think if they're able to tie in like whatever they're drilling here into their practice, they could be looking like a strong team down the road. But when it comes down to these games today with relegation on the line, like I said, I think it's following the same trajectory as Nightblood Gaming, where it could be anyone's going into this series here, and I think it's just going to be a brawl at some point when none of these strats are going to work out.
I think there is definitely a world and a possibility where we wouldn't be seeing Funhavers at this point, because talking about things maybe like they can work up to it, but they took SRB to a third map in their debut in Challengers, which I think was really impressive here. So I definitely have a lot of high hopes for this team. And talking about a couple of the individual players, Ash, let's talk about Corrupt first, because Corrupt is someone, especially, in this Valorant meta, that you're always going to have to look to being able to open up these rounds for the team. And I think he's done a good job of it.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think when you look at Corrupt as well, we're talking about, with Vance's point, how there can be those intricate approaches, a lot of those set plays coming out for Funhavers, and all that calling is up to Corrupt. Being the IGL for this squad, we've seen a lot of great ideas that are being implemented into some of these matches and whatnot, and also being able to hold their own in the server as well. There are moments where Corrupt is just like absolutely popping off, can step up to the plate, and having consistency in that kind of performance when you do have the responsibility of calling is a lot to ask for in a player. And I think that they've had a great performance so far, and it does come down to a lot of these reps, which hopefully, if you're a Funhavers fan, they're looking to continue to make their Swiss stage run.
The last person to talk about before we start getting more into the nitty-gritty of this series is Kumi, because this is somebody too that with a couple of these top teams, Kumi's been able to hold his own, even going back to that week one and one of the maps being able to upstage Paint, of all people, someone we've praised so highly, and within a couple of these series being such a bright part for the team van. So Kumi's definitely someone that you have to watch out for if you're a Nightblood Gaming player.
Yeah, for sure. And switching over, and also has a deep agent pool outside of just playing Duelist. Of course, only playing Duelist going into Funhavers as well, but probably got picked up into the ranked games as well from the scouting that comes out here from Veer and everybody else. But he definitely is going to be somebody that is going to be the tip of the spear for the side here of Funhavers. And I mean, like I said, I don't know if it's going to be like the cleanest of Valorant that we're going to see so far, which is going to be perfect going into for duelists like Kumi that could kind of just free float around the map and fight. I think it's also going to depend on the map pool that we're going to have around these two teams, where if you are able to play like maps like Icebox, for example, or playing maps like Haven, then you'll probably see Kumi shine a lot more.
You're talking about too that maybe it's not like the most structurally sound battle. I'm excited for today's series. I think too for these two teams that have struggled to find their footing here in stage 2 of Challengers, this should be really exciting to see kind of any growth that they've had, because that's going to be something that's important too. Of course, you don't want to just win here and then lose next week. We're talking about the growth for the players. We're talking about ascension. And even if that isn't in the cards for a team as a roster, even just these players being able to showcase what they're capable of, so maybe we can see them get picked up for these big names down the line. So I'm still excited for all of this. This is the future of Valorant, guys. But head to head between these two duelists, and this one, I had to double take on a couple of these numbers, Vans. I'm not gonna lie, because they kind of just looked the same for a second. And once you double look more, yeah, the only thing that really differs is the clutches here, with Kumi kind of just slaying that.
That's the interesting thing too, though. If Kumi's going to be playing a lot of these roles around like Neon and Euros and Jets on Icebox, and somehow is still in the clutch, I wonder what Funhavers are kind of like cooking going within these rounds. Are they going to mid-rounding where Kumi is actually going to be a lurk entry or something like that, a lurk backstab, right? But if I'm looking at the head-to-head for both of these teams, there are definitely the playmakers for sure. No disrespect to the rosters at all, but if I'm actually looking at somebody that could just have a easy round and a triple kill, or this person's still alive for either team, it's definitely Alim and Kumi. And I'm like, okay, this could be anybody's team when these guys are still alive.
For
or
sure.
anybody's
I
round,
think
rather.
something that's also not highlighted in this particular stats board here as well is the fact that if you're looking at like the FDPR between these two players, Alim's is almost double that of Kumi, which I think also says a lot. As far as like the support that Kumi has behind him on the team of Funhavers, and the fact that you constantly will see, like, I know Corrupt like tends to like flex for this team, but if he's on that breach, it will be a lot of utility that's being thrown out with quick succession, and the timings are really nice as far as being able to see like the type of fights that they're taking. And then for Alim, I feel like stylistically, after he manages to get the first pick, if they can take the site, Alim is the type of player who will push one of those extremities. There will be some setup, but they'll kind of send their duelist on maybe some of those solo engagements, especially if he ends up being on like the Neon or the Yoru, where he can play for himself a little bit there, and try and open up this opportunity to cause a bit more delay in those post plans, which is a bit more of like a high risk, high reward play style in comparison.
I love all the setup that we're doing around the duelists going into this match. And I want to kind of go back to, well, for Kumi, especially depending on the map pool, is where we'll kind of get to see how things shake up. So we do have a map pool. We have our map picks and bans. Let's head on over to that to see how this series is going to be shaking up. And to start it off, Vans, Funhavers are going to take us to Icebox.
Yep, that's a fun one for sure. As we just mentioned before, the duelist of Kumi on that side could be playing that Jet on that map and does quite well in terms of numbers for sure. The last time they had, the only time to play that game on that split was a victory against Prosperity Esports. I'm just looking back at the map pool though, and Nightblood, they are doing something that allows for them to have such a good map veto on their side. This is the first time that Icebox is finally going to be tested by this team, but throughout the whole split, they always were able to avoid Icebox and Fracture on top of that, being probably their main bans coming through here for Fracture for the side of Nightblood Gaming. So the fact that we're able to finally see it for the first time, for me, it says that Nightblood Gaming has probably Icebox in the back pocket and have been ready to like try to play something, and maybe even play at the most basic of comps as well, with like the Viper Jet to go toe-to-toe with the set of Funhavers.
Yeah, I love that you talk about having it in the back pocket, because I did a little bit of digging on the most recent, actually, Funhaver GG qualifier. Nice. That was just happening within the Valo scene, and both these teams actually ran Icebox. I believe it was 3 times, and both of them had 3 wins on it. For the side of my brain, Funhavers, they didn't make any compositional changes. They stuck continuously with like the jet and double controller composition. But then for NBG, they have a little bit of a different look. They tend to favor currently this double duelist comp where they are running the Jet Reyna. I'm curious to see if that is going to continue to flow through for this team, or if we'll see them revert back to the solo ISO comp that they had been running earlier on in that third-party tournament. But definitely a different approach. I think what I'm going to have my eyes on, though, for the side of Funhavers is I like the idea of the Viper Clove, but I think that for Tim, there does open up that opportunity for a lot of those initial engagements because he can throw down those smokes after being taken out of the fight. But at the same time, there wasn't like too much success. It felt like he was getting first death like pretty frequently with how aggressively he had been playing previously. I would like to see a little bit of a pullback there just so that they can guarantee that there's a bit more strength in numbers and not having to take as many of those risks early on.
I'm just excited to see what Nightblood Gaming have up their sleeve for Icebox with the fact that they've kind of changed between a couple of different comps. And I always love to see a comp that runs a Reyna, so I got my fingers crossed over here. But before we have the agents, let's talk about the predictions ahead of today's series. And going on for this one's where we're going to see a little bit more split. And actually, wait I thought that, did people switch things up? Because Ash, I did not think you were alone in this Funhavers camp.
Did they?
I think she was.
We'll have to ask. We'll have to ask later.
Giver Wyatt answers? What's happening over here?
I actually don't know if Stream can hear them right now.
I don't know if Stream can hear, but Uber said respectfully that he had to change things up. So he's now thinking Nightblood Gaming have this. So you know what? That's some Asher all alone here. Sorry.
And just to look at least at the compositions though for Funhavers, I don't think that it's a bad pick to go into Icebox against NBG at this point here. So despite us with all the predictions saying that it's going to be NBG winning this series, there's a possibility that this still goes into like a 3-mapper because of the vetoes that we're getting. I was expecting at this point that NBG was going to be able to avoid Icebox again going to the map vetoes, but now that it's in there and you're seeing the composition that they've been running, there is still a chance here for Funhavers to overtake this map. Simple being on paper, if you're looking at how they were playing in the past, as you guys were mentioning, they're playing like double duelists with a Jet Raider or something like that and trying to add a little bit more aggression. The thing is on the side of Funhavers, when you're playing double controller, especially with the Clove, it's very similar to playing like an Omen, for example, but you're only lacking the verticality. And what the Clove does, at least, is when you're trying to add fast pressure and quick hits into the A site, that could be very easy to do on the attack side when you have good protocols towards it. One small smoke on top of that orb will not allow for you to scale as quickly as you want to on your attack side now, being on the side of NBG. And you won't really have like good utility for a second wave to try to hit towards the A site behind those pipes. So honestly, I think on the macro game, Funhavers might take the upper hand in this one.
I'm still surprised that it's a 4-1 vote, all things, because I definitely think going into this, I've been kind of on Nightblood Gaming side since like Kess and Alum have popped off near the beginning of things. But I think Funhavers throughout this stage, even if they are sitting at this 1-3, have done a really respectable job in everything. So a little surprising. I definitely agree with you for your points for Icebox, but it looks like Nightblood Gaming aren't going to go for that double duelist, but instead back to Alum on the ISO. And I think I like this as much as I love Reyna Gaming. Alum didn't necessarily have the most successful game here, Van.
Yeah.
So this might be a little bit more comfortable for everyone.
At least here, when you're not playing double duelist, but you're playing Omen, you do have that verticality and you do have the space making. Remember when Sentinels most recently in the VCTs are playing like a non-duelist and Zekin on Omen, he was still able to create that space. What I'm expecting now to try to counter like the 12 smokes onto pipes is you need a limb on the double tap. Get through with the shield, play like a Kane Zero style, jump through and be a bait, and have money come across. Have money come through and try to open and trade with you when you're flashing with the paranoia. Because the other three, you need them alive to play the post plant. So those two now have to work in tandem with Muddy and Alum to try to push away potentially like the A site holds that Funhavers will be pulling out here.
Especially with such a big series ahead. Remember, this is elimination, everyone. Not just elimination. Oh, Oh my God, Vans, why? We almost made it through the entire segment, Vans. I can't believe it, but elimination match. Casters are ready. Let's head on over back to Uber and Wyatt.
I'm funny.
And Wyatt actually loves that humor. I think, honestly, you do us all a favor of just saving it up for him and just telling him those jokes in private.
No, my
us.
mic was off, but you know, if it were transmitting, you would have heard the sounds of my head banging against my desk. I can't, man.
Folks out there tuning in today may or may not know any of our history as casters, but the first thing Wyatt said to me at our first day of casting, he's like, all right, Mitch, no cringe. All right, this is my big thing. I don't do
No
cringe. All right.
No, I don't do cringe. Famously, not once.
Not about it. I tell you what, though, these are fun comps. This is the Funhavers, I guess, take on the double controller setup, like with the Clove involved here, and the single duelist ISO. For me personally, haven't seen a ton of it.
No. Not particularly. The ISO, pretty rare here. The Clove, we kind of saw sometimes in 2024. It always just sticks out in my mind watching FPX play this Clove on Icebox. So it's not unheard of. I believe Superman did as well, but it's rare.
All right, spicy as it is. Nightblood will be on the attack side to kick us off. So, of course, pretty standard setup with the Viper ball to the B side of the map, and Job is about to get their hands on. Okay. Pyro can stay in jail as far as he's concerned, but it ends up being just a trade, a surge up for the defenders on the A site. Sees only one player.
All right, dark cover going to be thrown over towards B as the wall expires to make sure that there's still no view of any defensive players on Snowman to try and deny that plant. What are NBG looking to do right now? They are taking their time getting this spike down. They've got players inserted all over the map. We got alone, and now no one is together. This is very awkward.
This is very puggy, Wyatt.
Okay, but they're just going to kill them.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the old just shoot them strategy.
Funhavers aren't exactly in the best spot either. They're a little split. Tim, meet Kes. Tim.
Oh my God. That was a nasty shot.
Unfortunate timing.
We went from silliness to a sick shot from Kes.
Yeah, I mean, I've got whiplash, I won't lie. Kumi on the tap, sticking it.
Oh, he didn't get half!
No!
Oh, he didn't get it to half.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Kumi.
No.
Okay, I mean, Ty was short anyway. Pretty much
chaos, man.
I don't know.
It was chaos.
Ever since Vans said cringe, we've just been, I don't know what is going on. Such a bizarre round.
They took extra time to set up their post plant, but it just involved everyone spreading out to look for clues. Like, no one was that was a very strange post plant, man. But okay, they won, so it worked. So it's fine.
Well, attack side will have their pistol to start us off. Obviously, remember, it's just that ISO. Obviously, that contingency can be really handy in some parts of this map, especially getting up from that B side. Kes is lit, though, by some scan util. Alum is just happy to walk up here. Remember, the weapon's obviously favoring. Bulldogs here for many, but Kumi gets around the corner. Trying to redeem themselves after that previous round. Tough one. Ends up being only a trade. Tim spotted out with good damage done from the back of the site. Now behind that retake wall, Funhavers can regroup. Be together for this.
All right, Muddy is just going to get the hell out of there after finding that kill. A good decision, regroup with the team, and Tim tries to peek, make something happen, shot down. Solid anti-eco from NBG.
Yeah. 4 players here for Funhavers up on that A side. They basically had what they wanted. If you didn't have any chance in a round like that. But Nightblood here, without too much disruption, able to get to their bonus. 3 Guardians in play.
Not too bad, all things considered. Might have been an opportunity after Kumi got that first kill. Definitely, as the desk mentioned, the player on Funhavers that we're looking at to step up, be the star for this team as they're trying to stave off elimination from Swiss, be forced to play for their lives in Challengers again. They just were able to make it in this stage.
All right. Straight out the guts goes Win. We'll see notes, of course. Quite often there's the Pirate watching that kind of play up there. Pyro, that's beautifully done. Gets the drop on the miss. Win comes back down tube and probably wishes he didn't.
That suppress comes through. A lot of pressure now onto Corrupt, but he's able to get that kill onto a limb despite the shield being up. And now Pyro finding a timing up top. Things are getting really scrappy. Kess left alone.
No clean chance for a plant here. Kess knows it. This double back that was cute. Kumi might not be expecting this at all, and I just don't think they are. Now, with 52 seconds to play, they're going to try and at least indicate a rotate. And this has drawn Tim straight out into mid. So Kess has no info, but of course, has a bit of the util and is on one of the best agents to try and sniff out where this defender could be.
Tim is trying to wrap all the way back around through B main, excuse me. Take an avenue that he's hoping is not going to be expected by Kess, and it looks like that's going to be the case. It's just so free. As Kess is walking forward, 2 angles to look at, chooses the wrong one. Funhavers narrowly get themselves onto the board.
I mean, started pretty well for Funhavers, honestly. Remember, this is Nightblood's bonus, so stripping 4 rifles away for them is great. Things got pretty muddy on that B site, you know, getting into the round. But honestly, they were in a 5 versus 3 Funhavers after this playthrough mid by Pyro. Nice little transfer to win. And then it's got messy. Muddy's able to get a couple there. Kess makes it a very interesting 1 versus 1. And at that point, like, I think you've done more than enough as the attackers.
Yeah, you would definitely think so. All right, Nightblood investing it all, of course. They're going to have an outlaw for Muddy. We'll have 3 potential one-shot targets available.
Tim's come across here. Muddy TPing to the enemy spawn. It's a classic, folks. Tim's ready for Alum, and the double tap isn't going to help them. Now, that basically shuts A off, or at least it would have if Nightblood hadn't got all the way up mid and into the A side. The back way. Kess here now knows that he's going to attract some attention, draw some players out. He's able to shrug off the metal. And the barrels will show themselves first. Unfortunately, he's stepping up onto the belt as they do come around the corner. The player advantage here for Funhavers. We flipped the map.
I like that they were able to isolate one and deal with him. All right, Tim is going to come right back to life, so Funhavers have to play with some urgency.
Blast very low after that one. Joe can probably just swing, try and take this fight. Getting trolled a little bit. The movement's pretty good. Tim downed a second time. Oh, buddy, this is looking pretty decent for Funhavers, but now very dicey. Money on track for an ace here, and he knows exactly where Pyro is. And honestly, there's just not enough time to work with now. You double up if you're NBG. Expect the player, backside or in crow's nest, spotted, and there it is, the ace for Money. Stunning stuff.
With the outlaw of all weapons. Was that a real ace, or did he kill the clove twice?
True. He got 5
still
kills.
An ace, but you
that's
got
right. I'm like, Barracks is supposed to be showing me an ace graphic here, but that's right.
So he, you know, but still,
Tim died twice.
Still pretty good overall. You know, we'll take that. We'll take that for the highlight reel. Good enough.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Should have gotten 6. Unlucky. That was the Sheriff opener. This was obviously throwing us back to, yeah, just a weird situation, because I think in that spot, Tim is spotted. Not by Alum, of course. And then it was supposed to be a half defuse. It didn't quite get there. Good opener for Kumi in the following round, but it ended up being a bonus round win with sort of 4 players, anti-eco round win, excuse me, with 4 players still up. And then we had a bonus that got way closer for Funhavers than they would have liked and stripped him of 4 rifles.
It's on that last round, that entire flip of the map that was pretty crazy. Like, Funhavers do a great job isolating Kess there and then going in for the 4-on-3, but yeah, Muddy is just well positioned with the outlaw.
The 3 rounds here for Nightblood, decent buffer to work with. Obviously, Muddy TPing into the enemy spawn was a classic move. Now have that outlaw in hand yet again. Already up to 11 kills. 4 rounds, 11 kills.
Over there.
farming Tim twice in the previous definitely helped.
Just playing ultra passive, trying to make sure that no one from Funhavers went for an early swing up belt, which I think he definitely felt was coming, especially after hearing that the Blade Storm was popped. Gets that first shot off, but thinks Wise Driven just going to drop down, stay safe. Very patient from Nightblood at the moment.
And all of that movement util is down for Kumi for the time being. Unfortunate to have to play against the double tap, but he still gets the kill. It's Twin that dies.
Oh, bruh. I mean, they play that exactly as you need to. Unfortunately for NBG, Lim just isn't able to get the kill when he has the shield up. The shield is obviously very strong against the shotguns, but just couldn't find the shot themselves.
Okay, so it gets them into the B side. Now, this is an anti-eco round. Don't be fooled. So NBG have every reason to be a little careful. That was the most threatening weapon on the... Well, okay. There is still a Sheriff in play for Tim, but obviously one of the most threatening weapons taken off this very thinly board up Funhavers team. Kumi does have Blade Storm. That is active right now. Kess pursues Blast around the corner. Knows he just has an overwhelming odds advantage. Oh, no. Oh, that's so brutal. Hunter's Fury cut short as the player gets straight up tube. And of course, Joba dismantles the only chance Funhavers had of really making this round competitive.
I'm used to fighting the best. Well done, Lim cleans things up at the end. Was scary there for the briefest of moments, but NBG have completely stabilized. I mean, that ISO shield, look, it is pretty nice when you have to deal with players entrenching themselves in B main. There's a lot of forward areas that defenders can play in that are pretty obnoxious, especially when you're up against the Jet. Definitely get some value there.
That was devastating stuff. So this match is proceeding at pace here if you're a Nightblood fan. The money is very good. Really, Funhavers have only been able to make it competitive on that bonus round where the money was not such an issue at all for Nightblood.
You and me.
Kumi going to be forced off the line, dragged straight down to the Shadow Realm. Only 25 points of armor, but hey. A little bit too much to deal with. Alum, of course, with the double tap entering that kill contract. The Jet has been plucked from the midst of Funhavers.
He got absolutely cooked in that 1v1. If Kumi actually won that duel, no one on NBG was pushed up far enough towards the site to trade it. So that could have been a 5v4 advantage for the defenders. But
jeez,
no avail, and Pyro on the swing is punished. This round is falling to pieces.
It's like it's a free drone, Wyatt, because Kumi's down. That Jet play is off the site, and maybe you just hide away from that. Do you want to clear it? Maybe have a crossfire setup, something similar, but really hard for Funhavers to spin something like that up on a dime. Or at least maybe their plan required there to be all 5 defenders still standing. So you might be considering a bit of a save here, but Blast gets up onto the side.
Funhavers are really trying to do so much individually, and it's exposed them on this round. Tim on the swing does find that first time. Is dwindling so low, however.
Another tough round here for the defenders. This game, there's a feeling to it, but it might be starting to get away from them awfully quick. That was the gun round, and they really barely put a scratch on this Nightblood roster. You can sort of see where the economy's at. That tells you the whole story. Money will have that from the Shadows online pretty soon. Here was the, from Alum's POV, that little opener. And yeah, losing us over like that, it's devastating for a bunch of reasons.
There's just little fundamental errors going on there, right? Like the Sova swinging far left, but you have a player on the line if someone is pushing past Gen from screens that you could swing off of, but just trying to find a moment to get a timing to win a duel. And the fundamentals from Nightblood are just picking them apart.
Double tap active here for Alan, so can absolutely swing into a duel. You'd think so. God. Corrupt makes pretty short work of them here. Hang about. Now we're going to tie it up game in terms of play numbers. It's the Sheriffs that Funhavers, or at least Corrupt specifically, have been able to get a ton of mileage out of it. Now you group, util-wise, still a Sova up for Nightblood, which is also a good sign.
Take flight.
Also a plant here would give him a Hunter's Fury in case Kess wants to use Wind as a bit of a sacrificial lamb to play the site.
Dangerous for Pyro. There shouldn't be opportunity for either of these players to get a rifle. I say that. Blast has worked his way all the way around, but Kess is so aware that he would want to recover one of those upgraded weapons.
the individual level, Funhavers definitely tick the boxes. But when it comes to the cohesion and trying to do things wholesale as a team, it seems like where they've struggled. The wrap around there, you think it's reasonable for Blast? It's just red so comfortably for Nightblood. At this point, some of these Nightblood guys getting pretty darn experienced. Quinn, of course, with a wealth of that.
He's been competing since legitimately the beta with Gen.G. He's been around forever. Yeah, this Nightblood team, they're looking pretty solid with the fundamentals. That being said, Icebox, since coming back, has proven to be pretty damn attacker-sided. It's been as straightforward as you remember it. A lot of let's go hit A, and then let's see on the side swap if the other team can hit A better. So I don't want to count Funhavers out just yet.
Honest Fury passes, and it's only Tim that takes a glancing blow from the ultimate. Kess still wants to try and indicate Funhavers want to party. Again, just rattle the cage a little bit, try and get people interested. Already, though, Pyro is trending in that mid-direction, so it's going to be a little bit hard to sell this fully now. But with the Viper Wall coming up, there's not a whole lot that Corrupt is going to be able to do about this. There's Nana Swarm. This will delay the plant.
And that additional dark cover as well, so the sightline from Snowman is completely obscured. You can't actually go for the plant. Oh my god, Muddy had an opportunity there as the attacking Omen Auber, which is a sick combo. Look at the angle that Pyro has to look at because of that.
And in fairness, he actually has verticality.
I mean, he was up there. He can be top yellow with the yaw.
Pyro, he's just going to try and clear things out. Money was okay, spotted there. Looks like a pretty raw repost on yellow here, Wyatt.
This should be nearly unwinnable for Nightblood right now. They've not made any noise towards A at this point. They haven't been able to go back, so all the Funhavers are stacked up here. There's no time on the clock.
Planter goes down, lockdown. This should be a little bit unnecessary, I think. Superfluous, perhaps. Oh, okay. 5 pits for both sides. Money with an op, but no time. Surely just get on out. We'll be fine. Still standing, of course, is Corrupt. So that pit is staying up until now. And the Omen. Oh, come on, bro. All right, it's a free death. It's a free death. It's fine.
Tim died before Money could stat pad. That's tough.
I mean, so 16 and 4 is pretty padded, I think.
Yeah, but the 17 and 4. Damn, now we're talking. Just collecting
more than 2 kills around. Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of stall util, but even the smaller pieces of stall util. There was a Nana Swarm, there was a Snake Bite, a ton of stuff that bled the clock there against Nightblood.
It's you and me.
All right, off we go once more. Tim has been caught.
Wait, do they realize the clove is close? Yeah, they do. And well, it doesn't even matter because that's 2 for 2. Lim just cooking everyone in the kill contracts.
That's such a big kill. I mean, I don't know if they knew the clove was close initially.
Money is a psycho. Dude,
He is like
hold on, this guy's climbing my list of favorite players to watch.
Where is blood on the minimap? Oh, okay, covered by the Pancakes symbol. Never mind.
All the way in Snowman.
Okay. All right, brought down eventually. I mean, yeah. Trying to spam there through that dark cover.
Way to put it.
We're even on numbers, Wyatt, anyway. Viper Wall, of course, still present. There's a cheeky attack side lockdown potential here.
Oh my god.
Quinn, vulnerable. Kumi just pushes up now. They're going to realize the jet is close. Still, Alum, safe peek. Good pair of hands, just takes the one. Shock darts are going to come in onto the defuser, and Joba finishes the job. Lockdown earned for the next round. A really dominant, with a couple hiccups, attack side here for Nightblood.
Yeah, it's super clean. They even threw in the tactical round loss, so Funhavers have their economy broken again. Genius play, losing the previous round, so that one could be worth 2. It's got Funhavers in a pretty horrific position on their map pick. This is again a situation where it's like, yes, you'll start on the less favored side because you pick the map, and then you go to the favored side, but will you have enough rounds to actually make a comeback happen?
Yeah.
It's not looking like it right now. This should be an 8-2.
This time, all of Nightblood set up over on the A side, but this is the Corrupt is conditioned this already.
Oh my god.
Doesn't seem to matter.
How are they getting away with this?
Kill the Viper! Thank you! Brutal stuff. Double tap there doesn't help Alan much at all. Looks like a shock dart actually broke that. Very nice. Muddy decides to go for the Vandal and, well, see what he can rustle up this route. That's one. Should be
anyone can do this. If anyone can do this.
Invoke the deep magic.
He's a little hesitant to go away right now. He doesn't want to give up all these rifles on the ground to the players that just have pistols, but
there's no reason for Funhavers to leave the A side right now. None whatsoever. Just play together as three.
Yeah, absolutely.
Funny, that was hoping. Hang about.
A little annoying.
Turret left behind.
That's placed, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take contact here. They'll double on back. We clear the turret eventually. Not now. Sure.
Now, 20 seconds. He's on the run. He's on the run. He's got smokes back. He's got another smoke to play with.
Oh, man. Okay. We are doing this, folks.
10 seconds
Marty is heading over towards the B side of the map.
Do something crazy. TP up top, plant up top, play from I don't even know where.
He's got 2 TPs. Okay.
Where are we going?
I'm listening. Yes, play Snowman off this.
I like
now,
it.
Kumi is low, and it's just a Sheriff and a... Okay. Guardian going over to Blast. I was going to complain about the...
They didn't go run to recover the rifles.
No time. All this sound. Muddy hears it. Tim, you see that? Okay, that's one. Muddy's healthy enough for this Blast. Okay. Shuts him down. Had the better weapon at least. Still, if we're talking about a team that wants to stabilize, really build a bank, this obviously isn't what Funhavers are hoping for, but a great start. Aggressive push up. Well, we've seen that so much for them, right? Is there something else in their bag of tricks to at least let them close out this half with 4 rounds?
Blast coming up pretty close there. That was a must-hit shot to get them to 3, and now all of a sudden, complexion of the half is changing. I need to take a look at the economy again. This is just disastrous. I mean, Corrupt just has to die there. He can't be allowed to get 2, but we are playing an FPS game, and sometimes you miss your shots, unfortunately.
Yeah. When you are using the rope, believe it or not, it does impact your accuracy somewhat. It might have been a factor at play there. So
Funhavers, they have found themselves suddenly in a situation where they can end this half with 5, and it was looking dismal. But they can break the NBG economy with a round win right now, and they have a Hunter's Fury to try to get them over the finish line. Try to break that lockdown if Joey uses it later.
Nice. I mean, Paul is really hoping to attract some attention, get someone turned away from that kitchen spot, but Blast was not going to be moved.
I'm not sure what provoked that early Hunter's Fury usage. Oh my god, Pyro gets away with it. The I wish I had a Vandal moment of the match.
Definitely. About one of the longer lines you can look to take up on this map. To NBG, that economy hangs in the balance, hangs on around like this. And they are not really convinced about where they want to be. They're getting shot in the head all over the map here. Just solid fundamentals this round for Funhavers. It's going to get them back in the game. Kess now in a familiar situation. Blast is going to get it to half here. Pyro shows a little bit too much late perhaps, but that will be round done. Defenders get yet another one.
At least for Nightblood, they got the plant down, so this buy could be okay for the final round. Yeah, it's, you know, obviously it's not great, but it is not as horrendous as things could have gotten. Blast just catching that lurk really opened things up.
Can spin something up with his ultimates though. You've got probably 2 of the most important ones on this map, with the exception of the pit. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, here for Nightblood. You feel like the weight of those might supplement this weaker buy, at least when it comes to armor. Round 12 coming at you, folks. Here we go. Nightblood looking for that A side.
Lim trying to get some space off of that wall. More recovered, and now kill contract for Lim. Can he go 3 for 3?
Oh, buddy. Gets the right weapon out here. Oh, yep, absolutely slaps Tim down. And here it is. Those ultimates are making the difference. 2 down already on the Funhaver side. And there is that attacking lockdown to clear the way. Very quickly, of course, Funhavers are going to want to try and get back in, but there were eyes on Rafter. It was a fake plant there for Alum. Corrupt does show. Straight through that smoke. It's an easy pick up for Joba, and we are back to the normal ebb and flow of this game so far. Last solo, tagged out there by the Hunter's Fury, and the smoke will be muddy. And they'll take their kill. It's an 8-4 half here for Nightblood. Great start and a very clean finish.
Simple solution, just have the kill contract. Let Alim get the opening kill again. That is 3 for 3 on those. He has looked so sick in those situations, like instant headshots every single time. But I can't help but feel, all things considered, the Funhavers, you know, they're not going to feel great about that half, but 4, we can work with that.
Yeah. I mean, my concerns are probably more about how these attack side rounds come together. Both teams playing really disjointed. I mean, we saw it from Nightblood on occasion, but, 20 kills in a half for Muddy tends to really smooth out some of the rougher edges of what we've seen from Nightblood. All of a sudden, that's not such a problem for us. Quick tech pause. We're going to be back into the action here with Funhavers now on that attack side. They really need to start stacking some of these together, because so far they've looked decidedly the weaker roster.
Looks like they have intentions of going towards mid into B. A little split action on this pistol round. There are a lot of Nightblood Gaming players stacked up towards B. Do they know something we don't? they are aware.
Very stacked here. Oh, God. Pistol rounds and that ISO shield goes a long way. Might have those not really able to trade off them adequately, so we end up with only a 1-player advantage. Sorry, that looked like a dink to me. Muddy is sharp. Yeah. Tim, just no match for this guy. This guy's breaking ankles.
Tim is just getting the overheal at the moment from the Clove. Eats the dink. Muddy still finds the kill. That was pretty crazy. Also, they were just, like, they're so aware that there was going to be a B play. They were stacked up and ready to just consume anyone that was coming through main with 3 players. Well, they were very aware of the situation at hand.
Buddy, of course, also a duelist player on a number of different maps. Notably a Yori player with, honestly, about an average of like 223 ACS over his almost 300 rounds, so pretty respectable. Omen, his first player. Agent. All right, Joba run down there. It is a death ball, the players for Funhavers heading over towards this B site. Nightblood trying to respond here, which is a little bit slow on that uptake. And all of Funhavers split now can cover this B site. It's a pretty difficult round to fight out of here for the defenders.
This is a pretty fair buy from the Funhavers as well. They've even got the Guardian in the hands of Kumi, who's playing back yellow. Up close. Yeah, these long-range weapons against the Stingers, not ideal, but we're into the 3v3.
Muddy is farming them. We're looking at a cheeky 30 in regulation here easily. Kest down though, and yeah, in the post-plant, this Stinger comp works out beautifully. All right, Funhavers. About as subtle as a sledgehammer, but just as effective. That push straight through the middle of the map towards B.
No, they just force straight into it, risk it all. And unfortunately, for Joba, he just couldn't go 1 for 1 on that initial duel under tube. Kumi just popped out, I think with the Stinger initially, and immediately fried him. So it's got Nightblood in a tough spot, but at least Muddy has a scoped weapon with the Marshall, at least.
Standing ahead.
Guy really serious about the opping Omen roll. Alan pushed up a little bit earlier there, spotted out instantly by the recon. Okay. Nice little long-range stinger tabs there. Chunks went down to 35.
That'll basically put him out of the round. He's also only got a classic, so...
The reason why he was confident enough to look for info there over towards B. He's going to let blast in, though, to that part of the map. And Funhavers do feel pretty good about this. Why not? It's a big edge that they've been able to gain just in terms of health pool. But Blast probably knows that Winner's not worked with a whole lot here. And now he kind of gives away his position. Dig him out with the Nano Swarm. Joba not able to swing off that timing yet. Win is a warm prop in this round.
It's nice to have all of those additional smokes to be very safe while you're getting the spike down when you're waiting for your Viper to be able to have the charge to get the wall back up. This is a little easy with the Guardians against the pistols at range. And Funhavers, they're getting in position to make you believe.
Look, honestly, I haven't minded these last couple of looks we've seen from them. That Stinger play sort of aggress into mid with this double controller setup. You can really cover much of the map. However, an early kill contract here, as soon as Alum gets any sort of cue, puts the ISO in a good position to take that first frag. I mean, we are replaying around, but obviously not a whole lot happened there, really. Nightblood get caught out. B is taken over so easily. So now onto the real game, folks. Weapons in hand for Nightblood. 3 rounds ahead as we head into round 16.
Oh my god, just an immediate kill contract to take a duel?
And Kumi, though, that's 4 from 4.
He's unbeatable. He's unbeatable. Why not go for it?
This one blast. I like the idea, but the firing squad meets him. He still comes out with 1. But we're halfway to another kill contract, Wyatt. I'm just putting us on notice. Adam has 3 in this round. And he's heard this pyro making enough noise to wake the dead. Drops down on 410. Continues to there, draws Corrupt out of position at least. Alum's able to use it to get across now. 1 player up for Funhavers.
Surrounded when getting a position for the backstab, should be able to get this free kill. Maybe not. Okay, the timing is good. He checks back. Elim is totally different. Totally different beast compared to everyone else in the server, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I know he doesn't have the most kills,
erasure. That's
but
crazy, bro.
Listen, money has been crazy, but the Elim kills, pretty high impact. What's that, like 4 first kills off kill contracts? Also just feeling the most confident that he just rips it immediately as the round starts, basically.
All right, let's dial it back in. It's a 4-round game now. Obviously, Funhavers build up enough of a bank to have a respectable buy here. There's a Guardian for Pyro, but everything else is ship-shape.
Elim, by the way, immediately runs up over on A to get the orb. So you can just get another kill contract ASAP.
Odin for Cass. Now we set our sights on towards this B side. Win has been put in a position where he's been expected to play his life and do a lot with pretty little. I'll see that little poison orb one way though. It's a pretty powerful deterrent even for the best teams in the world. Follow that up with a dark cover to make sure you can cycle this one way persistently.
All right, well, going out, Muddy wants to take the engagement, sees the jet cross, but realizes that he won't have an opportunity to take any kind of clean fight. So just going to back up, wait for the rest of the team to get here, and then go for the full retake, where they do have a Sova with an Odin. So
he just needs to TP into their spawn.
Kess can just spam away.
Nowhere to run!
All right, Honest Fury. Kess, tagged out by that one. That's the Odin player here. Decent damage.
3 tags.
30 seconds
And
3
no
tags,
stall.
no kills.
Tim does get punished for the plant there, but you notice that the big difference between these two teams is that Nightblood don't really have the ability or inclination here to stall that plant out very much, even though they're at full strength. Google Paranoia sees it coming in. All right, this is starting to fall apart now. Quinn quiet on this round. The anchor player over at B can't offer too much when the rubber hits the road.
Muddy just teleporting top yellow, but doesn't get punished for it. Blast is on his late wrap, gets the free kill.
Last player
Kess with an Odin now, having to 1v2 with players that are 12 and 6 o'clock to him respectively. Will drop the round. That was extremely scrappy stuff, but Funhavers, honestly, could get themselves the plant, set up behind his double controller util, and they're laughing.
No, that dude's running around like you're playing heavy after your Uber charge wears off and your medic dies. You're just out in the open, just running around. Oh, dude, I don't even know where to go right now.
He thought he still had his nano boost active, you know? All right. Call a timeout here for Nightblood because there's a couple of rounds there where they were really hoping to sort of start to turn momentum in their favor. Remember, they win the pistol, they lose the anti-eco, so that kind of ruins their economy for a little bit. Take a gun round back, but Funhavers had the buffer of 1 round where they could buy yet again. And they make it pretty convincing. So it's attack side outfit looking vastly more comfortable. 4 rounds on the weaker side of the map, as Wyatt referred to at the end of the half, is enough. It's definitely enough. Even without winning the pistol, they quickly take control of the situation. Lim is only 2 orbs away. And that round that they did win was opened up with a first pick off that kill contract. Seems that Nightblood like to really focus in on making use of that.
Yeah, they've got the opportunity over on Nightblood to get a couple ultimates for the buy round after this, which is what they really need to close out the game. We talk about this all the time, but it's always the point that comes in every single Valorant comeback with the team in the lead, play to get those ults. At the moment, they're playing stacked up towards A. Lim does not feel safe to collect that orb whatsoever.
Nor would you be. Could be floating around there with the Blade Stalk. Going for the Bucky in this round to supplement the longer range presence. Might just be like a slower full execute for Funhavers. Now, they're not playing Harbor, so... And their Viper Wall is also positioned over towards B, so sometimes the double controller comps have a little more util to execute here. Of course, they can still get some of these close smokes in. Team has not used any of those yet. But at some point, Fun have to fight for this. And Nightblood, despite this noise cut, is still pretty convinced that A is where the heads are turning.
Yeah, no reason to leave right now. They have to deal with a Lim who's got the one rifle, but he wades out into the open and is punished for it. Kess caught by the recon. Okay, there's the Bucky, but Buddy is swarmed by one too many players. I mean, you know, he's going to die anyway. He's got to run out there. Right?
Had to make something happen. Okay, Drober, you have my attention now. And you have yourself a Phantom. So this is a round that Nightblood did not invest heavily in. They knew it was probably a lost cause, wanted to try and stack A as well as they could, but this first couple of encounters did not break well for them whatsoever. And this game has shrunk to a 2-round lead.
A 2-round lead where Funhavers have more than enough cash to keep buying over and over. There's Muddy finally getting enough cash of his own to get the operator in his hands. So we'll see if he can get as much value on defense as he did on attack.
I'm curious where the posting is. Okay, so it's that like aggressive, posting up towards yellow, which, even against the Harbor comps, you can see over the cascades, pretty powerful. It's just not something that's going to be tested. So Muddy, of course, can, reposition to a different part of the map. We do have an ultimate online for the Omen, but obviously wants to be taking that first contact, and it's much more likely that is going to be happening over here. Beautifully done by Alum. And guess what? Kill contract enabled.
Is he going to pop it? Yep, just why not? Can he go 5 for 5?
There's Kumi. Okay, looked wavered at first. But double tap re-secured now, and Tim feels a little bit stranded. Now he's in a position to try to sell something. But Muddy, he's ready for contact. And who's going to throw a wall up? There's no controllers here. But he does offer a stay of execution to blast there. We'll let Pyro get in and amongst the site.
Pyro knows that there's not much of a point in planting just yet. Would rather push forward, try and catch a player, then try to plant. But it doesn't look like Nightblood are going to be offering anything up. And in fact, he may be offering himself up to the off on the line. And that is way too free for Muddy.
30 seconds left.
Eventually, he gets what he wanted. This defense side op play, yielding results. Alim, though, first kill, earns the kill contract, uses the ultimate straight away. Makes it a 5v3 out of nowhere.
I'm in a 5-on-4. What if I just kill another guy? Like, it's just, but why not do it? When you are 4 for 4, you have the shield up. I mean, he's shooting today. So listen, he's got the hot hand. Let him shoot. I'm not mad at it. Just go for it. Just send it.
Throwing him back here to the pistol round, where we really thought that Nightblood were going to run away with this. They do end up winning, but they lose to this Death Ball Stingers as the attackers push up mid. And then we see things get a little bit messy. Round 1 here, I think, is off the sort of kill contract. Ends up being used, but short-lived. Kess has to 1v2 clutch with that Odin at the end of this round. And that's obviously asking a little bit too much of them.
There was Tim, sadly, going down to the one shot. Has not been able to find the most value with the Clove ult in this game, unfortunately, but won't hold it against him. It's kind of tough to use at the moment, I'm gonna be honest. you're going to get caught the majority of the time. So it's also sadly resulted in his stats being obscured, where he has 20 deaths. Such is the life of the Clove.
Yep. You've got to throw yourself into the mess a lot of the time. Now, pretty lightly held A side, but that's because Nightblood are getting pretty audacious here through mid. No one's watching this either. This should be a KJ turret. Yep, and that is revealed, cleared now. So now you know you're on a timer if you're Funhavers. You need to very quickly make this play. You've got to be decisive. Joby here as well can clear that, of course, for a retake with this lockdown. Fun's still clearing some of their corners, but they have gotten up onto the site. Now Viper's Pit. That's about to be cleared, though. Lockdown comes in.
Yeah, the lockdown doesn't catch all of the pit, though, so...
True.
Funhavers will be able to maintain it. Yeah, absolutely. There's that counter lockdown in as well. That's going to expire briefly.
Show me a target.
All right, there's a double tap that Lim knows it's time to fight. Okay, let's use all the things. Oh, buddy! Well, yeah, basically the deck stacked in his favor as much as possible. Win has not had much success in moments like that this game. And that lockdown, I mean, on the face of it, got very, very limited value because even though Funhavers, or specifically Corrupt, was banished to a very small corner of his own Viper's Pit, Nightblood were not in a position to actually try and target that part of the map.
I do like how Elim played that situation, using the wall to scale forward, take the fight, just doesn't win it against Blast. But then Win is just a little bit too slow to come from Belt. And you saw a cool little moment there from his point of view, where Kumi jumps out from up top in the, by the rope, sees Win flanking, and then just dashes away. So the Blast is just set up for the free kill. Just a couple little things that made a big difference there for Funhavers. Pretty sick play.
In this round, Money still has that defense side op. I didn't really think to use it against the Viper's Pit for obvious reasons. This time, though, 2 players pretty far forward on B, of course. That's the opening here with your opping Omen. 2-1-2 split for the defenders.
And though it is pretty standard right now from Funhavers, you are just intending on throwing that early round util towards the A orb every single time. You do not want to be giving Elim any free orbs at this point. No more kill contracts, please. Do not let him go 6 for 6.
Funhavers know that the Omen's at B here. They actually draw a shot out and they owl drone. So Money has held on to this from the shadows, though, much of this round. Last time he was in this position, Funhavers actually ended up pivoting back over towards B as he was a solo player playing from that snowman position, and he managed to come away with a couple of kills. So we'll see what Funhavers can make happen first here. Lim sees ahead, but gives himself away and opts to back down.
All right, Execute's going to come in. Nightblood Gaming have 3 players stacked up backside. Make that 4, ready to fight this.
And there goes the double tap that's out of the way. Win. Get into the game a little bit more now. It's been an off day for him so far, but plenty more opportunities to show himself.
Down A.
Perhaps not many more in this map, though, now, as Nightblood are going to take us to a map point. Unless Kumi does something truly extraordinary. Fighting him one-on-one, probably not advisable.
There's just not going to be enough time, despite hitting those 6 shots.
And that will be time in the round. Corrupt and Kumi maintain their weapons. But again, they have enough money to be buying them anyway. It's getting 2 guns off against Nightblood is relevant, but not enough. Viper's Pit here available for Win, so could maybe even throw that down at B and just be done with it. Managing to get a kill on that round, the grizzled veteran.
Yeah, Nightblood have an opportunity to force Funhavers into a very awkward situation where they could, use that standard Viper's Pit also towards A, where it covers up all the site, and then have your op towards B, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Nightblood, in fact, have nothing on B whatsoever. They're just taking forward space on A right now. They have a Lim pushed up. Funhavers are going into this fast split. Oh my god, Joe had the util out.
This time at least they're aware of it. And I guess maybe Nightblood think they've conditioned Funhavers to be very cautious about B. They are still spending an owl drone to make sure Money's not in some ridiculous spot. That's tough. Money, though, of course, can peer through here over towards Orange and take at least 1 back. Yes. Oh, beautiful. Corrupt gets taken down. Plant will occur still. But now with 4 players still to work with, Nightblood can be a little bit more methodical about this.
Pyro has the ultimate, but when you're in a 3 versus 4, you might just need to have the gun out, and Lim finds that trade onto Kumi, crucial to maintain the advantage.
Okay, should be able to contingency here to make the space. And as Fury comes out, Muddy's able to catch on to Blast, though, now up on yellow, knows approximately where the Sova is. And there's enough health there for Alan to tank that shot. Done and dusted, we are on Icebox. Nightblood closed it out with a 4-round lead at the end. I'm pretty sure Muddy hit 30 in regulation. Pretty dirty stuff from the Opping Omen.
That was a sick game from him. I love that reposition at the end there as well, getting on top of yellow. His favorite position, top yellow with an op as an Omen on attack or defense. He enjoyed playing there. That was a fun game to watch from his point of view. And also, you have to give a ton of credit to Lim, who got God knows how many first kills in that game, and the majority of them just coming from using the kill contract as well. Like straight up, just early round, I'm just going to use it. I just know I'm better, and he was better. He won all of them. I think it was like 5 for 5 at the end.
And every round that they used that kill contract in, they won as well. It's just how important, especially with the way that these two teams are playing, securing a player advantage early in the round has been. He would have had one next round as well, by the way. But, you know, fortunately, we didn't have to see any more of that. Seen enough here at Icebox. We're going to go to a break. We've got another map still to come in this series or more if Funhavers can get their act together.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't even know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy. I'm a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills, really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that like I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
all these people would really like to give up and they really had that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
Elimination match going on between Nightblood Gaming and Funhavers in the very first map of Ascent. It's going to be Nightblood Gaming to take the lead. Only Sierra and Vans here now because Ash was the solo one to predict Funhavers, and she had to get out of here, Vans, before it was too late.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't want the fan base to go against her. Was like, hey, why'd you go for Nightblood Gaming or not go for Nightblood Gaming? But no, it was still a good game though. We just saw an Icebox. We mentioned that it was going to be a fairly brawly game between both teams, and it's nice that NBG, we're finally testing an Icebox, and I think they should have picked that more often.
I know, when I look back at what they've done throughout the stage and how clean this Icebox has looked, yeah, it kind of brings up a couple questions. I know that this is a map where they have had a couple of compositional changes and stuff. They've been kind of experimenting, and they have picked it up in third-party tournaments. So maybe something that they didn't feel quite comfortable with on a competitive aspect, maybe it just never came up. But honestly, Vans, like the reps that they put into it, it definitely showed. I think from the get-go, you got to see kind of a level of confidence from both the more veterans of the team and the newer players, which made this just pretty strong in their favor, no matter what Funhavers was able to throw at them.
Well, that's the thing when we're looking at the like on paper how potentially the game should have been played out with the compositions that are coming out. For example, on the side here of Funhavers who are playing a double controller with the Clove. And I was saying it's going to be very difficult here for the side of NBG to really scale up towards the A site when you're playing against this type of double smokes. But the thing is like on the defensive side, Funhavers were actually pushing a lot, and they were just trying to just have fundamental trades, swings, and fight against players that are trying to scale up towards the belt or towards the nest. And they didn't have to, on the side of NBG, really try to go for a little bit of that macro to really counter the Clove smokes. But if not, in the end, it's what you're currently seeing here in the highlights. There's been a lot of heavy fragging power coming out from like 2 players on the side of Nightblood Gaming. And also, we were expecting that to be the case here when you're playing a map like Icebox, and you're not trying to play like too much util macro with like a Tejo like some teams would kind of do. You're just bringing your firepower and your gunpowder to the game, and it definitely showed on the side of the winning team of NBG.
Yeah, for Nightblood Gaming, especially too, with the fact that it's been a little troublesome for them throughout stage 2 to see the step up, specifically looking at player performance here, looking at the step up from Muddy as well as Alim, someone who we have talked about a lot, I think was really, really nice. It made it that the Funhavers, it was a little difficult to get involved in a couple of these fights. I think at one point, Uber said something about Muddy, like, yeah, he's... Actually, I wrote down the quote, but my braiding's too messy. I gotta wait a second, wait a second. All right, Muddy is farming them, was the Uber quote coming out from that. And yeah, Muddy was, honestly, 30 kills in the match. And we didn't actually get to highlight this going into this, but Muddy had qualified into Challengers with Funhavers, then going to Nightblood Gaming after. So to put up this performance against his old team, like, whew.
For sure. And even when you're looking at it from the point of view exactly of what Uber was doing with farming, it wasn't just like on rifle, it was mostly around scoped weapons. I think he was going from like Outlaw from some rounds, Marshals for some others, Ops with others as well. And even one of those rounds where he TPs towards the enemy spawn when they're playing on the attack, and he gets a fake ace with the Outlaw when they're playing what I think their bonus round or whatnot. He definitely understands like the positioning of where he could be and the value that Omen brings here on this map. And the thing is that's the difficult part when you're playing as a team, for example, on the side of Funhavers, and you don't have enough practice against certain agents, just like an Omen, for example, in the comp, because not many teams will be practicing around that. And that's how some teams could actually have that curveball and be able to take the upper hand out of that one. When I'm thinking of, for example, an Omen on this map, outside of just recency bias from Sentinels, there really only was like Koalanu back in Challengers, if you're looking at the recent splits, when he was playing with MAD, that plays the Omen to try to create some space for the team with an op as well, where they didn't really want to use like a jet in the comp for the side of M80 when they're playing no duelist comp for Icebox. So if that's not being practiced, or it's not taken to attention of what the Omen or where the Omen could be, that's what happens. You saw one of those rounds where White was laughing. Muddy just TPs out in the open on top of Yellow, still doesn't get punished because nobody's paying attention to somebody retaking the site on the top of Yellow for the defensive side. So yeah, I think there was a little bit of that, plus a lot of shooting coming out from Muddy that made it very difficult here for Funhavers to take the upper hand.
And to see him come alive in a series as important as this one too, I think was so key for the team, because he hasn't been bad throughout the stage. It's just been a troublesome time for the entire team, right? So obviously a couple of the stats are going to be a little bit diminished when you're looking across the board, but I think this was a really nice highlight, and I loved that. The other thing that we wanted to talk about before we got into the next map, though, was Alum and what he was able to do on this map, because when we're talking about those compositional changes and stuff, it was back and forth between Alum for Reyna or for the ISO. But looking at the kill contracts and the impact made bans, I'm glad he went ISO.
Yeah, not only is he winning these fights inside the Gulag, but you're seeing also from that minimap, whenever he's getting into these fights, we talked about two players having to be in tandem left and right. It's going to be him and also for Muddy. So Muddy is always there for that support at the same time. If anybody's pushing up, watching his teammate's body, trying to see if anybody's trying to push across too on the Clove 1 smokes that are being thrown here for Funhavers side. But if not, Alim, he's quite good at playing the mind games against his opponents, getting what, 5 kills in the First Bloods, 5 kills in the Gulags. But if you're actually looking at these replays, it kind of tells you that he's always swinging at the same side. So if he's still able to win all of these fights every single time, if that comes into a second map where I think they also use an ISO there, hopefully somebody's going to understand that and try to pre-aim that corner first.
I mean, even outside of the Gulag, though, if they get a little bit of an inkling of what he wants to do, I mean, he was able to get so many of the kill contracts because he was farming them outside as well, right? So even if you stop him in one aspect of this, he was still such a menace in the server. But let's talk about the next map in the series, especially now, Nightblood Gaming being up 1 and taking away Funhavers' map of choice. And now we're looking at Haven for the second map, which Nightblood Gaming, this one can be quite strong for them, as you found out.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to what I was being teased about by Uber earlier on, where they got that 13-0 win versus SAD Esports in the past. But I mean, they're 1-1 going into that one. Both teams are kind of like 1-1, but I love the approach for both of their teams. One of them going for like the Fnatic way when they came out with this composition. This is on the side of NBG when you're playing the double duelists with the Yoru and the ISO. So you're manipulating rotates a lot. You're being quite intrusive on your hits because of the kill contracts if Alim continues to be able to farm the way that he does with that. But on the other side, though, for Funhavers, I also like their attack or their approach rather on this map. They actually come out with more of a G2 comp when you're playing like the Tejo Breach, Yoru, Vice. The only difference is for 1 week they actually got plowed by Shopfire Rebellion when they were pulling an Astra, but then the week after against Blue Otter they switched away the Astra onto an Omen, and the Omen actually helped them a little bit more. And I'm assuming they probably needed that extra flash to really fight within the sites, and maybe didn't have enough util to support, or maybe not good enough coordination to get the best value for the entries for their Yoru, which is why the Paranoia can be that extra layer and turn that more into an easy mode for Funhavers on their execs. If anything, it's not only on their execs but also on their retakes, because that's where they found rather most of their success against Blue Otter, because of the Paranoia retake too. That's so good on this map.
The changes that Funhavers have made definitely were nice for Haven. We'll say the one that they had, even with their old composition, that was going up against a Paint that was just unleashed in the series. He went like 33-9 or something.
That's
it was
the one, yeah.
Yeah, it was a disgusting performance by Paint, and I kind of felt bad for Funhavers, who had put up a really strong series, to then just get ran over by Paint in the third one. But when we look at the Haven, we know it's strong from there. But I want to kind of go back to Nightblood Gaming and their composition, because Alan did such a good job with the ISO on Icebox. But when we look at the Haven and the double composition,
he plays Yoru,
yeah, he goes for the Yoru, and it's Muddy who goes for the ISO. And Muddy did have a good performance on the first map, so even if they do stick with Muddy on the ISO, I think I'm okay with that, because Alan in the past, when we've seen him on the Yoru and stuff, like I've really liked him on this Agents as well.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it kind of goes back and forth with just how Muddy's been feeling like in the groove, and Alim's been feeling in the groove as well for the ISO to say, hey, let me just pick up this agent. And I'm pretty sure both of them are going to be kind of fine. Although I think that Muddy's kind of untested though on his agent. I just want to click back into his agent pool real quick. I mean, he does have reps around it as well. So maybe it could be a possibility to see that switch over going to this game just because of the state of how the series has been going so far in their favor with how good they've been.
Yeah, I'm curious with such a big series on the line, if we see the switch, how they're feeling, but the agent select is ready. So we won't have to theorize too much about it, but we instead get some answers from these teams. Again, Nightblood Gaming's map pick. You know they have to feel confident going into this. And taking an eye over at the agents, they are going to stay with Alim on the Yoru, Muddy for the ISO. But like I said, Muddy was fragging out in the last map. I still like this.
Yeah, and also with how Quinn is also a very good controller player as well. So it's nice to have him to stick over as an Omen. And Muddy, I would not be against Muddy playing an op on ISO. Why the hell not? But yeah. It's probably more going to be some riflings moving in here with Alim. If we talked about two players being more in tandem, well, in these rifle rounds on their retakes, you're definitely going to need Muddy here.
Yeah, and I'm excited to get into this one. Nightblood Gaming up 1, elimination and Sense promo relegation. Funhavers, they just fought their way out of there, so it's time to see if they have what it takes to keep away from that now and try and send it into a map 3. But it's time to head into things and head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, fans and Sierra. The first map in this series, well, maybe not looking to be too much of a blowout. If you check the score, had some pretty odd moments. It was definitely dominated by the individual. We have very different initiator calls, though, between these two teams heading into Haven. Wyatt?
Definitely. I'm excited to see, though, on Nightblood, will Muddy and Alim double duelist action after what we witnessed on map 1. I'm not going to lie. I'm expecting these guys to just run around and kill everybody and make this a 2-0. Like, if they continue to play in the form that we just saw them in, they're looking kind of nice, man. I'm here for it. And we're on their map pick now. This is looking tough for Funhavers. I'm going to be real.
Well, Alim, we saw him on the ISO previously. That's been handed over to Muddy, but great little opener there with Yoru. Basically, he's been around the world already, first turning up in Sewer and now on A-Long with that Sheriff. And there was a cross here through lobby. So yeah, a little aware of this. Jeez, a lot of good damage being done. Blast very low. You have to take this though. You don't have a gate crash. Oh, you don't have a gate crash to get yourself out. Pardon me. Alim gets a second. Maybe unjustified pick up there. Funhavers already down to 2.
And now Muddy just catches Pyro on the rotate. You have 3 players from NBG pushing through a lobby, which is about to be spotted by Tim. Can find 1 kill. He does that. Is so clean with the ghost. 2 tap down.
And again, Tim is in a position to do some damage now. Muddy and Win aren't likely looking for this, but no surprise to see them commit fully to the site with such a player advantage. So what would have been a window for the Tim? Does go begging. Corrupt has a 1v2 this, but again, yeah, that double tap shield in a pistol round is very, very hard to overcome.
It's just that shield is too damn good. It was a good effort from Tim wrapping down through Sewer, but as soon as you're running into, Muddy with the shield up, miserable. And then obviously collects that kill. It was a good push forward from Corrupt, but you're just not going to win in that 1v2. This NBG team, they can shoot, man. They can definitely shoot, and they're 1 map away from maintaining their spot in the Swiss stage, trying to run it back, try and get into the playoffs.
I mean, it's worth just being reminded, there are some really quality teams that are even in a 1-3 position, you know, in the landscape of challenges in general. And we just saw in that first matchup, right? Shop Pyrobetti and Black have advanced. There's a lot of treacherous moments lingering. This is a bit of a throwaway for NBG.
Right, we're getting cocky. We're getting way too cocky, overstaying our welcome there.
Yep, and it's the classic Funhavers Stinger Death Ball. We saw this on Icebox on their sort of second round after losing the pistol. And it was about just as effective. NBG aren't ready for it, don't anticipate it. Are we playing Valorant anymore? Right. I'm not quite sure.
And what is the maneuver going to be now, my friends? Running 3, that's a little tough.
And well, Money's Guardian brought into this round. soon to be stripped from his cold, dead hands.
He is clean though, man. He is clean with it.
Now, who is this guy, man?
He's kind of nice like that. But overall, though, I don't want to get too excited because that was a disaster, and they lost their round 2 after winning the pistol. We live in a G2 world where you simply just always buy stingers on round 2. You just never have pistols. Why not just run it down?
I love that we get this glorious display in slow motion. Yeah, I mean, all these setups here for NBG completely invalidated by a team who is just running at them full speed. Got to account for it though, whether in Challengers or any other tier of play. So now that Outlaw went over to Pyro, went with the Bucky, sat on the corner. I see. I kind of like the deep camp. It almost implies that it's a solo Cypher site. And so then maybe they don't check for this, but Quinn also... He's going to have his hands full. Look, get away with 1.5 and you're Gucci. Oh, you hate to see those. You hate to see those.
Oh, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Wait, Kumi on the way. Okay, yeah, that's not funny. That's tough. Oh, too money is just finding kills when he shouldn't be, but ultimately, it doesn't really matter.
Funhavers, thankfully, show some diligence in their approach to this C site. Clearing it with a stealth drone, revealing the player tucked nice and close, which was Quinn. And they, thank God they got us out of that one quickly. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, blasting a little bit of danger at the end there. A little bit of danger, but they've stabilized. Now, let's see how Muddy likes to use his kill contracts. Will you just rip this immediately? Will he save it for when a player on attack is planting the spike?
Oh, he ended up shooting the clone. Didn't even kill the clone. That's tough, man. He was full flashed. Right, so yeah, a kill contract off the rip here from Muddy. I mean, he's positioned to get the best capture, I think, towards A lobby. But again, Funhavers are being pretty respectful.
All right, what is the move here from Funhavers? They have that gate crash going into Garage. Blast is aware that there are some Nightblood players pushed up towards A lobby, so that's going to further incline Funhavers to just go for this hit into C, but what a mess. They just can't find the trades. Delayed from Corrupt, but at least gets the one.
That's not going to force back some more of that attention. Alum, though, was already headed over towards the back of the C site. Clone left in his wake there in Garage. And Gate crashes on out. Very effective Yoru play. Whittling Funhavers down to 2 players.
Actually decides not to. He was just going to rip it immediately, but just, okay, Muddy, we got him in the kill contract, though.
All right, well, Tim does go down. Muddy,
he wins.
Picks up where Alim left off. I don't know how important you feel it is to rip a kill contract in like a 4v2, but honestly, I respect it because the more of them you use, here, the best part is kill contract is like orb neutral because you're going to get an orb back for it. You know what I mean? So you're already on the way to the next one. Just use it.
Yeah, and I mean, you get it this early in the half, might as well lock up that round to a certainty. I'm not mad at it.
All right, pretty stock standard round outside of that though, in terms of how things played out on the C site. Rolling Thunder developed now for Corrupt. The defense side dimensional drift has been pretty important. Alum is very, very busy across the map, getting extremely active early. Kess again has gone for the Odin. Stick it. He has. Okay, Tim has stuck the TP in spawn, which is a bit uncomfortable for Kess, being the solo A player.
And he absolutely knows that the Omen is going to be somewhere in the vicinity.
He is slowly stalking the Omen.
Look at how fast they are behind them right now. This is ridiculous.
Rolling Thunder comes out. Dimensional Drift sees the 2 players. Karubtia blast around the corner. Oh, buddy, it's so messy. Muddy gets caught out there. Kumi just appears now in hell. Kess tries to go to work with the Odin. This is about as challenges as a challenges round gets. I'm going to be real with you. That is...
Oh my God. I mean, listen, respect to Nightblood for inting it down mid and immediately trying to wrap that A hit. And it was a good response, though, that Corrupt immediately doubles back, rips the Rolling Thunder into them. I mean, it's pretty funny to watch, but it was a good response.
What? I
mean,
mean,
the aftershock, Muddy in the corner when he's trapped.
Muddy had to go there, I think, because of the Rolling Thunder. So it's honestly perfect. Like I have no complaints from what Funhavers showed us in that round.
Cutting through.
Oh, this is going to be a... Oh, geez, we are 5 rounds in already? Man. Aging at rapid pace. Oh, that was an easy pick up on a limb there, just deciding to show. Pretty exposed position to be when you're on nothing but a sheriff, I think, but pretty common to see that early kill fed into the outlaw. Man, I really wish they had a kill contract right now, don't you, Muddy? He doesn't.
Only 5 orbs away, though.
Yeah,
he could ace this round and have it for the next one.
He probably doesn't wish he had it either. Although I do want to see him like go into a kill contract with like a disadvantaged scenario. I want to see him kill contract run up with the Bucky. That's extremely based. Pretty sure I've seen Dre do that before.
No, you can get away with that. Honestly, they never expect you to just hold down W and run straight at you. Dude, so one of the I swear to God, sometimes it's scary when you're in the kill contract against a Stinger and that dude's just running right at you. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's kind of scary.
You know he's gonna tank the first hit as well because of the double tap. you're just bricking. All right, so this kind of round here, we already see very large amounts of money on most of these Funhavers players. Nightblood really don't have the ability to make them part with many of them. There's a sheriff or two here to employ in the service of our Lord and Savior, Korn. The blood god. He's going to be Nightblood. Now losing those sheriff players, essentially, and you run out of the map. No, buddy, he's done it to him. Oh, he's absolutely done it to them. Get out with the guns in your lives, boys. Oh, goodness.
And he's getting closer to the ult and that damage. Listen, there's enough time in the half for that to matter, even though Funhavers' economy is really good. So we'll definitely take that. Tim and Kumi are still super low on money. The damage, it's worth it. Money's up to 9.
It's definitely not a here nor there, but better to come out with some kills than none at all. I mean, Quinn still goes down to the blast.
Honestly, I think
so
it's more important that he just gets closer to having another kill contract, if anything.
So yeah, we casually walk up A-long at the start of this round. And here it is. The classic goes with the most basic classic skin, in my opinion. Little T1 flare. So now we have proper weaponry for Nightblood gamers. I'm sure they're going to conduct this round very normally. Very reasonably.
They have that op controlling over towards A-long. Funhavers have been pretty content to play things slower in the early rounds and just wait out any aggression. This dimensional drift is going to clear out B, so they know that the site is not occupied by any defenders, can get the free plant down, get into this retake where they have a Hunter's Fury. So they're set up somewhat nicely here. Wow, they're actually... Oh, no, that's Kassar who's just ripping it straight away and collects onto Tim.
Great catch. Omen now out of the picture. Still a veritable firing squad of Funhavers players watching mid. That's kind of it for the smoke and mirrors for Nightblood. I guess they could make use of the neural theft here, but that would require Joker to be back on the site. Instead, he's trying to push out of double doors. That'll be a neural theft, but not the one I was referring to. Now you got to push out. You've got to stop this post-plant scenario, but now you have an annihilation to add to it. As you can hear, there's not enough time for Quinn to do anything about it. Big ultimate's drawn out of Funhavers there in fairness, but it's an important round for the attack side team to win, and they land the plane.
Funhavers are off to a great start on this attack. Bear in mind, this is not their map pick. They've already lost that, but that was a well-played post-plant and just keeping it simple, getting all that information early with the dimensional drift. They forced Nightblood now onto the timeout. Got them that uncomfortable with the situation that they're finding themselves in.
I'm going to say it's been a tough day at the office of Quinn. Struggled in some of those just moments where they were left as an individual on Icebox. And here, haven't quite been able to generate too much action. We had to show this again, didn't we? That's unfortunate, but that was, of course, the save round where Quinn was the only player with a weapon. It was a Bucky, so that was all cleared, checked for properly. Nightblood looking a little less clean. They do spend a kill contract is our narrative here. It's the they spent it on a round where they were going to win it anyway. So unlike Icebox, they don't really use it to get like that crucial player advantage. I mean, God, on a map like this, it's so handy to have that extra player in the man-to-man, we'll call it here. And even with that nice Hunter's Fury from Cass, it's just so hard to break the post plant in that last round.
Let's see what Nightblood have got for us out of this timeout. The start
He's been given the rifle.
That hero rifle, and it looks like he's intending on taking the fight to Funhavers. He's positioned right at the barrier on the B side.
The classic win in the corner with the Bucky strat.
Well, let's see if he gets more value this time than he did the first. Okay.
Okay, so that is interesting.
Drone broken.
Cleared early as a drone. Oh, he's learned! He's learned! He is advancing! Respected the special delivery. Got him. Kumi down. That's who won. All right, Jober also not too shabby. Sheriff connects. The hero rifle and money is yet to come into play yet. They didn't really have any positioning to get an early orb, though, because I'm obsessed about the ISO ult.
We've been talking about it so much, but with good reason.
I would say it's like a storyline light game outside of the potential for being elimination.
Yeah, all that. All
I'm not above it.
Muddy rushing it in there, shut down. I was hoping to see some kind of kill with a little shock dart combo with the ISO, but didn't pan out.
Kess is about to do the very thinkable. He's going to swing and dive. High-low setup.
Astoundingly thinkable.
This is extremely whelming moment.
Yeah, did walk away as whelmed as ever, really. It's not particularly thrilling. But this is the round where things will be playing out for Nightblood. As far as what did they plan in that timeout? What is the move? What is the adjustment? Is it a limb with the operator? Is it Kess with the Odin? They're both positioned over towards A.
Loves this spray into lobby early round by the looks of things. I like that Tejo Salvos actually pushed Kess off that line. Damn, the TP forward. All right, I respect that from Tim. Bro's got stones. He's on that A side entirely now, but Alim is nipping at the heels and also dropped the spike carrier. But they don't know Tim is here, surely. So a double back for Tim should be easy enough to...
You're in. Oh my God. I was watching that thinking, well, surely he's going to teleport out of this, right? Surely he's just risking it for the last second shot.
All right. Kill contract.
Wait, did he get Kumi?
Kill contract.
No, he didn't. He got the guy with the rifle.
All right, Corrupt down.
Matter.
We are 7 for 0 on kill contracts today. You know what? Yeah, you throw the neural theft in. Make sure you know what Kumi's playing. All right. Contingency. Kumi.
So I say to
It can't be going down like this. It can't be going down like this, bro.
He clutches the round with 3 health. What a great round of Valorant. I mean, it starts with Tim getting an Omen TP forward that can't really be anticipated. So that even if he doesn't die to that, aftershock, Alim is probably dead to the Omen backstab there.
You're telling me the replay operators we didn't catch that incredible aftershock placement from the breach point of view?
We'll get it for the timeout montage. We'll get it. I'm sure. Okay.
Oh my God, man. Lim continuing the sewer-related struggles and dies in the exact same position.
Yeah, this time at least not to a piece of avoidable util. It's just an outlaw that claims him. Not much he can do. Kess forced back here again. Second round in a row, driven off that line by initiator util. This breach Teo comp is getting a lot done for Funhavers. And here comes Pyro looking to step up to the plate. Kess down and down the win. Bucky does ring out. Okumi is on the site, finds a no-scope there with that outlaw, and it's muddy. Back whence he came, he will return.
This is Nightblood's map pick, by the way. I don't know if you, did you notice that?
Yeah.
I don't know if you looked over at the graphic and saw that.
I mean, I think nothing.
Little piece of
nothing
information.
would warm the cockles of me art more than heading over to a Lotus map with how these two teams are playing. Very scrappy. Ready for a scrappy Lotus after this one. Yeah, that's the way things seem to be heading on this defense side. Nightblood have just struggled a little bit. But again, we are looking at the team with the double duelist comp. So they want a respectable staging ground at least before we get onto their attack side.
Limb has gone back to the operating well. Muddy walks down mid yet again, but this time entirely punished for it. The C site is going to be taken by Funhavers momentarily, unless Nightblood tried to flood back into this. Limb at least wants to post up, given that he's still got the gate crash out there.
There's a gate crash behind him too. He's got an op in hand. That's a little scary. Right, if I would take it, the gate crash right there and then. Hear the shot ring out, go for it. So they know there's yeah, okay, that's cleared. Now what? There is a plan here for Funhavers. It probably revolves around some of this renewable util, which will come online in just a moment.
Yeah, they're just, I imagine, waiting until they feel like that gate crash is going to have expired and then hit the site. So Dimensional Drift is forced out from a limb. Gonna get all this information. Joba catches one.
Nicely done. A second here for Joba. Kess turns up, of course, dragging the Odin. Happy now to find a use case for it, or at least that was the plan, but a paranoia played off perfectly by Tim leaves Senor Huynh in a 1 versus 3 to avert a 9-round attack side scoreline from Funhavers. And I do feel as if the odds are against him. Would have loved an Odin there if we wanted to play that way, but there's Tim finding 3 in the round.
Straight into the double face. I think that was even synced up maybe with a breach flash at the same time for that 2-man backside swing where Tim just finds an easy multi-kill. I like how Nightblood played that. You know, they were at the man disadvantage, but they flooded back in after the dimensional drift was used by a limb. They got themselves into an advantage situation, and it slips through their grasp again. They've had a couple rounds now where they've been in the favored position, get the man advantage, and they just can't convert them. And
feels like a really different Nightblood team than what we saw in Icebox.
Yeah, I mean,
sum that up.
Just can't imagine the 2 rounds is going to be enough, even if they start going on a run on attack.
Limb here will be posted up with the Guardian. All right, well, standing in the middle of, oh, the util! Okay, I felt like there was the 3rd in there somewhere. Reconsiders though, and Tim doing the TP forward and kill thing pretty admirably so far this game.
Oh, how did he? What just happened? He just broke Quinn's ankles. What occurred? He just teleported straight up just behind him.
Quinn has, yeah, definitely been a little bit, the response time's been a little slow. Oh, not sure that was where he wanted that to be, but Kess is still going to be able to get across. Phantom secured. Spotted out here by Kumi, presumably inside that dimensional drift. And now you got pretty standard post-plant positions.
Get that first tap. Kumi swings out, says he's not on it. He's not on it. I like to just, I mean, they could just chill. This is, oh, I mean, it's over. It's over.
Maybe with a Phantom trying to do this. Okay, Kess. Has to stick here. At least a half. No way! No way! Come on, bro!
Oh my god, the 0.15. They shouldn't be losing that, but they do. So now Nightblood, they have a chance on the attack, Mitch. 3 rounds, pistol win, they can work with that. But they can't be losing that, bro.
There could not have been a more Nightblood versus Funhavers way for that half to have ended. Crazy stuff from Kess. And what a time to come alive. I like this position from Alum. Just knows that he's still in a weird spot, one that's not going to be canvassed by this util whatsoever. Lovely little tap and step. Great way to open things up. Yeah, Tim with the TP. Quinn just got pretzeled. And yeah, stunning clutch there from Kess in the dying seconds of the round. Plays that to perfection just when we thought he'd struggle to even hit a shot with that Phantom. So, pistol win, and you're on the road, Nightblood.
Now, Nightblood, they did win the pistol in the first half of this game. And then they lost round 2, and things spiraled out of control.
Too. Second half Icebox, same thing happened.
Do they clear this? Win does clear it, and he wins the duel. Great first kill. Bruh, Am I casting with Vans?
You've got to give me
Am
one,
I casting with Vans silly right now?
I'll put it away. Pyro deals with win comfortably enough. It's actually Funhavers at least really locking down this B side of the map. Limno's gotten pretty deep on C, so they're going to feel pretty surrounded, but they still have time to put a double face together. Joba's maybe a little bit too slow there to convert that first kill. No opportunity to respond. Now Elim gets his ghost on. Now we are in the 1 versus 2. And it was almost as if Funhavers anticipated a move to a different site here. They're going to wrap all the way around. And for Elim, it's going to be very hard to get any information about this. He just doesn't have a mechanism with which to spot Funhavers out early, except his own 2 eyes. And he uses them there and gets a bullet through one.
A nice little shot from Blast to win out this pistol. And now we will see if Nightblood Gaming can win the round 2 by inting at Funhavers with a stinger pie.
Well, we're definitely worked for Funhavers. But again, like you've got to get up pretty early to pull that off against the team who does it themselves. This is just a classic push up mid here. Things fall apart a little bit once they get to this B side. And to some awkward moments here. I think, again, it's been a series that's probably starting to pull at the edges of your sort of mental capacity.
Oh, they're not doing it. We're not doing the stinger buy. We got the spike down. 10-3. Yep. We're not taking that risk, but we bought a Bucky?
Yep.
What the hell? I mean, listen, you can have, it's not like unheard. I mean, you can totally not buy the stingers. It's okay. I just kind of assumed they would. It's most teams are doing that in this situation now, but the Bucky? That's kind of crazy. What is the move here for win?
Well, they have full C site control, and I guess like a Bucky inside garage could be fairly potent. I think they're going to go for this. Okay, team just shoots them. There it is! The Bucky! The GOAT!
No way.
Never doubt my GOAT. Quinn with 2 kills there. Pyro, though, unfortunately can, well, reality hits hard, folks. That's the long and short of it.
He only needs 3 more.
Yep. 1? No? Okay.
No, that's tough. I wonder if he's in the dark cover, just missile it. Yeah, that's tough when you're in those situations against Teo. It's definitely tough. Well, the Bucky worked. Imagine if they all had Buckies. Or maybe it's or 4 stingers and a Bucky. Regardless, they were just saving to get the full buy on now. They did a lot of damage. Funhavers are going to have a pretty bad bonus buy. This is where they get the ball rolling with a clean anti-bonus.
That's it. Double Duelist comp now gets the chance to shine. Finally, guns in hand. Funhavers, yeah, you mentioned it's a little average. Well, they're not far from an Armageddon here, so it could be pretty impactful when we get down to some of these post-plant scenarios if we sort of get there, but C's been left entirely open. Bit of a gamble stack on A for Funhavers. They do get 2 players very deep over towards the A lobby side, though, and we'll have to see if Joba's heard any of this. Yep, now just whips around and great trigger discipline. Sees the clone go past, and he's been here enough times before that he takes an easy kill.
I'm just going to back off, play things safe. Multiple players from Nightblood pushing forward towards spawn. Allows Pyro an opportunity to get 1 back.
Stun is good. Elim, they're not affected by it and just takes a raw fight against Corrupt. There's the understanding, the tacit belief here for Nightblood. They got better weapons, but it doesn't always hold. Blast, though, of course, will be surrounded multiple angles. We need a Kess level clutch to walk away with this kind of round. First, we'll give it a tap. Revealed there by that Sova util, so now it's shooting fish in a barrel, folks. Only 2 guns, though, carried out of this gun round for Nightblood. Definitely not as clean as they would have liked it to a bit.
Certainly not, but at this point, round win's a round win, and they're going to be buying up to the max, no matter what the situation at this deficit. Here's the opportunity for Funhavers to seal up the game, though. Full buy, early Armageddon for Pyro. Got a lot of kills on the pistol, a couple there as well. Prime opportunity for Funhavers to get to 12, put Nightblood on the eco, close this out and get to Lotus.
Yeah, that's the plan. Get us out to Lotus, obviously another 3-site map. So definitely expect to see plenty more Yoru there. All right, Blast will see this coming now. Revealed, though, needs to get on the move. Contingency thrown in, but only a clone behind it now. Lim gets into the back of the site, though. Beautiful. Gate crashes there, but Pyro's able to get the drop on the ISO. Might not be enough. Lim takes big damage from those wallbang shots. There's no more commitment for the defenders for now. Maybe they split here, at least get one player over to Garage.
They're going to play it super passive offsite. They have the Hunter's Fury to work with. So you can have two players swing while that's actually being rattled off by Kess.
Okay, Corrupt, not the one who was lit, so can give this a tap. But the odds of getting into half here, pretty low. And this is the money round for Funhavers. They've definitely dug deep into the pockets now, but having to deal with this Hunter's Fury and some of those other key ultimates coming online now. Very hard for them to deal with. But Kumi's going to push forward here, flash around the corner. Kess, this is dangerous. Has to win this fight, and he can't. Funhavers back into the game now. Nightblood, weird, awkward buy to try and stay alive on Haven.
That is an absolute disaster. Looks like we're headed to map 3. This is just going to be a terrible buy for Nightblood Gaming. They'd have to win here and then win 7 more rounds and then win in OT to take their map pick. They have looked all the way out of sorts here on Haven. Bizarre, totally different team than what we saw on Icebox. Really thought that with this double duelist with a Lim and Muddy that they would be just on a rampage here, but Funhavers have completely come to life. They've been playing very well with this composition. The team play has just been significantly better.
I mean, you start on the weaker side of the map with a comp that's a little weaker on defense. You lose 9 rounds, and then you never really get your economy going. You have like a round here and there with guns. You know what I mean? Like we sort of forgive Nightblood for losing a couple gun rounds here and there when they're in a good spot, but they can't really afford to here. The margins are already very, very slim. The 9-3 half converts into a really rough pistol round. That's how we find ourselves here. Really unlikely we're going to get a fight back of the magnitude required for Nightblood to take the series here. So we are starting to think about Lotus. The Funhavers do just need to put a bow on this map.
Yeah, things are just like the fundamentals for Nightblood looked pretty solid on Icebox, but in a moment like that where there's one player pushing down long and 1v1s are happening and one guy has a shock dart out while the other is fighting, and then it's another 1v1. Really awkward stuff. Funhavers have completely exploited the mistakes here.
Muddy just finds a gap in that early Tejo salvo. And finding nothing there over towards Sewer, Kumi's going to pull out with the gate crash. Set back more towards this A site. No need for the defenders to give that side up if it ends up getting hit. And dimensional drift here for a Lim could be quite illuminating.
Muddy popped his shield over here and, well, now does also go down, as does Jova trying to trade. I was going to say that they're going to attempt to use that noise to allow the rest of the team to walk in to see.
Timing of blood! Okay, switch weapons, doesn't get punished for it because Kumi is there, and somehow the judge gets involved in the game. Now it's just Elim, star of the previous map, or one of them. Muddy obviously dropping 30 was pretty notable. But never had a chance to make use of that drift. But still, throw a middle finger up at Funhavers with that kill before this map is done. And now I have the 1v5. It has recovered Phantom in order to win the game, and the spike has been currently squatted upon by Corrupt.
I'm going to go ahead and say that this one is probably over. Funhavers, I did not know that they had it in them to just claw back at a map like this. Not even claw, they just came out and smacked the hell out of them. Like, what just happened? That was not their map pick. And now we're headed over to Lotus. They have come to life with the pressure on, with elimination from this Swiss stage on the line, being sent to the promotion relegation tournament that they had to win to get here in the first place, and they are not going down without a fight. That was a super impressive showing. The team play there from them was way better than it was on Icebox.
Absolutely. Bodes well, especially for a map like Lotus that we're heading on to for our final map, because, again, the same skill set that got them where they needed to be on Haven will be very relevant there. So we'll take a quick break. Don't worry. We'll be back before too long, jumping into our decider match. And one of these teams will be eliminated. They'll be heading down to promotion relegation. They'll be out of the running for playoffs. So don't go too far. It's Nightblood versus Funhavers after the break.
I don't think I have a favorite, but I am a fan of many cereals, I won't lie. Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles are like okay, but like Captain Crunch, very good. I love Captain Crunch. Then there's a lot of like, you know, low-key ones too that I gotta keep like hidden, but I do like cereal.
My comfort food is probably some pho, some like banh mi. Like my mom's like a really good cook, so she makes like a lot of good Vietnamese food.
My comfort food would probably be poutine. I miss Quebec. I miss the food there. So I said poutine will make me feel at home and good, straight up.
For me, my favorite comfort food would be like a nice warm soup.
I gotta focus. I'm shifting into soup mode.
It's just real nice and warm and hearty inside. There's just nothing like it when it's like nice and cold. Especially where like I'm from, it's like mostly cold like year round, except for maybe like 3-4 months. I'd say it's generally cold. So soup is definitely like my comfort food.
Probably like like a nice cheeseburger or like some good pizza. It's like pretty chill. Can't really go wrong with that. Maybe pancakes. Ooh, pancakes. Oh.
I think my mom's mac and cheese. I had that like a lot growing up, and it's like definitely like a favorite of mine to have when I go back home from college. So yeah, I'd say my mom's mac and cheese is really good.
That's kind of hard. I feel like a comfort food is something that like comes from my culture, just something like my mom would make or like my grandma would make. So I'll say some biryani. You know, it's like a Pakistani dish that they would make a lot. It's just like, you know, some rice, some lamb or chicken, and it's just really good. So I'd say that.
My comfort food has to be like Chick-fil-A. You can't go wrong with their chicken sandwiches. So always spicy. Yeah, spicy's always better.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
With everything on the line and being down 1 in the series, it was time to head into Icebox, and it was a not Icebox Haven, but it was a Funhavers that just dominated from the get-go to take us into a map 3, 13-4. What a match, fans. Honestly, after the first map in the series, I kind of thought it was done and dusted. I thought this is the point at which we'd be talking about a Nightblood Gaming win, etc. We'd be moving on with our lives, but that was such a drastic switch in that second map.
I think all of us were thinking that for sure, especially when you're going into Icebox, which was Funhavers map pick, and then you have Muddy dropping 30, and then in recency bias, the 13-0 win that NBG had against SAD Esports was like, okay, well, this should be an easy victory here for NBG, and we close this out under 2-0. But I love it towards the end that from the side of Funhavers, they definitely did not care about the victory of the first map. Haven, again, like I said, they were one-on-one going into this one, but with the change that they had to bring here, the Omen in the comp, it's been looking a little bit better. Solo Yoru coming out from Kumi was exactly the way that I wanted to see Lim played in the first place. He was so good in like rotates and just getting solo positioning, winning fights, and then just covering a different part of the map. But a lot of this, when you're looking at the replay, it got muddy no matter what. You know what I mean? No pun intended in terms of like the player, but it was just like, it wasn't the cleanest on both sides. I'm just thinking more specifically on 2 individual pulse plants on C side that they were both kind of like whiffed out on the attack side for both of them. First one being the Kess 1v2 that somehow we just kind of like just swung 1 by 1 without really thinking about the timer that was left on the 2 versus 1 on the side of Funhavers to win that one. And then you also had a 3v2 on the side of Nightblood Gaming when you also had a Hunter's Fury to try to run the time into your favor and hopefully come back in the game, but then suddenly Corrupt and his teammate just owns up the 2 versus 3, and then they get the defuse out of that one quite easily, as a matter of fact. And I actually think it was what Corrupt and Kumi themselves that were able to clutch that 2 versus 3. So because of that, I just feel that there was a lot more mistakes on the side of Nightblood Gaming and a lot better taken care of on the side of Funhavers. Now I don't even know where this third map's gonna go.
Right? It's been a lot of fun to kind of see it, even if it's a little muddy, it's a little spaghetti on the floor type Valorant. It's been fun to watch. You never really know what's going to happen at literally any point in the road. I think too, when I kind of look back at it and a couple of those mistakes being made, like you're talking about that one where Nightblood can't defend that post plant over on Seaside, etc. I feel like Funhavers did a really good job of pressuring this Nightblood Gaming squad and doing a decent job at like kind of playing together, pushing on forward. Like even when I think of them pushing onto the Seaside, when they're on their own attack, they push one way, Tim goes the other way at the TP, and they kind of just crunch down on the squad. And Nightblood Gaming never really had an answer to any of it and didn't really hit the same type of shots they were. I think I'm a little surprised that first kills is actually so skewed in Nightblood Gaming's favor in comparison to the amount of rounds that they got. But I think that just says for Funhavers how good they were down a person within all of the Valorant, be able to still find the victories regardless.
Well, that's what I was talking about as well with the addition or the change here coming from the Astra over to Tim as the Omen. Probably helps them a lot in these scenarios where they're at a man disadvantage, but because you have that extra piece of util that you didn't have in the past, and it adds a little bit more comfort going into it. But overall, it's also just Kumi turning things around from the first map onto the second one that really allowed here for Funhavers to capitalize on these man disadvantages. So it's more on NBG on the map that they lost because of those scenarios where they had first blood but couldn't convert it. But we are going to be moving into the third map of Lotus, where both of these teams actually haven't had a victory yet going into this split. The difference is, though, is Funhavers, like you still have different type of compositions coming in from both of these teams. For the side of Funhavers, they are playing with a Raze, and on the side of Nightblood Gaming, they're playing with a Yoru, if not mistaken. And going into that matchup, the only loss and the only time that they played the map on the side of Funhavers was a loss to YFP, and they lost against YFP running in composition. The Nightblood Gaming has been is going to be pulling out unless there's some changes coming through. And to me, that just kind of showed on the side of Funhavers that they had a very hard time playing the defensive side with this Raze, just because it could be a little bit more telegraphed what the Raze could kind of do here on your defensive side when you're trying to get a lot of like early rubble control or like trap plays onto a C-tap orb. So I feel that if it's going to be that same type of game plan coming out here for Funhavers, it should be easier for NBG to really move around the map more freely. Although the silver lining is that NBG are starting off on defense first, so you have an opportunity here for Funhavers to set the tempo in the beginning.
Looking a little at what Nightblood Gaming have been going for Lotus as of recently, it's going to be Alum more so on the Neon, which that, when I think of Nightblood Gaming and I think of Alum, that is what I'd like to see. I think Alum, this was pre-nerf when you know it was passive, but that's where I was kind of really impressed by Alum to the start. And then some people kind of moved away from the Neon, and then he kept going for the Neon and still kind of popping off. So I think when Alum was such a big difference maker in that first game, for Nightblood Gaming to maybe rely on him for Lotus on that pick would be really, really nice. But I cannot wait to see, especially since maybe neither team has gotten the most rep in Challengers here, but with the third-party tournament, specifically looking at most recent Funhaver GG, like there's been a lot more success there.
Yeah, and you have to be definitely a lot more proactive on the side of Funhavers with the composition if you're going to play with a Raze. Just because the composition coming out here from NBG, if you're going to play that Vice still, so nothing changes into this. So this Nightblood Gaming on defense is definitely going to allow for you to play a lot more aggressive on an extremity, because the Vice could be covering most of one spot, most specifically the C site, right? So the main battles will be happening towards B and C, where you want to add that pressure from Alum and the support from Win. The difference is for Funhavers, or the game plan around that, is you have to be more proactive across the mounds, so you could actually start baiting that Vice utility, so you could thin out a little bit of that defense. Because again, going toe to toe, you've seen what Muddy and Alum could do here. Now Muddy back onto an Omen, by the way, that could be very dangerous to deal against.
And that map number 2 was so fun between these teams, and I'm so glad we get a map number 3, but got to focus in on what's important here. Elimination on the line for one of these two teams. It's time to head to Lotus to see who is going to be staying within Challengers and who has to fight their way up to try and be there another day. It's time to head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, on the call.
Yep, for these two teams, no second chances remain. The loser goes to 1-4 and is out of stage 2 and also down to promo relegation. Finally, a AO Breach comp out of Nightblood Gaming. We haven't seen that from them, but Funhavers with a slight variation of what we just saw on Haven. Kumi now on the Raze.
I'm excited to see Alim run around on the Neon and see if he can go as crazy as he did back on Icebox, and had a couple moments on Haven, but they were far too few and far between because they got absolutely clapped by Funhavers, who are definitely coming into this game with some major momentum and attempting to not return from whence they came, which is the promotion relegation tournament, to get into the Swift stage in the first place. They would love to not have to go right back into that high pressure situation of being knocked out of the league.
Absolutely. Already early action. The push out of B is pretty extreme here for Nightblood. Win was able to find 2 off the back of it though, and really disrupts this push up. Job is good for it too. Comes in as a late arrival in the fight, and a very convincing pistol round for Nightblood Gaming.
Nice timing on that swing from Jobo with the classic, connecting some headshots. Win big 3K would be nice for the Nightblood Gaming team, and also for him if he can start to come to life. It's been a bit of a slower day for the most experienced player that's in the server right now. I don't think he's been up to his usual level, but if he can get there or exceed it for this map 3, that would be very welcome. Would be happy to see that from the veteran.
Stand a one-way here over towards this C side of the map, and Muddy really fancies a bit of this. Hoping to get inserted, maybe even throw a paranoia out, but he's able to leave now before he'd be punished. Nice salvo. That actually keeps him in the doorway. Now it's weird. Now it's awkward. Kumi down to 1 as he tries to walk up, and he dies to the razor vine, brother. How on earth does Muddy get away with that?
Good hit.
Now, what I'm just thinking about is the fact that Funhavers, they didn't buy into this with stingers. And they're about to, for the first time in this series, Nightblood Gaming, it feels like, will win a pistol and then win the anti-eco. Well, let me not speak too soon. All right, now we'll speak. They did it. They actually did it, so.
Only slightly
all
too
good.
soon, Wyatt, but acceptable. Yeah, I mean, they tried to catch Muddy out with the salvos, I suppose. They kept him on the mound side of C main, but they cleared, and then a aftershock in the corner, so he didn't really have anywhere to go at all. But he managed to desperately throw down a dark cover and run away, while Kumi got headshot, I think, taken down to 1, tied to the razor vine. That's wild.
I hate to see that happen. That's also ridiculous. I mean, what is that? I wasn't even looking at it. It's like dropping down. It's so silly. Okay. Now let's see if Funhavers can convert on this anti-bonus. It's an aggressive look from Nightblood. Press up with 3 players right towards main.
Very deep he is, and he's going to give... Oh, the moves, the schmoves, bro! That's wild. Eventually, though, it is going to fall completely apart. Good for the 1 kill, fine. I think Quinn's able to capitalize on Elim just jumping around, but outside of that, there's not much to be said from this round. Muddy and Joba need 2 more guns out of this round. They need to take 2 more guns off these Funhavers.
There's really good sporting breach utility there from Corrupt. Those flashes were fully connecting. It'll be, well, maybe not a safe plan for Funhavers because Joba wants to get in here, wins the battle against the Odin, but insta-traded.
The perfect matchup for him, really, playing at that kind of pace. Muddy, though, is a little bit awkward when he swings out. Takes a player very low, blasts at 10. Oh, the audacity of it! He's out of bullets, fam! Okay. They got the 3 guns that I asked of them, at least.
That got very worrying. I mean, Tim definitely thought that he was going to have some help, but those guys in Tree were fully blinded up. So a little bit of damage, but I mean, could have been much worse in this situation had Corrupt not been able to connect multiple flashes with Tim getting out there.
Yeah, fault line.
He did play that well.
Big flash combo that came out afterwards. The fact that Tim could look down at Rubble and not the 2 players on his right meant that they were very effectively taken out of the game. Same again, though. Lem now, of course, and Co. Nightblood with their full buy. Again, more America's Challengers, Odin players. No, buddy! What's the plan there? Jesus! That was extremely odd. And Blast basically repeats the same feat on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Nightblood have just gone ahead and leapt into the wood chipper on this round. Like, all right. I mean, they wanted to play very aggro on multiple extremities, but unfortunately, no one hit a shot, and that'll do it. That was a real we're playing an FPS game round.
Yeah, I mean, it never really came down to util in the end. You notice that Kess will exit the round being able to find a couple of kills, but pretty unconvincing stuff. But Nightblood's full buy, and now they're on the defense side of the map. They've lost tempo in this half. Spacing there left a little bit to be desired, in fairness. And Kess simply waits for the smoke to clear and then holds M1 for the boys. I respect it, but it's not going to get you around.
Instant kill from Kumi, and you just let Blast play over towards this A side. Oh, are they running at us and getting crazy? Okay, good. We can just go take the space elsewhere. And even at that, Elim just fully overextends to try and make something happen on the Seiko round. Don't fully blame him, but you know, he's gonna get shot down for it.
I have the spike.
Funhavers are making this look very easy.
Last player standing.
Yeah, right now it just seems like the individual members of Nightblood are looking to make some flashy plays on that round. Elim there knows he's overpushed into lobby, but sort of realizes that he can't sit there. He'll get cleared by this breach Teho util, so I guess he feels like he might as well go for something. Even though Funhavers did the most obvious thing ever and just sort of wait in their spawn and double up on that line. Beautiful opening though. Can't take anything away from that. No inclination to one way over towards C Mound this time.
At this time, Nightblood, they're mixing it up. We're going to run at them with the Neon, but over at C Mound. Oh, wait, never mind. They're not running at them. He has an operator.
Well,
we will post him up on a close angle. And I'm not mad at that.
Should be plenty for Alan to see here. One way counted out. And oh, wow. Okay, Spy Cam should see at least 2 players pushed up a mound. That tells you everything you need to know for the attackers.
Yep, and now Funhavers say, all right, let's go A. They are all stacking up, taking that mound control.
They have this side of the map for free, essentially. I like the, the util set up for the push out of tree, but nobody from Funhavers is going that way yet, apparently. Shield wall, though, will need to be drawn out, so this still will buy a bit of time for Nightblood to get in position. They can really clear this site, though, with a showstopper that has been developed for Kumi. So many good ultimates.
We got a lot of random spam damage in onto Tim as the execute comes in. Oh my god, Jobe is in serious trouble, somehow evading the utility, staying alive to anchor.
Low health, so could only just really sit there and be a pivot player, is able to take the kill. Sorry, but I had no choice in the matter, folks.
No, he was not able to play Valorant. He was not playing Valorant that round at all.
Now, the move out here, you get doubled up players for Alum and Quinn. And now some breach util left. No interest in using it quite yet. Kumi spotted top boxes. Alum now with that relay bolt, force him back. I like the idea of going ropes. And Quinn was the one with a bit of that retake util. They've gone down now. We've got 2 players stacked up inside, and that's a kill trip. Yep, that's the round.
The Neon's worst enemy, the tripwire. You really hate to see that.
Sometimes you don't look. You don't ask yourself, oh, is the Cypher still alive? Because I don't think they saw any tripwires coming back in for that retake. But yeah, definitely a timeout here. You've got 5 glowing circles on your side.
Ults, oh my god. Yeah. They're going to be thinking about how do we win a round with one of our 5 ultimates. That's my little guess as to what's going on in the current NBG timeout.
So I'm not following with some of this util usage or lack thereof in some of these rounds. You can always, like, if you want that roll control, obviously you can try and smoke for it. We also haven't seen the one way over towards the C side of the map, and there was like a contact swing on like a sheriff round against what was going to be an outlaw. That sort of hurts them. And Quinn moves up in like the 2v3 with a bit of bridge util to spend and sort of opts to hold onto it. So I'm definitely tracking a little bit, just like, it's the first time we've seen the Teo bridge comp from Nightblood today, right? We've seen more Sova involvement on some of these other maps. So I am looking for that. There's a lot of moving parts to this composition, right? It's the kind of thing that you can get you can overcook a little bit We even saw Sentinels doing it a bunch at the start of this year on their splits. So even the best sort of struggle to get full value out of this overwhelming util.
There.
When you're going back and just looking at all the replays in the package, how many of those are just Nightblood players on defense running at Funhavers and dying? Yeah. I mean, there's so many of them where they were the ones taking the engagements and losing out. Hey. And look at the positions that Funhavers are in right now because of that. Yeah. Like they are chilling to the maximum.
I like this. Hey, so Nightblood, smoke A main, and then walk Alum up there. Not walking through, not going for anything aggressive at C because the Omen's not there. There's no like early peek for Joba, lest they get killed by Kumi, who is waiting with this Outlaw. So in the early round, like,
not ready yet.
Hard to really have anything to point at for Nightblood, say this is not good. They've left B pretty much undefended here, and it can be a late sort of swing back, but these 5 ults need to find some use, and hey, what better situation in a retake?
Going to proc the door open, keep Nightblood on their toes as far as this could be pivoting into a B hit or a C hit at any given time. Obviously, they know it won't be A. They have a limb pushed all the way up there.
Yeah, this B pivot is pretty easy business now for Funhavers.
All right, nice teleport there from Tim, getting a good forward position.
All right, here come these ultimates, Wyatt. Steel Garden gotta be popped. Limb gotta go in there. Oh, my goodness,
brother.
That is filthy. Pyro shuts it straight down. He'll have it primarily available to him in just a moment now. Rolling Thunder gonna be... God, if you don't win this round, Nightblood, I don't know what to tell you. They're spinning it all, Wyatt. They are going for it. 4 ultimates used on the round, and Nightblood convert it. Get the thrifty. Bunch of sheriffs brought into the round. They were very unsure about where Funhavers were going to land. 4 ultimates for 1 round. You can decide if that's a good exchange rate for you folks at home.
I would say very, very, very much well worth it because they get away with all the guns as well. Look at their economy now. They are suddenly in a very good position, at least in regard to that aspect of the game. Funhavers still have some bank to work with too, but well worth it in my eyes. Big round win to get them back in this.
Again, is that smoke this time for Nightblood. They want to make Funhavers work for it a little more. Tim with the TP to stairs. Base! Kess gets his dome rung. Tim's going to walk out here and not give money the full Monty. In fact, going to be able to back away for a time. Now gets very weird for Nightblood. Full stairs control for the attack side, and I guess that means Money and Arm don't feel comfortable sitting in the site embedded. They want to push up. They have no tree control, so they take a double swing and just die horribly.
That was Tim. I mean, Tim is just getting away with the most. It's just insane individual play. I mean, he just has to be traded there. There's nothing else you can say about it. He gets away with teleporting into their ranks, gets the free kill, wins a 1v2, and he trading. The Funhavers have just suddenly come to life. I mean, as of Haven, in terms of they're just shooting, which they were in terms of the gunplay, were not doing on the first map in any capacity.
Oh, Icebox was not convincing at all.
No, they have decided to wake up and play the game.
Okay, 2 rounds. A lead here for Funhavers, but because of the way that last round went down, where Nightblood would have brought in the next anyway, but then they take 4 guns out of the round, have a really clean showing of it, they can do it again. They can buy pretty heavily, in fact, trying to get a defensive operator in the hands of Money, if I'm not mistaken. This here is, oh man, that's rough. Like, you got to win those. So, a limb with the op.
All right, Funhavers are poised to take some space towards B here, just contacting up. Wynn's jiggling for info for the defensive side. Is about to see a hell of a lot of players caught right in the stun. Funhavers want to accelerate, but they're getting kind of bogged by util.
1 down. Pacing was decent there for Kumi. Respects a lot the util coming his way, but can only get a trade. That's acceptable in the attacker's position. Already, Blast is going to see what he can dig up at C. Joba heading in that direction as well. And by no means the Funhavers have to commit to that part of the map whatsoever. Alum is creeping up with his A side op. Good clear. I mean, there's a stealth drone being used to check rubble here, and it spots out the neon.
Blast is getting a lot of space, drawing so much attention, but Jogo wins very crucial 1v1 there. And Funhavers, they are late to get in off that space that was created by the Blast work.
Oh, there it is. Okay, that's what you want to see from the Odin. Play those corners, play off cues from your teammates or sound. So Nightblood here, and they get 2 bites of the apple virtually with 2 full buyer rounds. They convert on the second, so they keep themselves in this 4 defense side rounds. Acceptable, to be sure.
We've got the operator in the hands of Alan coming into this round again. This is the first map where he's really not gotten off to a hot start and just continued that through. And obviously, you know, on Haven, they lost by a significant margin, but he was still finding his kills, putting some numbers on the board. Other guys stepping up, though, for NBG at the moment.
Cage trigger.
Do that. Cyber Cage will defeat the one-way. Blast doesn't really look to do anything with it. It does keep some heads turned in that C-mount direction, though.
Interesting.
Determined to get early round value for that op.
This round was playing out the same as that last round where Lim had the op over towards C, where they opened the door and then the cam from Blast spotted them. They made sure to deal with that this time. And immediately, look at the read that NBG have on the situation. They are rotating multiple players over towards A right now.
Far cry from what we saw from NBG early in the game. This is a much slower pace on defense. In Funhavers, though, they're sort of contact clearing a lot in this map, so they're going to get to the A site and still have a large amount of this util at their disposal. Give themselves away now, finally. Starting to test. Still no tree presence, though. They've avoided, I think, probably because of the Vice utility gets laid out in front, but it's an easy dive in the B direction here. Elim has to be anticipating it.
Yeah, forced away by the paranoia. Kess trying to find some value. Pyro catches Joba on the rotate. What the hell? And then Kess is caught in the corner because of the aftershock. Head was exposed.
Sick util. Elim gets forced off the line by the paranoia. Kess owned by a flash by the looks of things. Run on the side. See what he can do. Elim cut down instantly. Very unconvincing defense showing from Nightblood because Funhavers have all the answers. Great util to get them into B. That's what I was saying. They didn't spend early in the round. Nightblood gave them that A space, so they keep this initiator util in their pocket for when they really need it.
It was interesting to see that round play out for the first half so similarly to a replicated round prior. But this time at the very end, instead of going for that execute into A through tree, they make it seem like they're going to do it again. We're opening the tree door again, but we're getting right into this B-side pivot. Had great util to get in there, perfectly placed flashes, aftershock as well. That was a lovely round from Funhavers.
The clean attack side showings here. Funhavers fighting to stay out of promo relegation, stay in Challenger Stage 2. Wow, the last map was anything to go by, which was an absolute dominant showing. They're in good shape for that. Again, a slower start to the round, but this just doesn't do much to tax the attack side resources, and Funhavers are starting to feel like they can just step into the map without having to spend anything in terms of getting information or clearing the corners.
Hopping Tejo is so strange, by the way. On the last one was lurking and cut off a rotate, and this time was just taking space towards A. All right, missiles, fault line, Joba caught in a tough position right now. The Funhavers are they're being stuck by the wall. A lot of defensive util is keeping them at bay.
All right, here's under all theft from the Olympic off. Attackers in good shape here. Joba gets one before falling. That still sees Nightblood short-handed. Cass still trying the Odin thing, still, you know, the good old college try. Unfortunately, Kumi is going to be much quicker on the trigger finger and with the better weapon for that situation. Money in the post plant, spotted out by the camera. Now we'll try and TP to upper, but there's already a wrap coming through spawn side. Pyro sees him drop down. That's big information.
Well, it seems like Muddy is totally aware.
He knows. Pyro's down. Could even TP up top side again if he wanted to. But no, finds it another one. Kumi for 4.
That was a sick shot onto Blast, but just too many players.
Last round in the half.
They were ready to open face that as a duo to shut down Muddy, who had a stellar map 1, was still hitting shots on map 2. a little bit more quiet right now. Funhavers are just in control of this game. This has been a solid Lotus attack half. Their executes have looked good. They're picking the right sites to hit. And at least if you're going to base this on the buys that the two teams have, they should be able to finish this with an 8-4 half.
Cage trigger.
See how it
Actually,
plays out.
NBG, they put together a little bit better than it looked like for a second. I think they've sacrificed some util for weapons now.
Yeah, it looks like obviously the two players with the regen shields. Lim step back here. Okay, you're in a good position to take at least one for this. Now you know there's a Odin spamming away.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Disaster!
I see the idea from Lim, I do. But they just don't have a prior opportunity. They don't see a damn thing. He's losing that play. I mean, Alim has struggled. Picked off first in so many of these rounds.
Those early round plays, man, from NBG have just been gobbled up. They have not been finding the intended value.
The Vice, the shield wall is actually placed a lot further back this time. Maybe to dissuade like a wrap to the side and actually try and funnel people in that waterfall direction. TP out for Tim now as they've managed to draw forth that steel guarded from the defenders. What's the play off
30
that?
seconds left.
Paranoia coming on towards Quinn also. That aftershock could be a problem. There's Pyro. Lays it down with the Odin. Blast elsewhere as well. They would pick up money. Nothing. With the exception of that, I guess, going right for Nightblood. Guess able to find one off the ultimate, but Blast will shut it down. It's another scrappy half. Make no mistake. Funhavers see a Nightblood that wants to fight them in the first 4 rounds and then wants to give them the map in the back half. And they adapt relatively well.
Yeah, that was an impressive attack half from Funhavers, genuinely. I think they played around Nightblood's aggression very well. And then in the late rounds, they were picking the right sites to execute on. And here in this situation, they did a nice job working around all of that utility.
Well, I mean, besides the obvious, strong pistol round start, we definitely need to see Lim start to make some waves in this game. I want to say the first kill, first death has got to be like 2 and 6 or something rough. Like a lot of these early rounds, they're being shut down. They pick up defense side ops. They weren't working. They were trying to walk up on C. They weren't seeing any action. And like Nightblood deserves, rather Funhavers, excuse me, sorry guys, deserves credit for some of these side hits. The pivots to B have been backed up with fantastic util on the attack side.
Just got that cam over top, which can be used for a retake for Blast after he sees players running in, but it's going to be spotted out by NBG. Take care of that utility piece as Joba intends on getting some space towards A. It's going to be on a very, very late flank. No, actually, not even. It looked like NBG were going to full commit to C, but they don't.
Yeah, B is still an option here, so Joba might have...
Well, A, they feel like might be an option. Joba's cleared by that stealth drone. No one from Funhavers moving an inch, though.
Joba's going to get out here.
This is so awkward.
Yeah. Trapwire noted, but not removed. Kumi's going to deal with them. Then ends up losing their life. They're somehow caught in that corner. They weren't even in a corner. They were backing away, I think, from that corner and somehow got caught. I don't know, man. I don't know what the heck that was. Cass at 20. Needs to step up now. Job is finally joined after virtually going around the world. It's all about this C site right now. Tim's trying to encroach. Move up a little bit. Camera in play as well. Might have spotted Kess out. And Blast is going to try and force them away. Post-plant util being drawn out of Nightblood here, but now Joba, only with an Arc Rose to spend, eventually brought down. And that feels like a dagger in the back for Nightblood. Coming back for this is going to be tough.
It seems like in the mid-round, they got paralyzed by options. They had to play, they had Joba all the way pushed up deep on A towards the orb. They had Illum inserted into C, and then the three of them, they're opening the door on B. They're like, wait a second, we can go to C, we can go to B, or do we want to go back to Joba on A? You can see the pack running around with some level of indecision, but Funhavers at no point felt the need to really drag themselves too far away from that C site. Pick off a limb, it crumbles from there. Again, NBG, they're not opting to go for this stinger buy on the round 2 after losing pistol, which Funhavers found success with a couple times. They are playing it safer and just waiting to get the full buy.
They This time there's more of that B-side presence, excuse me, for the defenders. And Joba. With the Ghost. Tough. Really looking to try and dig out anything they possibly can, but look at that quickly. Funhavers repositioned after taking their pick. They were under the assumption, of course, they found the lurk player. And Nightblood, banking on this, start to position towards A, but Kumi will have the long line here. Would need a stairs smoke to get Nightblood into this part of the map. Which they have. In their inventory, muddy. Fault line's going to be enough to force Kumi off. So now, some map control gained.
Yeah, Funhavers rotating pretty quickly across the map now. NBG are delayed by the missiles. Hell, they're even able to get right back into sight right now. Pyro taking that first engagement. Tim crossfire set up.
Alum can't get across at all. It's Kumi with the Guardian, going to work with it. Tim having a freaking good game, not going to lie. And a clean shutdown now on this. Funhavers deal with the anti-eco pretty admirably. Now it's Nightblood striking out for the shore, lest they sink.
That was Tim on map 2 as well. Had a great game. Finished that 17-9 on the Omen. About to match that if he gets one more kill here on Lotus. Playing even better. Been pretty impressed by him. He's also just been really cheeky with a lot of his plays. His teleports, his ultimates have been pretty crazy. He's going for some far more ambitious plays than most Omens would with the ultimate.
This is, of course, some shots from Nightblood's defense. Always seem to pull up just a little bit too short. That was a heartbreaker there. Funhavers, yeah, end the half in a really commanding position. Despite Kess making a late little resurgence. This was that pistol round where, honestly, the trades were pretty darn good. Decent amounts of map control here, and Joba has been that sort of loose player a lot of the time, looking to create entrances, but really haven't seen anything from Nightblood in this second half that's worth writing home about. Nothing notable, but finally they got some guns here.
I want to see as well if Funhavers have a bonus round set play here that they're going to be coming into this with. I mean, obviously it just looks like based on the minimap right now and the 500 pings they just placed towards Rubble and the 4 players there, that they would love to go take this space early on. And Job is standing over here to let his team know, hey, they're all here. Time to go fight towards C now.
Damn it, their Funhavers doesn't quite pay off. Blast is going to have to cower and haul for the time being. Elim gets ahead of it so quickly. Blast is ready for it, but the relay bolts came in and there was no opportunity to deal with it. Nice push up there. Dover, of course, is trying to get ahead of any sort of late wraps and does so. He's even able to back away behind some of this util. Dangerous, though. Door comes open. They're caught out in the open. They need help here from the C side, but there's nobody else there for Nightblood. Joba just needs time. They're going to buy him some time, and unfortunately, it just won't be enough. However, clock is ticking for the defenders. The spike's been down for a minute now.
I like these repositions from Nightblood Gaming as well. They're taking control of Halls and Waterfall. Anwin still has the fault line and an Aftershock to play with. So much delay.
Go ahead.
There's Tim going to work. They've got to push into Elim's direction, but he shuts them down. Good round for Elim. Still not even enough round, though. Kumi has a chance. Slim one, though, especially because of what Kess is about to do. He's got no choice. He's going to go down here. And Kess won't be allowed to get away, but still a crucial Nightblood round on the board with no guns taken out of it. Not one.
Yeah, that's a perfectly fine, acceptable round from the Funhavers' point of view. You're forcing Nightblood Gaming onto a bad full buy. Win as a Spectre. Like, this is not ideal when you're at a massive deficit. Kumi getting some great kills in that round.
Still a 5-round lead, and now, of course, better weaponry once more. The bonus wasn't what they needed it to be, but that's fine. They can come back here and really start the fight for this part of the map. Nightblood door down for it. Kess again. Much like we saw at the end of that last half, able to deliver a nice little multi-piece.
Spike dropped.
And Funhavers still want to send Pyro for this. Oh, he's expecting a double back, and he's right! Oh, he's right!
Oh my god.
Queen is low. Pyro gets more damage and falls back.
Damage. And now Blast is on the angle.
Oh, it's elementary, man! Win it, 18. Solo now in 1 versus 2. A round that Nightblood just had to win. Desperately had to win. Trundling off to B. Shouldering the pickaxe, knows that he's got to give it a good old college try.
Wants to just stun someone off the lineup. Baby Door, if they were there before breaking the trip, going in to get the spike down. Pyro has the missiles back, by the way.
Double face. That'll do it. And even if he didn't, of course, yeah, the missiles would have been more than enough. Cell drone also available in a situation they had to clear them out. It's just tough to watch for Nightblood. I mean, chat's correct. We bigged them up hugely in the first map. It does help that Muddy dropped 30 and Alim was very, very good.
Went like 5 for 5 on kill contracts, 30 bomb from Muddy, and Funhavers have just... I don't know what happened. They came to life. They decided to start playing some fantastic Valorant on map 2. It's carried over into map 3. You just have to give massive credit to Pyro, though. This 2K from Kess to get them the advantage. Look at that like fadeaway dink, and then Joba just so hungry to try and find the kill. Walks right into Blast in the little bait and switch position. He picks up stairs while Pyro falls away, tucks in the corner. So well done.
All right, once again, oh man, and the judge of all things, Joba blinded, walking out of the Armageddon, still gets one with the ghost. Just find something amidst the blackness, shooting in the dark, apparently. Weapons are not good here for Nightblood, like that needs to be addressed. This will put Funhavers now, of course, to a series point. Buddy has to clear that. Obviously, so much util available still. God, even the showstopper there. Your buddy had nowhere to go. It's Win. Is he cooked? Yes.
Oh my God, he's cooked. Kumi is going insane. One of the players that the desk highlighted right at the top of this series when it started, and with good reason. It's been pretty superb.
That's tough, man. That is very, very tough. Obviously, Nightblood, take a save in that round. But things go horribly wrong. They try and get a limit into that B site early, completely smashed. Just a very odd variation. Kumi playing close with the judge. Not that we don't see that on this map. We just haven't seen it yet. From this Funhavers team defensively. Showstopper comes perfect answer to clear a site. That's definitely going to be anchored. 4 kills for Kumi in the round. 19 and 9. Pretty good.
Immediate stun thrown out from the attackers. Stand this up to get someone out of C main. Oh my God, they've baited out the Rolling Thunder trap play. That's really well done. And now they can pivot to Joba, who's been taking some space at Rubble. Good round open.
And they're going fast as well. I like this. Good pace. Heading over towards tree now. Quickly, Funhavers are trying to get back in position for this. For the most part, Nightblood have got everything they need to take a round like this away. Alim's going to be slowed up. Are you really going to pull out of here? Still a minute left to play. Out into the open they go. Tess steals with Pyro. Cross will be here. Tim was on the move, so didn't have a chance to lock them down. On the move, it looked like Corrupt took a headshot there. Thinning out the numbers a little bit, but Nightblood still favored now as they head to B.
Blast is on a quick rotate. Wants to get to that waterfall side. An angle he feels would be less expected than just getting into heaven. It's completely unexpected. Kess is caught. Neural Theft activated.
Sees everything he needs to. Corrupt knows. The timing there to be had, but Joba whips around. Spidey senses evidently tingling. So this will be Nightblood staying in the game. Blasted a paltry 10. Health will eventually be dealt with. Plenty to buy with though for the next round for Funhavers. It's Nightblood who need to try and build a physical base.
It was a great round from NBG. They've just been too few and far between on this map so far. Being able to bait out that trap play over towards C at the top of the round, then they pivot over towards A, realize that there are too many defenders already rotated there. So then they re-pivot, go through Baby Door, get the B site. It was really well played, but again, it's just, it feels like it's too little too late. They still need 6 in a row. And yeah, they've got a lot of ults, so okay, they can get to 7 here. Funhavers are going to have a bad buy. Then they use all of their ults to get to 8. But then by that point, Funhavers at around, you know, maybe around, like if they even get to 10 or so, they're going to have all of their ults back up. Like it's a dangerous spot, man. This is still so incredibly difficult. I mean, obviously, I don't need to sell that. They're down 12-6. Like,
I mean, at this stage, Funhavers, of course, can afford to take the foot off the gas somewhat. Give that couple of rounds over and, you know, inevitably find a way to break back into the game. Nightblood also going to be tempted at this point to spend more heavily to win some of these rounds than they otherwise would. So it becomes harder when you're this far behind to actually string those rounds together, because normally you'd want to ration your resources a little bit, but they can't afford to do that. There's no buffer. So that's extra layers of pressure on this Nightblood team who are, yeah, fighting for their survival here in Challenges. Otherwise, it's promo relegation for them. Funhavers also obviously came up through that system this year. Nice looks there from Joba as Tim asks for just a little too much.
oh, what a shot from Muddy. Aggression from Funhavers being totally denied on the anti-eco. Well, maybe not totally, partially.
What can Corrupt do from this position? Gun's too far away to recover. Quinn probably going to hold a more passive line, expecting a walk up. So Corrupt makes the right choice in heading back onto B properly. Pyro does spot that movement that would indicate a C push, but Alim's already here on this side. That's what sort of precipitated this rotate. The Funhavers aren't in position. What do they got? Guardian, Odin. Alim's going to get very deep into halls before Corrupt can check this.
I'm out of here.
And Frieza comes for Alim, just as you mentioned, getting in that great position. And now we have the hero Odin
30 seconds
trying
left.
to work its way over towards the C site.
Odin on the corner here. Pyro. I was hoping for at least a trade. Alim just doesn't have any interest in taking that fight.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, nicely done. That was a pretty darn good relay bolt. Backed up by, I think, a flashpoint that came through there. All right, that's a round. That's a bit of a gimme for Nightblood. You expect them to take it. They have to, in fact. Now Funhavers have another chance to buy up. But Nightblood don't spend those ultimates they had earlier developed. So here's a round, but there's a ton of value for those two initiator ultimates, plus the Steel Garden.
That was an insane shot from Corrupt. Actually mental. All right, let's see if Nightblood can keep this rolling. They've got Muddy with the operator. Back to where he was thriving. The kid he was thriving with on Icebox.
Yeah, it was Alim that was getting it actually on the defense side. So Muddy's trying to take things into his own hands. That stall util thrown towards the C side of the map makes it pretty hard to do anything for the attackers. They are going to have to bide their time. What is Tim planning? Surely
It
not
seems like
spawn.
off the execute, he wants to
TP out.
teleport forward,
I see.
beat the Rolling Thunder, but yeah, no, he's actually just going to be fully stunned up. Alim also does not know what is happening.
He shrugged it off though. Alim on the other side of his wall. He's going to see Tim. He's given enough time. Look at the separation. Alim is too far ahead of the rest of the team because of the util from the defenders, and Tim on the box. It's a little telegraphed apparently. Funhavers just have to finish this game. They've got to end it here. They're starting to run into a couple of hitches though. Shorty, Fakumi, too far away. Muddy with a close range operator shot. And okay, Nightblood. We hope it's not a fake comeback, but they're definitely making their way back into the game. Or did I speak too soon? Good flash. Played off expertly. Pyro with the timing. Now, though, we'll take some shots from the top of the side itself. And Kess does seek that head on the move. Pyro will fall. Close round, but Funhavers will have to wait to have their just desserts.
Got dangerous out of nowhere in that 2 versus 4. When a couple headshots were hit. All right. Great round from Nightblood. Massive economy. And they've got Funhavers on the eco again. We're arriving at the point in the game that I mentioned previously. They used all of their ults to win this buy round. They're going to get another anti-eco because of it. Now, look at the Funhavers ults. For this next buy round, they're going to be hoping to just get 2 or right on the edge of having both of their initiator ultimates ready to go, able to close out the game from there.
Yeah, I just want to be able to decisively finish things now. Because that 4 rounds will shrink quickly.
Corrupt just got the orb over towards A, so now he's 2 away.
Let's going to be Corrupt up first here. The stinger in hand means that long line is pretty inadvisable to take. He knows it. Thinks to potentially catch someone on a cross if they push up onto this A side, or maybe he'll sneak forward a bit more and look for someone going baby door.
A diabolical stinger angle. What is happening there? That's crazy. What are we looking at, bro?
Yeah, Renault Descartes would be proud. Up we go. Of course, away from the next execute. Corrupt has to be pretty inventive to find good use cases for this stinger. This might be one of them. Pick his advantage, folks. Don't worry about it. Timing. It's a timing issue. That's fine. Kess is going to be here to receive the rest of Funhavers, who haven't brought anything significant in this round, and just respect the sheer wall somewhat. You know we had to do it to him, folks. Little rifle upgrade here for Kumi. Damn, bro. Really want to go for it. I respect it. Keep the lid on this economy here for Nightblood, which is starting to grow. It's definitely starting to get a little concerning. And as the opping Omen to shut down yet another round. 21 rounds of play sees Funhavers, their big lead starting to dwindle.
And I am yapping away about it, but here we go. This is the pivotal round. Pyro has the Armageddon. Corrupt, 1 orb away from Rolling Thunder. Kumi, 1 orb away from Showstopper. This is where all of the good work that Nightblood have done, getting back up to 10, can just completely go up in smoke.
I'll have no one else to blame. They know they'll let the game get a little bit too far out of hand. However, they're still armed to the teeth, got everything they need. This attack side op has been doing a little bit of work here. Buddy, so adamant about this line. Have a look at this. Post up on it instantly. Opts not to hang around. So a bit more of that A side gambit here. Means a Nightblood say, okay, C could be open. Could be a good option.
With that A-side take, Kumi got the orb, got the Showstopper ready. So that's Showstopper, Armageddon, both for this retake.
Omen TP, this is just, so Tim is ready for what would need to be a retake. Kumi trying to clear the site. Corrupt catches a limb out. Oh, buddy. All right, so some of those ultimates getting drawn out. A Rolling Thunder as well. Now they want mount control. And you give Fun an inch and then try and take a mile. Buddy with the TP. Mount control. Oh, this is scary for Quinn. He is completely isolated from the rest of his team. Completely alone with the spike in hand as well. Did they discover him here? Thankfully, reinforcements have arrived just in time, Wyatt.
The salvos keep him alive temporarily, but he's getting spammed through.
Spike down, B.
This could be it. Kess and Muddy have to do it. 2 versus 4. Still no spike planted out in the open here on the B site, and it looks like Funhavers are more than happy to let them think they can get it planted. This is the right angle for Muddy to hold. Could be multi-swung, and Muddy's not convinced. They have no info about this upper position, and slowly, on an off timing, Corrupt is going to turn up. Great Armageddon, though. This is what you want. Buy yourself a little bit of breathing room. Kess sees the players, though, swing back onto the line now, and still these 2 from Nightblood have to hold it down. Kess is good for 1. Sees the shoulder pick on the top side. Can Muddy connect that shot? It's all down to Muddy. And unfortunately, this one, folks, is done. Nightblood have suffered their 4th loss and are headed to promo and relegation.
What a turnaround from Funhavers after map 1. Super impressed by the resilience of the team. And then individually, Tim was really fantastic on those last 2 maps, as was Kumi. But some of those Omen plays were creative, ambitious, and very successful when he went with them. Like those crazy from the shadows teleports behind Nightblood when they were on defense, etc. That was very fun to watch from him. A solid win for Funhavers.
And I'm still like on the Nightblood side of things, like they're in that post plant, but they've got a Tejo still to work with. They had Armageddon. They actually had a bunch of utils still to use. And I pointed it out at the start of the game, like how much do Nightblood, get value out of this double initiator composition? Even the Omen can be huge in a pinch with a good paranoia. And again, they end the game with a bit of that still in their pockets. It's an unfortunate situation to be in here. Nightblood starts strong, but then, buddy, it is a generational fall-off in those last couple of maps. And Funhavers give a good account of themselves to close out the series. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. Our desk is going to break it down, and I'll stop stealing Vance's talking points. We'll see you then.
lot of these people would really like to give up and really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
It took a 3-map series, but in the end, it's going to be Funhavers to close out Lotus, staying alive here in Challenger Stage 2 and eliminating Nightblood Gaming. Then going into this, the very first map of the series, it looked strong for Nightblood Gaming, but over the course of the next 2 maps, it was a Funhavers, a little more coordination, a little more shooting back, take it in the end.
Yeah, I think I should stop pretending that her internet's down and she could come back and gloat so that, you know, she's the only one that predicted correctly for Funhavers against everybody else. But no, jokes aside, I think it went from disastrous for the side of Funhavers on their map pick over to, okay, let's just fight firepower with firepower on the second map. And on the third map, though, we've seen, you know, much better attack side to start actually for Nightblood Game, or sorry, for Funhavers too. Just like Wyatt was saying, they were reading the correct sites. They were doing quite well on fighting against their opponents. But I also feel that it's very similar to the previous map where you kind of took advantage of lack of good utility coming out from Nightblood Gaming. I was just thinking, for example, when you know, NBGs play on the attack side and they're using util, and Blast is actually not really like pulling back his trips to like resend him so he could get some better traps here against the Neon trying to run through, which he was able to do well in a couple of rounds. But then that 2v3 that we just saw, or the 2v4 that we just saw towards the end, it was potentially even winnable in terms of delay for Nightblood Gaming, because you had so much to delay, from paranoias to special delivery to salvos after the Armageddon, play in tandem, play together. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. I also want to say kudos to Kess, to Pyro, and also to Money, just trying to do a little bit of darkest on the attack side with Ops. And just both initiators overall between Kess and Pyro did good with Odin plays too on both defense and attack. So I think that was also a pain point for a lot of the players, where it actually had to get very muddy. But at least this time around, you're seeing a lot of conversions coming through here in terms of first bloods on the side of Funhavers, which was an issue in previous maps, and very good in post plans.
Yeah, and this Funhavers team, I mean, really being able to take advantage of any kind of gaps that Nightblood Gaming gave them, I think was just really, really nice for that, whether it was the util, anything else. And I think that it was the Funhavers that have only grown throughout the course of the series, which, I mean, we need, right? It's not just avoiding elimination today, but when you're looking forward on if you want this opportunity to make playoffs, if you want anything else, like Liz had spoken to Kumi before, and Kumi said, like, yeah, this is a team capable of making playoffs. So need to see a little bit more of that up and up here if we're going to see that realize here for Funhavers.
The thing is too, though, if you're looking at the scoreboard, you see Huyn at 9 and 16, but he's also had 17 assists. So he was doing like the best cosplay of like Finesse or Boostio, just being so good in terms of his util to like help out his teammates. If you actually look at VLR as the stats value came up, he's actually got an 82% cast. So there was a lot of value. Like if he's 9 and 16, he's not staying alive. But at least, or he's traded out, or his util's been perfect to be able to help the team out a little bit more. And that's just unfortunate. When that was going well here for the side of Win, it was unfortunate being shut down on how much a limb could do around that util. And Funhavers did a good job shutting him down. A limb was only like 1 in 8 going into first blood, first death in his attempts.
I mean, Funhavers, they found the key going on into that. And the conversation with Nightblood Gaming in their future, we can re-hit that in a moment. But right now, we have Tim from Funhavers on the line. Chat a little bit more about this victory. First off, big congratulations. You stay alive here in Challengers, take it all the way to a map 3. How are you feeling after that?
You know, I'm feeling really good. You know, the first map was like, it was kind of like a whirlwind. We thought we were going to take that map for sure. That was our pick. But, you know, we were really happy to come away with the second 2 wins. It really showed our resiliency as a team, and I'm really proud of everybody.
Yeah, the bounce back on map 2 and 3 was fantastic. And I want to talk about that first map first, because you said you thought that you had it, and it ended up being a pretty strong showing for Nightblood. So I want to know what you think happened there. Was it something more so on your guys' end, or was it a Nightblood Gaming you weren't quite prepared for what they had in store?
Well, obviously, my ex-teammate Muddy just had a fantastic game. I mean, it was really hard to shut him down. He was just destroying us. But what also made it really hard for us is that we just couldn't win a pistol round. You know, that's 4 rounds off the board right there that, you know, we just lose. So it puts us at a really big disadvantage going into the map. So that when we, on the second and third map, we saw we won a couple pistols, it was a lot easier for us to maintain that momentum.
Makes a lot of sense. And then not just the pistols, but is there anything else discussed between that map 1 and map 2 that kind of really helped the team? Or is it literally just boils down to win pistols, win the game, easy peasy?
It was, you know, we as a team, as a unit, we kind of have this ritual where we go over our goals for the match, and we didn't really hit our goals in the first game. So we really locked in on what we spoke about as a team and as a unit, and it really showed in the second and third map.
I love that you talk about like team goals going into that, hit them, you know, it should be good. Is there any goals that you're comfortable sharing, or is that all private secret info?
Yeah, I could totally share one of mine. I mean, we do something where I show my individual goals and my team goals. I'll just go over one of my individual goals is that I just don't want to die first. As a smokes player, I want to stay alive, be able to provide that util, and be in a good spot to trade. You know, that's one of my individual goals because I know I've struggled with my first kill and first death ratio in the past, and I'm really happy to see it in an upward trend.
I mean, that's a goal that, too, we got to see specifically with your own performance really pay off during the series because we were very impressed on the desk with what you're putting up numbers-wise. So I want to know, too, how you're feeling about your performance, especially being able to compete in challengers and everything.
You know, I'm really happy to go positive in the series. My first 3 series weren't too hot, so I'm really happy to get a nice bounce back here. I showed a better performance last week against Blue Otter, but this one really solidified that I know I can do this, and I'm really confident in myself.
I love that, especially too. We're getting to the nitty gritty of the Challenger season. Of course, this was an elimination match, but all the rest of them are going to be for the team. How are you feeling with the rest of the stage ahead of you as you attempt to make playoffs?
Resiliency is key for our team. It's always been. We've been knocked down so many times. We got, you know, kicked out of challengers at one point, had to go back in through the premier system. You know, it's all part of the plan. You know what I mean? It's put your back against the wall and good things will happen. You know, with my old team, Zero Marksman, that was our thing. You know, put us against the wall. We're going to keep running back at you. So, you know, I'm really happy to come away with a win here, and I think resiliency is key for the rest of the split.
I definitely think that you have a great mentality for everything about this. So I really do wish you the best of luck for the rest of this run, Tim. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats again on the win. Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk now with Vance for the rest of the day. First time talking to him, so well spoken. I love the insight about the team too, the goals, everything. That's a winning mentality right there. So the win, very deserved.
I think for sure, especially after a victory and flipping it back, doing a reverse quote unquote sweep into that one, you're definitely coming in with a lot of confidence. But I love that it's confidence and showing a lot of pride to the team more than cockiness, right? So they understood that it was going to be a tough game no matter what. They understood that after the first map getting armed by Muddy, as Uber mentioned it before, and dropping 30 against them was going to be potentially a very hard game to turn around. And to be able to turn around that in between maps, to have that conversation, to say, look, there's a reason why we're here, and this is not the first time that we're facing adversity and potentially getting like knocked out, and to be able to survive into another round. I think it shows a lot of grit for this roster. And again, they've proven me wrong, and they've opened up my eyes moving forward for the Funhavers team.
So eyeing up the bracket, things don't get easier, not just for this Funhavers team, but for any teams from this point on. Shopify Rebellion Black, as we got to see earlier on in the day, winning their match. They're going to be joining Core and Blue Otter in that 2 and 3. Of course, how they're all lined up, this isn't the matches as of quite yet. But still a lot of matches that we kind of got to see concluded. And tomorrow, Vans, we're going to be keeping an eye on that 3-1. So more qualifying teams. And there is one name there not quite like the other, and I am so excited for the classic challengers. You do not know what to expect.
Yeah, Ambrosia has turned things around as well, I think, since King Fred has joined the roster too, and the team seems to be vibing quite well. Playing his Qbert Academy will be a fun one to look after, but also the TSM versus M80 is going to be a brawl. I'm looking forward to that one the most because TSM's only loss so far has been to the qualified team, being Envy. But they have been looking like a very strong contender, and even better than their 6th place finish going into Ascension last year. So I'm very much looking forward to that game.
one of those teams that I think has scaled so nicely between stage 1, stage 2, everything. So I cannot wait. But that unfortunately is for tomorrow, as we're all out of Valorant games today. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll be back here tomorrow for some great action. Get 2 teams qualified for the playoffs. So make sure you're tuning back in. You won't want to miss it. And thanks for being awesome. Ash, we miss you. We hope that you're good out in the stratosphere over there.
No, I'm kidding. I miss you, Ash.
What? That's crazy. All right, we gotta end it there before Vance says anything else, Bab. But thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for some more Valorant Challengers. Take care, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
So it's going to be Honest Valorant here for the 2 remainders of SAD in this post plant now. And the util starts come in. Joa sat on the site, clears BCJ. Spacing, a bit of a concern maybe. 2 versus 1 now. Is he going to swing together? You would think! But Joa says, okay, 1 at a time is just.
Beyond that, he feels like all of the best. The Jets are just playing Waylay instead on the good Jet maps. And that hasn't been entirely true, but I'm excited to see Pain on this agent.
Okay, Pain drops down behind the 2. Joa, please! Please! What are we looking at tree for? What's the TV?
Even if he just gets 1 here and stays alive, he could cause enough delay for Spaz to be able to win this round out.
Oh, it's okay. Just one.
No.
Just one. They had a good idea. They were also double watching it as they tried to cross. All right, Spaz, time to step up. 1v3. Money with your mouth is, buddy. Over the top there, sees the Jet. He knows Joe's going to swing. Where's spacing? What is the timing there from the defenders?
Now let's see if Funhavers can convert this anti-bonus. It's an aggressive look from Nightblood. Press up with 3 players right towards main.
Very deep he is, and he's going to get... Oh, the moves, the schmooze, bro! That's wild. Corrupt is going to turn up. Great Armageddon, though. This is what you want. Buy yourself a little bit of breathing room. Kess sees the players, though, swing back onto the line now, and still these 2 from Nightblood have to hold it down. Kess is good for 1. Sees the shoulder pick on the top side. Can Muddy connect that shot? It's all down to Muddy. And unfortunately, this one, folks, is done. Nightblood